I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never.
Well, now that we got that silly intro out of the way, I have to say, Dan disavows completely, okay? He's not a political guy, all right? So that goofy intro video, that's me exclusively. But the audience might not be used to seeing you, Dan. So can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. So I'm Dan Pace. I'm part of the Valor Media Network, and I'm a retired Green Beret and current author who likes to talk about stuff just like Connor does, and we have this overlap with movie interests. So I want to get on and talk about some good stuff today.
Hell yeah. And so the plan this morning, guys, just in case you didn't check the title before you clicked on the stream, is typically we're trying to do the Valor Reacts on Thursday afternoons between myself and Dan. And hopefully Adam becomes like a routine part of the cast and crew. That would be fun. And that's where we just like watch basically action movies, maybe some combat footage in the future, that kind of thing. And then since Dan and Adam are, vets, like really hardcore vets, and then I'm kind of a hardcore vet, we'll pause intermittently, share some insight and all that kind of jazz. So that's kind of the idea for Valor Reacts. But, while we're waiting for Adam might be joining us, we're still kind of figuring that out, seeing if he can figure out how to click on the link. Worst case scenario, in 5 to 10 minutes, we'll just start the content with Dan and myself, and then we'll let Adam join if he wants to. But I do want to, Dan noticed that my chat is being pugilistic. They're saying some fighting words before we even get started. So I'm going to engage with that. Dan, I know you said that you're not as big into the political stuff, and probably nowhere near as big into the online schizophrenic political scene, but I am. And last night I did a yelling match on a panel, and so that's why my chat is disagreeing with me before we even start the chat. So Gen X says, yo, yesterday was so sad. What was sad about it, Gen X? Please feel free to elaborate. Christian Blair says, I hope Connor is ready for opinions that disagree with him. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and do it. And then Christian Blair says, it didn't help that there was 2 different combos, and I really didn't care about the soy pill versus tally. Actually, I'll give Dan a summary, even if he's like, please God, keep me out of this. So basically what's going on is Twitch and YouTube politics effectively is a debate scene. There's lots of young people who jump on and they argue passionately about the politics of the day. That entertains people. We get some super chats, we get some ad revenue, all that kind of stuff. There's some big characters and creators in the scene. The main one of whom is there is a guy named Hassan Piker. There's a guy named Vosh, but they don't participate in the debate scene. And there's a guy named Destiny who does participate in the debate scene. So it's simultaneously super gracious that Destiny, because he's huge and he makes a lot of money and he has a lot of time and attention, it's gracious of him to debate the smaller creators, but he also says crazy shit and needs to get yelled at. So it's kind of like a balance between, we're friends and we work together and, we make money together and all that kind of stuff. But also you just said some crazy shit. So now I need to yell at you. And, there's audience crossover as well. So that's what happened last night is some people yelled at Destiny, including myself.
No, that's fair, man. And we all got our hobbies, right? I certainly don't dispute that anybody needs to get online and yell at people. That's actually like most of the last 22 years of my career was people saying crazy shit and having to get yelled at. So that's a big part of the SF experience.
Yeah. Then hold on. So just checking in with the vibes for the panel last night. I guess we'll probably save it until we're done. But DD22E says, nice debate last night. Tiny cooked you, but you and Kyla were correct. Okay, I'll take being correct over optics. Jonah Zilla says the debate panel was wild. I'm only like halfway through it. It was a lot of yelling, fun stuff. Yeah, and like it's a balance. Gen X says no stream. I didn't know you weren't streaming yesterday, and I kept checking and checking and checking. Oh, I'm sorry. So yesterday, it's my mother-in-law's birthday, was either yesterday or around yesterday. So my wife and my brother-in-law took her on a surprise family trip to a theme park. So I had to do family logistics and play Mr. Mom yesterday. Whatever 4690 says, by the way, who is Dan? He's a special forces guy. He's a part of Valor Media Network. He's pretty stinking smart, and we both love Warhammer 40K, so that's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know about the smart part, but I do like 40K.
Well, you're an officer, so you at least what? You got your bachelor's and you made it through OCS?
That's right. I could keep pencils in the right order and walk around and generally make a square of people. Yeah, it's good. So we got that going for me.
Well, and that's the problem with Army versus Marine Corps rivalry, right? Like I generally think of the Army as like pretty dumb and like, don't know their butt from their elbow. But at the same time, the Marine Corps is known for just like, we're dumb, but we are like violently efficient. So, it's kind of like, which trait do you want to emphasize?
That's true. We all have our biases about the other services and probably bring different things to the table. I guess fair statement.
Yes. So, all right, then I'll tell a joke about that before we get into the content. I'll read one more and we'll get cracking. So, guys, it seems like the general vibes, and Christian Valeris, you can type out some stuff if you want, but it seems like the general vibes is that you agree that Steven needs to be reeled in. Steven made a very spicy joke about dead people in Texas, and we were saying like, hey, this helps no one. This is pissing everyone off. This isn't very politically or rhetorically effective. And he said, yeah, well, it got me attention, and right-wing people act poorly all the time. So ultimately, aren't they a bunch of hypocrites? And so we just yelled at him for 3 hours. So that's what happened last night.
So I stay out of politics, man. So I stay out of politics. Just don't need that in my life. Don't need that in my life.
But it seems like the general vibes is a substantive amount of people agree with the criticism, but still think Steven is so funny that they ultimately don't care, which that's the internet for you. So we'll focus on our own content instead of chat. So yeah, let's warm up a little bit, and then we'll do an intro, and then we'll get cracking. Some new people are still coming in. So the format for Valor Reacts, just because it is a new show, is Dan and I, and ideally Adam, if Adam joins up. We're going to be watching action films and combat footage, maybe if everybody's down with combat footage. But we're starting with the Gladiator because it's an awesome movie. But we'll probably do stuff like Saving Private Ryan. We'll do Black Hawk Down. We'll do 12 Strong. We'll do Act of Valor, even though apparently it's super unrealistic. We'll be doing the EOD movie. I forget what it's called, but the one that everybody loves. Hurt Locker, which all the civilians love, but all the military people hate because all the gear and the way it's worn is inaccurate and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we'll be breaking down.
No, it's good times, man. I love picking these things apart. It's fun just to look at them from like an observer's point of view, but it's also fun to kind of sharpshoot them because Hollywood and the military have some overlap in expertise, but maybe not entirely. Yeah,
so the funny thing is a lot of the accusations from super far left people is that Hollywood likes to sanitize the military in order to recruit young people to it. And I think that's kind of true to a degree. Like, so for instance, with the Bay Transformers movie, he made F-22s look awesome. He made CH-53s look awesome. He made calling in railgun destroyer strikes and AC-130 gunships on robots awesome. And so that's cool. But there's the kids movies Cars, and in Cars 2 it's a spy movie, and there's a Zumwalt class destroyer, which is like the partial stealth littoral combat ship, and the bad guy ships are based off of the Zumwalt. And I want to know if Cars 2 got a tax break for the Zumwalt.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm sure Hollywood is kind of a love-hate with the military, right? I mean, you want to capture the sexy parts because they're fun and people are excited by that stuff, but you certainly don't want to capture the reality, which is generally less sexy. Like the military can suck the fun out of anything. And so even an AC-130 strike is just not as fun as they make it look on TV. So I'm sure that they kind of got that mix. Like you want to get it real enough, you want to make it good enough, but you probably don't want to capture too much of the reality because nobody wants to watch that shit.
Well, and see, that's what that's funny too, because for me, the C-130 strike was crazy sexy in that movie, the original Bay Transformers, but then also everybody played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, 10, 20 years ago now. And so the gunnery position from an AC-130 was effectively fire the main cannon, click a button, fire the medium cannon, click a button, fire the small cannon. Then by the time you're done with the small, the minigun, flip back to the main cannon. You got 2 more seconds for a main cannon round, throw a main cannon down. And so you're just blasting the battlefield over and over again, which is an incredible amount of fun. But it sounds to me like you're saying that it's not as fun in real life.
Well, I mean, it's you blink out the other 6 hours of that air crewman's life where he's flying in small circles in a noisy dark room, right? And you blink out the 20 million hours before that of waiting and eating shitty food and having diarrhea and all the other things that go with the joys of being deployed. Now, there are really amazing moments, but there's also a lot of stuff that probably the average Call of Duty player is not interested in. Like, actually, one of my huge pet peeves about the early Call of Duty games, and this is stupid, right? There's no reason for it to be a pet peeve, is like the loadout that they'll put on this poor dude. Like, this guy's walking around, he's like, oh my God, that guy's got like 300 rounds of ammo. He's got like 12 frags. He's got a rocket launcher. Like, all I want to do on this guy's behalf is just lay down on the stairs and just curl up and be like, I'm sorry you have to carry all that, little buddy. I'm so sorry you have to carry all of that shit, because I would just shoot it all immediately so I didn't have to carry it anymore. It is so much weight.
That's actually a great point. So the with the C-130 thing too, because I'm a very imaginative person. Not only that, all the things that you mentioned, but I'm imagining the 45-degree angle that you have to fly at, in order to like circle the battle space constantly. I'm also imagining like you're firing the cannon and you probably smell the gunpowder because there's going to be some gases coming back into the cabin. And then not just that, you're firing an artillery cannon in an airplane. So there's got to be like some anxiety of the fact of like, okay, are we structurally sound enough to repeatedly fire an artillery cannon out of an airplane? And then not just that, but the C-130 almost incredibly like relies on like air supremacy and also the bad guys not having man pads, not having anti-aircraft missiles. So I'm sure there's always this underlying anxiety of like, oh my God, what if a 1980s Stinger is still out there somewhere and I'm the asshole that catches a Stinger? But to your point about heavyweight, I was thinking that mobility shooters have gotten even bigger in the past 5 years, which is pissing me off because they're people who are like running and jumping and wall running while they're carrying all of the equipment that you're talking about. And so I'm just thinking to myself, it's like hilarious content would be taking pro gamers who weigh 115 pounds and like putting like the actual first person shooter equipment on them and then asking them to try any of the moves that they do in the video game. I would actually love that.
It is, I mean, I can speak from some experience, but 210 rounds in an M4 and then you make it 130 degrees outside and then you put on armor and a helmet and then you run a block and you're at about blackout hot at that point. You're just like, okay, we are going to fall unconscious, and we've run like 55 yards, right? And then that's to say nothing of the machine gunner and the rocket launcher and the 249 with the riot shield, which would be quite a loadout.
Yeah,
that would be something.
Well, and Sim Patty says, how many kills do you need for a UAV? I think they're testing my knowledge. I'm pretty sure back in Modern Warfare 2, the original, bear in mind, it's been 10 or 15 years. I'm pretty sure that it was 4 for the UAV, but then I always use the perk or whatever that reduces your kill streaks by 1. So I'm pretty sure it was 3 for the UAV. So yeah, Randy Chang says, you're saying my loadout being an M249 and a riot shield is unrealistic ... I
never used it personally. I don't know. Maybe it's actually a good TTP. Maybe we got to get somebody to adopt that. But you'd also need your other hand to just clear the 249's jams. Like, that thing is the jammiest gun ever. You're like, you got to have your other hand free just to keep it clear.
Yeah, and that's actually the interesting thing. That's what I'm looking forward to for the new generation, because the new generation of Joes are getting new gear. Now, some of the gear sucks, like the Sig Spear fire in 277 Fury. I've heard very mixed things about it. Like, obviously, the advantage of having a super hot round punch through armor is cool. But the weight is weird, and it's very heavy and it's very front heavy, and you're just adding weight. That's what I've heard about the new combat rifle. And then but the one cool thing that I've heard is that the new machine guns that they're testing out are actually like lighter, more reliable, etc.
So I mean, that's it. You can get gun nerds are definitely rampant in the SF community, and you can get guys debating, the relative penetration stopping power of 7.62 versus 5.56. Okay, well, what about the weight? How many rounds can you carry? What about the recoil? How fast can you get it back on target? Like, there's a lot of opinions in that field. For my part, I just stick with the tried and true. Hey, what am I familiar with? What works? It all seems to work fine. Most people, I know people talk about, well, you get shot with 5.56, guy might just keep on running. Like, I've never personally experienced that. So, I mean, you know how it is. We're all victims of our own data set. I'm sure there's people that have ignored hundreds of 5.56 rounds, but not in my experience.
Well, there's a guy named the Sandalorian who's a gun guy, and he's pretty funny. He does like backflips and side flips in sandals and while shooting guns. And he's the video that I saw of him that I loved was, he was like, oh, the United States military came out and they just spent, billions of dollars developing the SIG Spear with the 277 Fury round in order to pierce body armor. But here's another option that you have, the pelvic girdle. And so he just takes his like 5.56 M4 and then just brings it down to crotch level of the target and just shoots the target in the crotch twice. And I was like, that's cheaper.
So it is funny. And actually, you talk about that, but you do a lot of like failure drills, right? When you're doing pistol shooting, you'll do failure drills for, hey, I'm shooting a person and I'm getting no effects. Usually armor would be the reason, right? You're shooting somebody in the chest and the armor is stopping it. And the old failure drill would be to shift up. But when you realize how much easier it is to shoot somebody in the dick than it is to shoot them in the head, you're like, dick don't move that much. Like, your pelvis mostly is going to kind of sit there. So shifting down and shooting them in the pelvis, actually substantially easier shot. Heads kind of move around a lot, but pelvis, you got what you got.
And I'll tell you, man, like, so I have like, I don't know. I think when you're in security service for a while, you kind of project yourself out into the world and you kind of think like, what would I do in this scenario? What would I do in this scenario? And I'm telling you, taking like a 9mm or a 5.56 to the groin, I'm going to take a break, like at least like I'm going to go sit down for a minute.
We're done. We're done for the day. Come on.
even if I live, like I'm gonna take a break.
Yes, it's going to make my health go down substantially in video game terms, right? Like I'm gonna bottom out right there.
Yeah, it's gonna be the load screen where like you have to inject yourself with adrenaline in order to get back into the fight. But I'm saying like, I'm probably not getting back into the fight. I'm probably gonna turn to my teammates and I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, I know we're supposed to be hardcore Navy SEAL, underwater UDT special forces guys. But I'm just going to have a cigarette and sit here. You guys go do the mission. If I'm still alive on the way back, then you can pick me up and load me up into the helicopter. But I'm not carrying through on our hardcore high speed, low drag mission with a 5.56 ball in my bladder. That's not going to happen. But
yeah, perhaps so. Maybe so. You should get a stem pack, right? We could shift over to the post-apocalyptia. You get a stem pack. I think that'll fix it up quick, right? A little quick inject.
Yeah.
Just clean you right up.
Wrap a bandage around your left arm and then take 2 sappy plates and jam sappy plates in front of your other sappy plates, and then that will heal your groin. That's how video games work.
Exactly. But, and I saw the chat that, yeah, hey, man, but that it would be fun. And that's super true, right? There are video games that are more set up to where you take one round and you go down. What was the old Rainbow Six games from like the 90s were super like that? But there is a degree of fun that is lost when you're like, well, shit, my people all died in 0.1 seconds before I could react. Like, well, that's kind of how it really works. But it doesn't make it a fun experience.
Well, so time to kill is obviously a thing in video games where you have to balance between like what's actually realistic versus what's fun. I don't think like Call of Duty, all the special forces missions. I don't think that, in a special forces mission, I'm sure you smoke plenty of people, but in Call of Duty, you're smoking like 1,000 people per mission. Yeah. You're just like walking around and you're just like ba 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 ba. Every 5 yards. And so, you got to make it fun versus realistic. Although one of the games that I actually wanted to text you about, but it was like midnight, so I didn't want to text you, was, what is it? Ready or Not. So I don't know if you've seen the trailer for it, but it's effectively a hyper realistic SWAT game. It is cooperative. And you basically, like, as far as the room clearing goes, for the stress of the time to kill being instantaneous, I haven't really seen another game that replicated it, because it has the for me anyways, So when I was clearing a room, which I did way more room clearing as a law enforcement officer than I did as a Marine, but effectively, like, there's a certain amount of momentum that you need in order to keep going, so you're not allowing any potential opponent to get, up on you and have an advantage and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, there's also the stress of knowing that as you're going into different rooms, you're effectively exposing yourself to more and more and more, angles that somebody can hit you back at. And that was kind of the balance of Ready or Not. The video game is effectively the time to kill is almost, instantaneous. And so you basically have to clear and maximize your angles on every single room that you're in, because any angle that you don't clear or any sound that you ignore could prove lethal. And actually, I'll show you that before we get started. But it's actually really, it's a really cool game.
I'd love to check it out. I mean, that's the balance in real life CQB too. Obviously, you have to balance speed against risk, and the faster you go, the riskier it all gets, and the faster you make decisions. But the slower and more deliberate you are, one, you might not be able to achieve your objective depending on what it is, because you give the enemy time to react, but also you give the other person time to set up against you. And so that balance is super tricky. I can imagine with a co-op game like that, it would be really hard to kind of develop a team, right? Because you have to really get used to working with one another. Like, you'd spend a lot of time getting to where you're not just killing each other in your split-second decision making. So I can imagine that'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, real life combat missions, man. You don't kill people in like 99 out of 100 missions. It'd be boring as shit to play a video game that was real life combat. You're like, I'm gonna go argue with an old woman who's upset that we ran over a piece of her fence for 7 hours. Like, that's not really for a good game. Nobody wants to do that shit.
Well, yeah, and that's but I think that was one of the cool things about law enforcement or whatever, that a lot of people that actually sounds similar to what you're talking about is I call it the pay to play ratio. So with the Marine Corps, in my opinion, we had a terrible pay to play ratio as persons other than grunts. And what I mean by that is we spent 13 weeks training. We spent another 4 weeks training for combat school. Then we went to, and we were just pogues. And then we went to our school, which was like another, I don't know, month or two. And then we did pre-deployment training, which was like a month or two. So all in all, you're talking about like, I don't know, 6 months of training basically, and then ongoing training all the time. Like you're humping, you're PTing, you're doing marksmanship drills every year, all that kind of stuff. And then you get deployed, and I got deployed for 7 months out of a 4-year career. And the amount of times that I cleared rooms or threw grenades or shot machine guns was zero. I walked to my job with my rifle. I thought about bad guys ambushing me. They never did. And then I walked back home, and I just repeated that over and over and over again. Whereas with law enforcement, effectively you do your boot camp, your 13 weeks of training, and then you're doing your FTO, your field training. But with your field training, you have another cop with you, and you're doing the job. And then after that, you're out on your own, and you're just doing the job. And so what I'm kind of pointing at, I guess, is I'm assuming Special Forces probably has a better play to pay ratio, where after you get done with the 2-year training pipeline, you're just constantly deployed.
Yeah. So 1, better pay to play ratio. 2, generally more fun work. Like, a lot of my combat time was in the base infantry. And so a lot of your work is just the not sexy work that's got to get done. I mean, for every awesome, sick night raid, there's 20 hours of dudes walking around, knocking on doors, trying to do vehicle cordon, stop people, search them. And there's really nothing less fun than doing like a vehicle cordon when it's like 120 degrees outside, and you're just searching cars, right, to see if they got illicit material in them. Like, I imagine there's a lot of overlap between that and law enforcement. I mean, I wasn't a cop, but it's just a lot of like citizen engagement, right? And it's not sexy at all. So for every cool thing, you got plenty of unfun things too. It's just, that's just life.
And actually, so right there, maybe because I'm a sensitive soul, that would already freak me out. Because for a vehicle cordon, thank God that, you came back healthy, happy, one piece, etc. But 10 toes, 10 fingers, hopefully. But but for a vehicle cordon, all I imagined was like why wouldn't a VBIED just go to a vehicle cordon?
So you gotta like put yourself on like the other side of it. Like, okay, so what are the targets in video games generally? Generally, the target is a fixed position of son of many doing something just like that. You're like, hey, look, we can sneak up on these poor assholes that are sitting here and we can smoke them. Yeah, well, somebody has to be those assholes. And so to your point, yes, it is unfortunate when you're like, I am at a fixed point. Everybody in the universe can react to exactly what I'm doing because I'm gonna be here for 6 hours. Yeah, there's a little stress involved in that, right? How do you how do you respond?
All right, cool. Because that's my thing is that there's a saying that bugs me a little bit, which is it's like a brave man only dies once, but cowards die 1,000 times. And it's some like ancient Roman general, and he's calling everybody around him a pussy and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's something psychologically where the most heroic dudes I've ever met in my life, I'm pretty sure were like psychopaths. And they didn't have like a very large imagination. So if I brought up a concern like that, where I'm like, hey, we're effectively a static position that's perfect for a VBIED, they would just turn to you and they'd be like, stop being a pussy. And then like that would be their reaction. But I'm happy I'm not the only one. I'm happy I'm not the only one who thought about that for a second.
Well, there is some of that, but honestly, time erodes even like the most like heroic, like I don't think about that shit, I just do it. Like time erodes all of that in everyone. Like if you're there for 15 months and you do it every day, I mean, everybody eventually gets the imagination like, what if it is my day for this thing to just go super sideways? And so I think a lot of it's just experience, right? I mean, like an 18-year-old dude is pretty wired to be pretty dumb. Like we're just kind of cut out that way. We're reckless. We're reckless kind of by genes, I think. But time will kind of straighten that out a little bit. Time teaches everybody a little more caution, or at least paranoia. I mean, shit, all your friends get blown up all the time. Eventually, it's going to be your turn.
Yeah, and not just that, but the what was I thinking? I think experience kind of can. You're saying that it can erode in the direction where eventually you're like, okay, well, I'm going to consider that just because even though I'm brave, strong, psychopath, superhero, I'll have the time to think about the things that could go wrong. I think experience, though, also cuts in a different way as well, where at least for me in law enforcement, my imagination was oftentimes worse than what actually happened. And that was so predictable that my imagination was worse than what actually happened. Eventually, I became so exhausted of imagining worst case scenarios. I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to do whatever I need to do. And so as a result, I almost became more embracing of bad scenarios because I was like, well, even if it's totally fucked up, whatever I can create in my brain is worse than whatever's going to happen. Let's go.
No, I can agree with you completely because that is the flip side of it. It's basically complacency, right? Like I definitely have hit that point many times myself where you're like, look, I don't even care. I guess if I die, I die. That's fine. But I'm just so sick of dealing with shit. I'm just going to go do it. Like IEDs were very much like that way. You're like, it's like, I was like, okay, so if I call EOD, they're going to take 3 hours to get here and then I'm going to miss chow. Or I could just put my hand in there and just check it out. Okay. It's not real. It's fine. Let's go to chow. I mean, so you just get so careless because in the end, you just don't give a shit. Like it's hot.
I might get smoked, but I'm hungry.
It'll be fine. It's like, man, hot chow. That's some serious shit. Lunch. Do not want to miss lunch because once the chow hall closes, what do you get? You get like a bologna sandwich that's been sitting on the table for 3 hours. Nobody wants a bologna sandwich. So you're like, look,
yeah,
you're gonna get home.
You know what's funny? So I want to show you the Ready or Not trailer. We'll do the intro. We'll get into the content because I know that we probably have limited time. But the one of the things that was so funny was talking to the Fallujah vets because those were my combat instructors. And so there was this Native American guy, and he was just excellent at telling stories. I'm not even going to try to replicate his cadence because his cadence was so good. But he basically said, like, well, it was invasion. If you call EOD, you might not get a response at all, let alone a 10 or 12-hour response. So we don't have time for that shit. So basically, the way that we responded to EOD was I would low crawl up to it and then I would throw a frag at whatever was on the road. And then if it didn't go off, then it wasn't a bomb. And if it did go off, it was a bomb. And so,
yeah, that's it. There were so many different ways. You're like, you call it the 5-finger recon because you don't want to waste your time if it's not a really serious one. So you just got to put your hand in there and like, we can just leave this alone. Or, hey, it's just a Coke bottle. We thought it was a bomb, but it's not. So yeah, you get tricks to deal with situations, I guess.
My favorite story from that guy though was basically there was like a road divider and it was probably something big. So they had a high chance that it was going to go off, and so he threw the grenade and then it did go off. Now, bear in mind, I have no idea if this is true. This is just like a tall tale that some Fallujah grunt told me. But I'm just imagining this 19-year-old Native American kid low crawling in Iraq along a highway by some berm, taking out, a frag, throwing it, and then just like, ancient Iraqi artillery shells just going off in a massive chain. And he probably has a huge TBI, but he's just giggling to himself like a fucking idiot, as he like crawls back to his position. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, as stupid as that is, I'm like proud that guy is my countryman, that he has the balls to low crawl to an IED emplacement, throw a frag grenade at it, and then crawl back laughing. That's cool.
Even though it was practically because he probably just wanted some hot chow. He's like, I got to just get this shit over with.
Yeah, no, you can do cool things. You can do cool things for the wrong reason, Yeah,
that's so true. And war stories are funny that way. For every horrible bullshit war story, like there's no way that's true. One of them turns out to be true. Like every once in a while, you're like, that is the wildest thing I've ever heard. I can't believe that that's real. And you're like, but it was. And so it's just funny. For every bullshit story, there's a really, really good, super far-fetched, like you couldn't even tell this story because people wouldn't believe it's story. And those are just the way it is. It's a weird environment.
For sure. Then I this would involve some technical investment. So we would basically need a computer that is capable of running the game. And then we also would need my challenge is I have a really good computer, but when I run high fidelity video games, streaming at the same time really makes it chug. So we would have to figure out some kind of setup, like buy an Xbox and then hook it up to the computer. But I'll show you. This is the video game Ready or Not. And it's basically like the tactical, slow SWAT room clearing simulator. So let's take a look at this and then we'll react to it afterwards.
Okay.
Stick together, move through slowly and tactically.
Try to stay close. I'll call out where we need to go, what we need to do.
The suspects are refusing to come out or negotiate. You are clear to move in.
All right, there's going to be active shooters in here. Some of them dressed as doctors, so just be aware of that.
Oh my. All right, it's taking point here.
All right, try to stay behind me.
Suspect down.
All right, report that body. Report any weapons you've dropped.
Flashbang?
Oh, that's a grenade. That's a grenade. I just took a lot of damage by whoever threw that grenade. These guys are you around.
Actually, yeah, let's pause that and break that down. Number one, for me, that's already too much chatter. Like I get it. It's video gamers, et cetera, et cetera. They're explaining the scenario before they get into it. But basically, one of the things that pissed me off when I was involved in real stuff is people will not shut the fuck up and get off of the radio.
It's a huge training. So that is like a training thing you got to train people out of, right? Because when people are uncomfortable and uncertain, they're going to talk a lot. And comms, it's really easy to talk without pushing a lot of buttons now. So people will just run their sucks constantly. And it's difficult to kind of build the discipline in to just shut the fuck up and leave the net clear so the guys in charge can actually do this. But my favorite thing, I love the guys like, oh, I just took a grenade. I took a lot of damage. Like, what a great line. Like, yeah, you probably took a lot of damage.
Well, but but this is where I'm kind of annoyed because effectively, like, so we see, I see simple mistakes, right? Like, so for instance, the guy's going to kick the door, but then the guy who is kicking the door is the guy without the shield. And he doesn't step immediately to cover. He basically just takes like half a magazine to the chest. And then the guy with the shield has to run past two of his buddies in order to get in. And it's like, bro, ideally you would want to stack up before you clear the room either way. That way you're not all standing around with your hands in your dicks. And then not just that, but you have three guys charging a bad guy. And one of them's like, you know what's good for this? A flashbang, and he throws a flashbang.
So it's funny.
Of his teammates, which
but a lot of that a lot of that looks just like training to me. It looks like people that just haven't done enough, and that's what training looks like. Like, what's your AR coming on? Like, hey, how come everybody got sucked into the one target and nobody looked left or right? Like, we all went through the door and went right to the guy shooting at us. Like, what about the other 3 assholes in the room, right? I mean, but that's what you got to train out of. And so if this is a co-op game like that, I got to think that you just got to build that up. You're like, all right, man, ignore the shooter because you're the number 1 man. You got to go left, or you're the number 2, or whatever. However your TTPs look. It would take a while to develop that. If you try to play with pickup gamers, you would die.
What I'm actually hearing is I'm Monday morning quarterbacking the shit out of it because, you know, like I have all this like cool training that I did it. But you're like, hey, Connor, actually, these are all the bad behaviors that we have to train out of people
100%.
Because they're so instinctively normal.
It is 100% the way it is. Like, if you don't train it out of people, they'll all like run straight to the middle of the room at the guy shooting at them, ignoring all other doors, ignoring everything else. And it's just habits, right? It's how people are. Now, as far as pulling the wrong grenade, like, that's kind of a big deal. I think you'd probably get booted out of the unit for that pretty quick. But you know,
well, and isn't that scary too? Like, as an infantryman or somebody who does like infantry, like raids and clearing and stuff, is so let's say you got a bad guy and they have like I would say like a less priority weapon, like an AK or whatever, and then effectively like they're in the corner, and so everybody just charges the corner trying to take out the AK guy, but then to the corner to the left, you have a guy with a GPMG, you know, like a massive like RPK or something, and then you have 4 or 5 dudes where this is like a full auto, you know, large machine gun, and so he can just rake 5 dudes instantaneously because the fire team doesn't even know that he's there, and so instead of losing 1, you lose 5 because you all got sucked into the corner.
100%. One of the things I love about these games, though, is how responsive the bad guys always are. Like, nobody is ever stunned or in a stupor. You never catch somebody who's like scratching his ass. Like, you kick the door, immediately shot. Like, man, that guy was on it. That guy was just ready and waiting to smoke you the second you open that door. It's just funny. It's just funny to see little things. And I love the part about them all being dressed as doctors, because holy hell, target discrimination is such a terrible thing. Like, you walk in, you're like, bad guy, good guy. 0.1 second to make that decision. Does he have a gun? Is it a great gun? And they love to create targetry that kind of messes with that. Like, all right, here's 2 guys in the picture. The one looks like a really hostile dude. The other one looks like a fairly pleasant woman, but she's got the gun. You're like, oh, crap, brain, like gear grinding. Which person do I shoot? And I love that they capture some of that.
Yeah, no, that's dope. Well, and then that's where I'm thinking we might need to figure out how to set this up technically, because it could be sick. Like, I think like fire content actually would be getting a Navy SEAL with his own TTPs, a SF guy with his own TTPs, and then a Marine Pogue with his own TTPs, and then just gaggle fuck the shit out of an operation. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, like, my inability to translate whatever I know into this video game is going to be like profound. Like, unless you give me like a Nintendo Zapper from the 80s, we're going to be hurting trying to mouse our way through this.
Oh, I got you. We'll get you a little Xbox controller. You'll be fine. It'll be like 4.
It'll be great. It'll be like rent a bike, right?
Well, let's finish the trailer.
Surprise us.
So this is like some Ted Kaczynski shit.
We've got a door down here, then another door up here.
It's got like 3 bottom floor, 2 top floor.
Jesus.
Did he just smoke his guy in the back? Is that what just happened there?
That's what it looked like, but I think there might have been like a claymore or an IED on the door. But let's take a look, because if he accidentally, like, even if he didn't do this, let's say that an explosion goes off and then you panic pull the trigger, like, that's right into your buddy's back. Yeah, that's a problem.
Your rifle should not be pointing at your friend's ass. Like, that's a bad place for it to be pointing at all. It's just funny.
Right. Let's see if there's any recoil to the shotgun as the claymore goes off.
Here, these guys are going to move around and try to surprise us.
So this is like some Ted Kaczynski shit.
We've got a door down here, then another door up here.
It's got like 3 bottom floor, 2 top floor.
Jesus.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm going to
think
say
you're right.
I don't think he flagged his friend in the back, although he was pointing his rifle at him. But it's a video game, right? Like, I don't think you have like low ready or high ready or whatever. But basically, that guy just ate an IED. And then also, like, here's my thing too. Just looking at it and being critical, their dispersion, in my opinion, sucks. Right? Like, they're 5-7 yards apart. And so what happens is this guy, he's not waiting for his teammates in order to open the door so everybody's ready. He's just like charging right in. Now, on one hand, that was advantageous because he was the only person who got killed by the IED. But on the other hand, if he opened the door and there was a bad guy there, then there would have been 2 or 3 people winded, climbing the stairs, tired, and then you just opened the door and started getting shot and nobody else was ready for it.
It's funny, right? Like any kind of day assault like this would be super weird anyway, because there's windows everywhere. Are you just like trotting up to this building? Are you trying to approach it stealthily? If not, well, they're going to know you're coming. Are you going to take fire while you're coming in? And then to your point, nobody's stacked on the door. So the guy's going to go in. Like when you open that, what were you going to do? Were you just going to like one man clear? You would never want to go into a room by yourself or with your buddy 5 yards behind you. But to your point, hey, it worked out. I mean, only one guy got killed, so dumbassery sometimes does fix itself.
Yeah. Fucking Carl over here, 8 and IED, dumbass Carl.
Dude, I was just looking at the chat. Yeah, 100%, man. The transportation guys had a super rough gig over there. I was absolutely not jealous of the I'm going to drive around and just eat IEDs all day. It was a rough gig, man. 88 Mike's had a pretty rough gig in Iraq.
Well, yeah, that's where what was so funny is I was really jealous of Motor T during the schoolhouse because my schoolhouse was right next to the Motor T guys, Motor T mechs and Motor T drivers. And so I was doing supply admin. So my class house was, we would get some motivational video of our special forces MARSOC guy showing us all the cool shit that he did in OIF 1. And there'd just be corpses and heavy metal music and B-2 bombers dropping shit.
When the bodies hit the floor, right? Or
yeah. And then we'd be like, okay, now what are we doing? And it's like, here's the transaction that you type in to request a piece of gear. And it's like, oh, awesome. Cool. And then the Motor T guys, they were going out into the woods and they were like dragging trucks out of the mud. They would get a 7-ton truck intentionally stuck in the worst mud in South Carolina. And then they would actually have to work as like a team of 10 or 12 people in order to drag the truck out of the mud. And that's actually how they spent their days because it required like the trucks would break. They had to use specialized equipment. They had to work as a team. They had to do comms. They had to do this. They had to do that. So Motor T actually got like a lot of really cool training in the schoolhouse, even though it was all related to operation and maintenance. But then Motor T, the job, is exactly what you described it. It's driving around, eating IEDs. That was the job.
It is both kind of boring and super hazardous all at the same time. Like Transpo had a rough gig. They don't always get a lot of credit, but in Iraq they had a pretty tough job because somebody's got to run those convoys every day, and they were the guys that were going to get blown up. Yeah, for sure.
Well, and what was crazy is there was a little bit of a culture conflict between Iraq and Afghanistan too, where everybody in Iraq was super happy about MRAPs because the mine resistant ambush protected vehicles. We were super happy about them because they were able to eat IEDs better. But I actually had a motor transport guy say that he fucking hated MRAPs with all his might. And I was like, why? And he was like, well, I was in Afghanistan, not Iraq, and they were top heavy. So the rollovers on mountainsides were horrific.
The road width is terrible. Like it's much harder to keep those things running. They're harder to recover. You can't sling one out with a helicopter if it goes wrong. And yes, the rollovers. People, I mean, is there anything scarier than like rolling and being trapped underwater in a vehicle and dying? Because that's like a very real possibility. And I would say it took the military a while to shift from Iraq to Afghanistan. Like your like probably initial assessment is like, well, it's the same stuff, right? We're just gonna do the same things over there. Holy shit, man. Like totally different problem, totally different war, but a lot of the same equipment because you only got so much stuff. Terrible job sometimes.
Well, and so that was shocking to me because I'm getting the sanitized headquarters report where it's like, well, this is the reduction in casualties for an IED incident. This is the reduction in casualties for an EFP incident. They have all these stats. And this is where just kind of sharing with the chat. This is where for me, like having statistics is important in order to understand the world. but statistics oftentimes don't tell you stories that are closer to the ground that are absolutely necessary for understanding what's going on. And so that's where, for me, I think a bunch of headquarters guys, they just saw the reduction in casualty stats for IEDs and EFPs, and they're like, okay, let's push MRAPs everywhere. But then they didn't consider the fact of like rollovers and ruggedized terrain and all that kind of stuff, which is exclusively feedback that you could only get from infantry who were actually operating with the vehicles. And so the cool thing about the United States military is it's this constant feedback mechanism between the people doing the work and the headquarters. But just like every military ever, the headquarters is pissed that the grunts are not implementing the vision sufficiently in line with what they want. And the grunts are pissed that the headquarters don't understand why their vision sucks.
Well, and there's a lag, right? Because people usually learn by failing. And so whatever you learned at X level, well, the next time you go back to war, you're probably one level up. So you don't know a lot of the things. You know everything you knew before, but you don't know all the things you know now. And so you've got to make all the same mistakes. And you also have a lag on the procurement side. Like, hey, how long do you think it takes to buy and issue MRAPs to the war? Like, it's a pretty long process to get the damn things built and over there. And so by the time you recognize that, oh shit, Afghanistan's different, you got to like grind the gears of procurement to rebuild, regear all those things into JLTVs, to RGs, whatever you wanted to use, and just get all those things over there. Like, it's a funny detail. You can't fly trucks into Afghanistan really practically. So you got to like seaport them in and drive them all the way across Pakistan. I mean, it's a process to get something that big into country. And so, yeah, you gotta learn the lesson, and then you gotta relearn the lesson, and then you gotta find a solution and somehow implement it, all, by the way, while people are dying. And so it's
yeah, and just sharing like another weird development that I read about was it was a book by Bing West called A Million Steps. And by the way, Dan's an author. He wrote a book as well. But for A Million Steps, they were basically talking about well, they didn't talk about this specifically, but I inferred the detail. So in Iraq, a majority of your engagements are 200 yards or less, or at least that's what most people said, because it's urban fighting, relatively speaking. And then even the people who are ambushing you are close to the highways. So M4s were sufficient. So basically, like most people just got an M4, used an M4, loved an M4. It's light, it's mostly reliable, all that kind of stuff. Well, what happened was when they went out to Afghanistan, they were dealing with longer range engagements just due to like relation to the terrain. And so they found that they had to start issuing DMRs, like either the M14 EBRs or the M110 like Knights rifles, because like there are dudes who are engaging you at 300 yards that you can barely see, and or even out to greater distances. And what the grunts did in A Million Steps, or the bad guys did in A Million Steps, is they would hit a path with an IED, the infantry reactively, and then they would ambush them. The infantry would turn and assault into the ambush as they were trained to do, but that area was already lined with more IEDs. And so they were basically charging an IED field, and they actually had to lose like half of a squad to change up tactics to not charge into IED fields.
I mean, it's super cat and mousey, right? It's very like Tom and Jerry feel to it. And I mean, I made a lot of those mistakes myself, but yeah, you are learning and they are learning, and all the dumb people die quick. So all the bad guys that are left by that point in the war are pretty smart. And so you end up in this game where you're trying to like basically outfox the other person, but they know what you're going to do, but you think you know what they're going to do. And we all kind of play this game, and sometimes it goes well and sometimes it doesn't go well. I mean, it's just it's an interesting business.
Yeah, well, and just to share, because it ended up being really cool, was the way that they got around. And by the way, just out of curiosity, because I've been putting off Gladiator for 30 minutes now. What's your timetable? What time do you have to go?
I got to be out of here with an hour from now, so I got till 11:30 Eastern time, and then I got to.
All right, there's no way we're gonna get through all of it, but we'll try.
We talk a lot, man. This is it, right? This is the point. We're filling up the internet with good discussion.
Yeah, and then on top of that, nobody can do copyright claims on us because we yap so much. So there you go. So what the tactic ended up being was they would get hit with the initial IED, the ambush would happen. They had the DMR guys, so who had the M110s and all that stuff. They would effectively look for the ambushers and snipe the ambushers. Then they would mine sweep up to the dead bodies. And then if they got ambushed again, they would repeat the tactic. They would snipe the ambushers and then mine sweep up to the ambushers over and over again. And so effectively what ended up happening, they were monitoring radio comms for the area. And eventually what ended up happening was the bad guys ran out of people who were willing to attack the Marines, because they knew that they were going to get smoked before they killed any Americans. And effectively, like, they really weren't going to get us with the IEDs because we had the sweeping equipment. And so we were sweeping past all their shit. So we were causing terrible casualties on them, and they were having no casualties in return, which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that's what makes the military successful, though, is like small leaders coming up with innovative solutions to problems, like on the fly. Like, you don't really have a big procurement solution. You don't have a brilliant general telling you what to do. Like, it's just you. And, you know, if you fuck this up, you're going to die. And so you're strongly incentivized to try and come up with a creative way to not keep having that happen. You're like, all right.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of all invention.
Sure is. Sure is. And time. And you got a lot of that, too, when you're deployed. A lot of time.
to get creative and do Tom and Jerry shit.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
All right, let's try to get through this so we can get to the Gladiator content. I'll try to actually make it through the 3-minute trailer.
We're not good at this. We're distractible. Very distractible.
I don't see anything linked to the door. Oh, there's a grenade.
Bomb has been defused.
Who's shooting? Who's shooting?
Fuck.
Breaching door.
Nice.
Jesus.
I'm taking fire.
Okay, I see him. Got him. Suspect secured.
Nice. Good job, everyone.
There's likely some civilians here.
Hands up now!
We're gonna go down through the whole basement.
Excellent work. Don't stop now.
There's gonna be some fucked up shit.
Oh, God.
Don't shoot.
Whoa!
Another one at the door. Another one at the door.
Wait. Shit.
Oh shit, he's got a hostage.
I have a shot.
Wait. Don't shoot. Relax.
I have a clean shot. I'm
Don't
taking
shoot.
it.
We need him alive.
So, just my instinct, if I don't have if I go into a pedophile recording studio, I'm shooting everybody.
They're all gonna die. The part I want to see is when we can find a way technologically to make the hostage a real person with a hat that makes it really painful when you screw it up. You know what I mean? You want to find a way to incorporate a little bit of pain into the experience so that it ratchets up everybody's stress level. Like, to me, that's the next dimension in getting these games to really nail the experience, is just making it all have like consequences.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking is maybe it's my Marine sociopathy coming out. But effectively, like, for me, I kept seeing over and over again guys who I'm assuming they've watched like a lot of TV that, you know, where the cops are like the 100% good guys who are like, put the gun down, you know, they're like trying to save the bad guy's life, and they're like, I know you're having a bad day, you know, let's talk this out. And like, meanwhile, the guy has like an AK-47 pointed at like you know, a girl with sickle cell anemia and, you know, is like dyslexia and she's in a wheelchair. And it's like, dude, I'm just going to be real. Like, I'm pretty sure most cops who stay in the job more than 6 months, effectively, not everybody gets involved in deadly force scenarios, but the bottom asterisk of deadly force is if you can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others, then you can take action with deadly force. That's like the cop thing that just got rammed home over and over and over again. So I see these guys trying to tase somebody who has an AK-47, and I'm just thinking to myself, if I see you with an assault rifle and you're in a mass shooting scenario, I'm mag dumping you. You know what I'm saying?
Get shot. Yes, you're gonna get shot. Like your life is not worth saving at that point. You forfeited it when you walked into the mass shooting scenario with your assault rifle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to be talking to you about like your childhood or like, you know, like were your parents too mean? Did you not get enough birthdays or hugs as a child? You're getting mag dumped probably in the pelvic girdle, you know?
I think people don't often appreciate how stressful it is to be the person trying to make that decision at that moment too, right? Because you've got like all this training, but then you know that whatever you do, you've got a camera on you, you're recording it. Whatever you do is going to get armchair quarterbacked 500 times by everybody else in the universe. And so here you are, the guy that has 1 second, less than that, to make this decision. Oh shit, here's my whole career on the line. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. And you're like, okay, do what you do, right? Pull the trigger, don't pull the trigger, live with it.
And contextually, there's an inverse of this too, which I think can be kind of frustrating, where people will use the escalation of force, they call it now, as an excuse to commit violence against people who don't necessarily deserve it. That's like another thing
in the
too.
system, right? Because everything's got dickheads. There's dickheads in every line of work, and sometimes there's people who will abuse the system. It's no different than people who defraud the system when they're financial managers or anything else. You're a bad person in a job where you're not supposed to be a bad person. And yeah, you're right. That's horrible. That's because it ruins it for everybody else, right? It encourages the kind of armchair quarterbacking that screws over good dudes all the time.
Well, and what I would say specifically, at least what I'm thinking about, is there were people who, so for instance, there's a homeless guy. He's relatively peaceable. We can tell him to fuck off. He's going to leave, et cetera, et cetera. And then we have the dickhead on the crew, who, by the way, is an otherwise competent person. So it actually sucks that like he's such an asshole. But he effectively escalates a situation that doesn't need to be escalated into a fist fight because he wants to get into a fist fight, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure with like the searching stuff, there's probably normie civilians who got roughed up that didn't need to be roughed up just because there was the asshole guy on the team. And so you want to criticize him because you want to reel that bad behavior in, but you also don't want to criticize him so hard that he becomes like dead weight on the team. And so it's this like psychological balancing act between reeling in somebody's bad behavior, but also making sure they still perform in all the other aspects that you need them to perform in.
Yeah, it's tough as a leader, right? Because it also, you can't overlook the fact that it's not like you get another dude. So let's say that guy has got some problems. Well, if I just can him and say, hey man, you can't come out anymore, I don't get a replacement, right? That's my guy. He's the only guy I'm going to get. And so you also be understanding the guy like, man, did his wife just leave him? Did he just get an email 5 minutes before we went on this mission where his wife divorced him? And you're like, that, oh my God, he's just stressed as hell. And you're like, how do you balance this dynamic in basically an impossible situation? And then just do that every day and hope that it goes well, right? It's a good time.
Although I will say, if I'm out of security service now, but if I was ever confronted with a nursery with video cameras and lights, because I think that's what's being like, they're effectively doing Epstein Island. That's what they're doing. They're doing they're doing a worse version of Epstein Island with armed thugs. I'm mag dumping everybody. Like you got. You got a pistol on you. It's in the holster. You're getting mag dumped. You got an AK-47 pointed at a low ready, and you put one hand up and you're trying to talk to me. You're getting mag dumped. And you know what the report is going to say? The report is going to say, suspect number 2 that I engaged had an assault rifle, with a high capacity magazine. I'll use all the cringe gun control language, and and then I'll say he made a furtive gesture towards his rifle, and as a result, I thought there was imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, therefore I took action and disposed of the target. That's exactly how I'm gonna write it up, because I'm not putting up with your bullshit. And by the way, if you think I'm being crazy, that's fine, but we had a sex crimes investigator who effectively said that. She basically said, like, if you find a child molester engaged in molestation, you can already articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So go ahead and take action. And that was like a supervisor. She was like,
but it's valid, right? I mean, it's valid. And in essence, you're encountering somebody who's in the act of rape, right? I mean, it's your job to stop that. That is what you're out there to prevent. By the way, is there a worse job than somebody has to go comb through all the evidence in those sites? Like we talk about transportation guys having a rough job. Like there can't be anything worse than the guy who has to review all the footage from like pedophilia cases and stuff. And like, just review it and live with it and have that in his head forever. Like, no, thank you.
I'll tell you, the detectives are disproportionately female, and I think it's because they empathize with the victims and sympathize with the victims, so they can take on like a maternal, nurturing perspective to the people who are being victimized. They are psychologically fucked up. Like every single one that I've met who's worked in sex crimes is psychologically fucked up. But
Just make you so
effectively,
cynical. Most cynical
yeah.
person. It's got to make you cynical.
But the ones that I did meet that had some years on the job, you know, because obviously there's like a very high rate of burnout. But the people who had done the job for 5 years, 10 years or whatever, effectively the way that they centered themselves was they centered themselves on the convictions. So they're like, you know, we tracked this guy down. He was a forcible rapist. He had 2 or 3 victims. We built the evidence. We built the cases. Now that guy is serving 50 years. We had this pedophile. He was running a CSAM, you know, distribution network. He distributed 10,000 documents to these various pedophiles, et cetera, et cetera. We tracked down the digital IP address. We found his hard drives. We got this, that, the other. Therefore, now they're serving a 15-year stint in federal prison or something like that. So basically, they hung their hat. I'm sure they're still haunted by whatever's going on, but they hung their hat on their convictions because effectively they knew that less people were being victimized because they effectively went through spiritual hell. So.
No, it's incredible. Incredible if they do it. Absolutely 100% value added. I hope that people remember that when they're talking about, you know, plans to cut police pensions, plans to cut long-term retirement benefits for cops. I always hope people remember just how much these folks put in to a lot of that work and how kind of damage they are coming out the back end of that. Like, probably need to take care of that person who just did this service for society that was so costly personally.
There's and there's dirtbag and lazy cops who, you know, they're supposed to be patrolling and they go into a parking lot and they watch Hulu at 4 a.m. for the last 2 hours of their shift. There's those guys too. But guess what? If I have to pay for that person's, pay as a taxpayer, I guess, pay for that person's retirement, but then I'm also paying for the retirement of the 80-hour-a-week sex crimes investigator who's put, you know, dozens of pedophiles behind bars for decades, then yeah, I'll happily pay for both of their salaries, even if one of them's a shitbag. But anyways, let's do, are you ready for, we'll try. We're not going to succeed because we love to yap. But since you got you know, what, 34 minutes left?
I got a little more than that. I got, so let's say 11:20. So I got 54 minutes.
Okay, cool. So since we have an hour left, let's give it a shot to get through Gladiator and watch some of the combat scenes. I am going to reduce the size. So what I'm going to tell chat is basically like, we're going to reduce the size of the video. That way, hopefully we don't get copyright struck. If you want to watch the original, watch the original. Obviously, it's a phenomenal movie. But we'll do a little bit of intros and then we'll get cracking. So you ready? Are you ready, Dan?
Absolutely. Let's Gladiator the shit out of this.
Excellent. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and we are doing Valor Reacts today with Mr. Dan. And I'm going to let Mr. Dan introduce himself momentarily. We're going to be watching some scenes from Gladiator, pausing intermittently and breaking it down. But Dan, could you tell the folks at home who are unfamiliar with you who you are and what you're about?
Hey, I'm Dan. I'm a retired Special Forces student. I'm currently an author and a podcaster on the Valor Media Network, and also a full-time nerd. So I'm joining Connor today to talk about movies because I like talking about movies.
Based. And then what's the name of your book, just in case anybody wants to check it out?
So it's called "It Was What It Was," and it's on Iraq. If you want to talk about, if you want to relearn more about Iraq, please check it out on Amazon.
God, what a great title, by the way. Because like some people get pissed off with like some people literally actually get pissed off at "It Is What It Is," yep. But you have to say that so often.
There's just no other way to explain or capture what happened. You're like, well, it was what it was. I mean, it made sense. It didn't make sense. It's outrageous. Yes, and also it's a great military-ism that you're right. People sometimes hate.
True. Quick shill before we get cracking. Like the stream. That way people know that we're live. They can join in, participate in the chat. We have plenty of cool people in here. Comment on the VODs as they come out. That way they get engaged in the algorithm. Super chats if you got them. Never required. Always appreciated. Memberships if you got them. Never required. Always appreciated. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the content a bit.
These gates. We've got a better chance of survival if we work together. Do you understand? If we stay together, we survive.
Pleased to bring you the Legionnaires of Scipio Africana!
So we don't get struck, I'll pause. But I'm just going to say this because I love this detail. So I think it's really easy for people to conceptualize this as like all ancient history, right? And so like we kind of just like throw it into almost like a fantastical part of our brain. But what I love about being a history nerd is actually looking at everything that they're wearing. And by the way, I don't know if it's historically accurate, but they have the chainmail. Right. And so at this point, we didn't have robots. We didn't have 3D printers. We didn't have any of that stuff. So somebody had to physically melt the metal, make tiny rings and link them all together. For the helmets, they had to, hammer them and shape them and all that kind of stuff. For the spears and the bows and the gold inlays and all of this stuff had to be procured by human hands and like intentionally built. And I think that's something so cool about the ancient world is how much detail and art there is.
Oh man, now you just go on Etsy and get a set of chainmail for like $85, right? You're like, oh man, this is great. I don't know if it's any good, but yeah. But one of my favorite parts about this scene is how it's set up. So they're dressed as Romans in a Roman Colosseum, but they're also the bad guys in this particular piece of the movie, right? They're designed to lose. Like these are the slaves who are supposed to lose, and the charioteers who are dressed as the foreigners are supposed to win and kill all the Romans, right? It's just a funny scene because you can imagine like the maitre d', the director of the Colosseum, being like, let's put on something to make the crowd mad. We'll get the Romans killed, and then we'll come back around and bring in a Roman victory or after that. And so what a weird job that must have been. Like, what do people want to see today? I don't know. Maybe they want to see a famous defeat in Roman history. Just funny.
Well, and I love the cheering of the crowd too, because you hear similar cheers in like football games, right? And so bearing in mind, like thinking like 2,000 years ago, they didn't have football. They had people fighting to the death, which kind of seems like an extreme thing. But then you realize that the ancient world had a totally different relationship with mortality, where effectively, I feel like in the modern era, we're so used to like hospitals being able to, civilian life. We're able to make it into our 80s. We're used to hospitals extending our lives. Some of us have grandparents who have lived to be in their 90s or hundreds. And so we have this thing of like, okay, well, everybody should, live as long as they possibly could. Whereas I think in the ancient era, death was so common that people effectively were like, well, I want to do something cool before I die, or I want to see something cool before I die. And that was their relationship with death.
And it had to be super exciting to go to one of these, right? I mean, you think going to a football game is pretty exciting. It had to be some like get your blood up, super awesome. You're getting your snacks, you get your seat, and you're seeing some like real life and death shit right there on the floor. And I don't know if that's good for people to see that all the time. I think there's a lot of arguments that maybe the amount of violence you can see on the internet is actually really bad for people's mental state. But it must have been exhilarating, if nothing else, to go to one of these things and watch this in person. I mean, front row seat for that. You might catch a spear. Like legitimately, you are at risk of dying when you go and watch one of these. So I can imagine. Well, actually, I wonder, do you think ticket pricing was based that way? Do you think front row seats were cheaper because you might die, or how did that work?
I have no idea, but see, that's a funny insight though. But
I don't know.
Sapien and Bo Dickerson actually say that gladiators didn't normally fight to the death. I would actually have to Google that. That would be, bear in mind, we didn't have, or at least in the early thousands when I think this came out, I don't think we really had Google or Ask Jeeves or Yahoo as much. And even if we did have it, we didn't use it as much. You didn't instantaneously Google every historical fact ever. So I'm just going to have to do a fact check on you guys later on, because then that's kind of weird to me. You have all these gladiators who go into the ring and they fight to what? Like first blood? They just get cut and then you kind of pretend to be dead. I could see.
I bet it depended if you were an expensive gladiator or a cheap gladiator, right? Because I mean, I bet a lot of these people were just slaves who were routed in there, given the shittiest gear possible, and like your expectation is to die in place. The expensive gladiators are going to kill you for the enjoyment of the audience. But I won't swear to that. But I would imagine that the price of a gladiator went up dramatically as he got more competent. But early on, I bet there's a lot of people just herded in there to die for the show.
Well, and I know for a fact, there were basically like the animal gladiatorial stuff, which we might see later on today, which is effectively like they would just sacrifice people to wild animals as a part of capital punishment.
Sure.
So yeah, so I'm sure it's a mix. I'll Google it. You know, did gladiators normally die in the bouts? But hey, for the sake of today, they're gonna die. Okay, have fun. Shut up.
They're definitely dying in this movie, for damn sure.
All right, let's keep going.
Talk about center of gravity, man.
Yeah, I think this is where we have to go with rule of cool over realism. I don't know if jamming a spear into a spoke or letting a chariot ride over a shield at a 45-degree angle, I don't know if that's going to flip a chariot. I'm not going to lie. I think we have to go with rule of cool on this one.
It might have been an MRAP chariot, right? A little top heavy, you know, like maybe it just wasn't well designed for this sort of gladiatorial match. It was an Iraq chariot, not really designed for the Afghan Coliseum match.
Well, I don't want to ruin the movie, but I will a little bit. There's at least one chariot flip here where if you pause the frames, there's a massive CO2 canister that's visible. The chariot flip. But yeah, and actually just Googling it, effectively what I see is that fights would result in the death and it would be voted on by the audience, but more often than not, the fights were not to the death, and it was effectively like a wrestling match and or like an MMA match. So it was like a bloody battle and people would get stabbed, cut, etc. But they're effectively professional fighters, like MMA fighters. And so since the owners wanted to keep their fighters for as long as possible so they could make as much money as possible, showmanship was more important than lethality.
No, that makes sense. I mean, that's the rule of a cool applied a different way. Like, you better be cool enough that you get that thumbs up. Otherwise, you might don't be the guy that doesn't get along with the crowd.
Well, and think about the politics of that too, because if you're talking about like John Cena, just as an example, right? Like modern wrestlers, there's probably a certain element where there's like heroes and anti-heroes and all that kind of stuff. But there's also probably a time where you wear out your welcome either as a hero or an anti-hero. And so imagine like your fate being decided by a fickle crowd of people who you've either pleased or displeased over the past decade, and they're deciding whether or not you're getting your head chopped off. You know, that's pretty
and
crazy.
You're just hoping that the day you fight, it's not cold and rainy. Because if it's cold and rainy, you're fucked, man. They're definitely going to vote to kill you. Like, everybody's salty, everybody's pissed off. Like, you're not going to make it. Please be nice weather today.
Yeah. Well, okay, Bo Dickerson, stop ruining our enjoyment of historic violence. Okay, you know, you're like, you know, as a matter of fact, there's no evidence of the voting system. Like, okay,
actually,
we're here to watch people get stabbed. Bo, relax. But Andrew, thank you for your super chat, deeply appreciated. All right. And then Christian Blair says the coolest scene in the sequel was them flooding the arena, which is historically accurate until Ridley chose to replace crocodiles with sharks. Yeah. I don't think they were able to bring in salt water. Thanks, Ridley Scott, you jackass.
He made Aliens. I will forever be indebted to him for making those movies. He's not like Michael Bay, where I have absolutely no sympathy, none whatsoever.
I've watched the new ones, by the way. What's actually interesting is a lot of people hated Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and I'm about to watch Alien Earth for my breakdowns for the science fiction channel. And the truth is that the criticisms of the movies stand, where they're kind of like jumbled and weird and thematically off, and you know, you can't really tell what's going on, and there's like a few like plot holes or whatever. But realistically, like the aesthetic is still awesome. You know, the score and the setting and the technology and all that stuff. It was all great. I loved it.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of the late ones just don't pop. Like there's just nothing to them to make me really feel all that like, okay, another Alien movie, fine. And I know what you're saying. They're pretty and they're well done. And man, people just always stumble on those face huggers and just never seem to figure that shit out. But I don't know. It's been a while since one was really captured my imagination. It's like, man, that was badass. Like
Well, you know what?
Another ways to have.
Not to tangent too hard, but you know, the story is actually fairly simple though, and I think it appeals to something that's deeply rooted in human psychology, which is I feel like mankind has dominated nature so hard that we feel like we're the apex predators at all times. And I feel like what's appealing about Aliens is inverting the relationship back to the way that we felt when we were cavemen and we were being hunted by saber-toothed tigers and 12-foot grizzlies and all that shit. And so I think there's something psychologically appealing about that. And then not just that, but also like the horror, where space is supposed to be, at the time, it's supposed to be this Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek, high technology, utopic, mankind spreading to the stars in an enlightened fashion. Whereas Aliens is this like brutal, disease, xenophobic, predator, you know, mindset. And it's effectively like a reminder from Ridley Scott that space might not be beautiful. It might be horrifying and dangerous.
Well, and I love the way he captures the element of time that's involved in like the distance. Like he makes space feel very remote. He does a good job of making it feel like when you're out there and you're alone, whether you're the little squad of Marines or you're the corpo folks out there, like coming back, you're like, it's going to take you 86 years to make it home and no help is coming. And he does a great job at both the tactical level of like alone and afraid, but also at like the macro level, like super alone, no help coming for you, man. And, I mean, that's one of the reasons this stuff's really engaging, though, right?
Yeah, and I would say that's one of the things about like colonization or whatever. You kind of have to shift back to the mentality of like the Manifest Destiny pioneers. I know it's easy to hate on them in the modern day because they killed Native Americans and blah blah blah, PC blah blah blah. But think about that. It's like you're setting up a carriage. You're carrying everything that you need to survive within the carriage. You have to find water every few, like maximum, like within a week. You have to find drinking water. You have to hope that drinking water is clean enough that you don't shit yourself to death. You either have to hunt or forage as you go because you probably have dried food provisions only for so long. And if your wheel wagon breaks down and you don't have a spare or your spare breaks, you're fucked. You know, you just kind of have to hope that you make it across. And there are plenty of people who died who didn't make it across. Yeah,
it's like the pre-industrial version of living paycheck to paycheck, where you're like, man, if your food runs out, that's it, man. You got to go to stash. And to answer the chat, I have seen Prometheus. I haven't seen Romulus. I'll have to check it out if it's got a cool ending.
Yeah, and Starhawk says Prometheus is criminally overhated. I agree. Basically, the main thing is David is a dick. The robot is an a-hole, and they don't really explain that he's a villain until he starts doing villainous shit for what seems like no reason. And then the other thing was like when the spaceship was crashing, they ran along in the direction that the spaceship was crashing, which means that they were more likely to be crushed to death. But that was seriously like, that was such a, and then somebody was like playing with a Cobra. Somebody was playing with the Space Cobra, which was stupid. But anyways, they could have really fixed it with like 2 or 3 like minor writing tweaks, and it would have been an excellent film. So I do think it's overhated. But anyways, for the sake of flow and the fact that we're definitely not going to get through all of this.
We're not going to make it, man.
We're not going to make it. But that's okay. We're going to enjoy some beautiful violence. Four horses.
Let's go to the chariot! Let's go! Get out there!
What a show, right? And then
I mean, he makes such a big deal of not being a showman. I'm not a showman. That dude is totally a showman. He's like the hammiest dude ever. Like, and good on him. It looks really cool. But he's definitely got a knack for that shit. He should not.
Well, and I'm sure
Bo
Dickerson will come in a moment. He'll be like, "There is no evidence that anybody would throw a sword in the Coliseum." It's like, Bo, shut up.
It was pretty cool. He threw the sword.
Listen, this is epic, and I'm also sure that like the forging, like the forgeries, I'm sure they were capable of doing this, but how often there was this level of ornate armor and helmets, like I think they haven't found, because this is a combination of like multiple styles, and it's also exceedingly complex. And so while I think that like gladiator armor was ornate, I don't think that a lot of people would have gone through the metallurgical process in order to make this helmet.
Well,
but let's face it, this helmet is super iconic for a reason.
And it's the loser's costume. You think they spent any money equipping the people who were going to get murdered? Hell no. Like that gear was going to get beat to hell. You would have spent the money on the expensive dudes who were going to survive, so you didn't get all your gear ruined. I'd imagine. This is just me guessing, but I wouldn't sink any real money into the guy who's going to get his head bashed in by the chariot.
Well, and that's why we might get to it, but the Gallic fight, like the Gallic champion later on, that's a guy that I could imagine had like crazy ornate armor, because effectively he's like a champion of the Colosseum lasting for a decade. That's the guy where I could see that they would, go all out with the leather and the ornate, all that kind of stuff. Whereas you're right, like the schmoes who are showing up to get their asses kicked, they probably get hand-me-down gear. Let's be real.
Probably so. It's got to look Roman enough, right? Roman enough.
Yeah. Well, Bud123 says, "Beat real, Cotter. How far do you think you can throw a sword? Not very effective." Dude, you know what's surprising is swords are actually quite light. So like a M16 rifle or an M4 rifle, they tend to be around like 7 or 8 pounds. Even a full steel hand and a half sword is like 5. And so we kind of have this conception that like, oh, swords are unwieldy and difficult to maneuver and all that kind of stuff. It's not true. You actually, even the very big ones, there's entire European martial arts channels dedicated to the fact that effectively you can swing these things like crazy. You can go ham on them.
I believe you, man. I don't know anything about medieval weapons fighting. I did, in my foolish youth in the infantry, try to get good at throwing knives, and I will tell you that it's quite difficult. Like, they make it look really easy in the movie, but it's difficult to like pace that out. And again, we talk about having too much time at war, right? Too much free time. It's a stupid habit. Don't try and get good at it. It's quite challenging though. So when a dude smokes somebody with a thrown sword, I'm like, you must have put a lot of work into that to really be able to gauge out the distance and the spin and like how hard you throw it. Hey, maybe Maximus put some extra time into sword throwing. I don't know.
That's what happened is we all got addicted to, or at least I did, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, where you do the throwing knives. And it's such an insulting way to kill someone, is to throw a knife at them during a gunfight. And so I started Googling it and YouTubing it to see well, how hard would this really be? And then they're like, okay, so you have to look at the spin of the knife. You have to get the right distance. You have to gauge how much spin you think you're going to put on it, which correlates with your level of force and all that kind of stuff. And then after the fifth or sixth thing that I had to keep in mind for a throwing knife, I was like, I'm just going to shoot the guy.
It's just
not.
Let's just say that there's a high degree of skill that must be invested in order to become good with the throwing knife. It's not just like plug and play. Pistol, relatively easy to point and shoot. You might not hit, but you're going to succeed at shooting it. Knife, nah, man, you probably just missed entirely. It's quite challenging.
Well, and not just that. Could you imagine the embarrassment of throwing a knife at someone and then it sticks to their sappy plate, or it doesn't even stick; it just bounces off? Or
so that's the trouble. That's the trouble with throwing knives, though, right? Is it's actually like a super cool points are highly at risk. Like you get so many more cool points if you smoke somebody with the knife, because what's cooler than that? Being like the guy from Desperado with the knives. But how many cool points do you lose when you just fail? Like you just biff it off the guy. Like now you're an idiot and I'm going to shoot you. Like.
And also imagine even if you succeed, right? So let's say that you succeed. But you hit them with a knife at baseball speed going into their shoulder or their stomach or their chest. Is that an instantaneous kill, or is that a guy going, "Oh"?
I think if somebody hits you with a knife, the Geneva Convention requires that you acknowledge the awesomeness of what they did, and you just at least lay down and play dead. Like you got to just badass, man. Well done. I'm fucking going down. You win. And that's written in the Geneva Convention somewhere. I'm 80%.
Right. It needs to be agreed to beforehand that if you are impaled with a knife, you basically have to take a nap. You have to lie down and go, all right, I'm not allowed to fight you for the next 30 minutes.
Exactly. An acknowledgement of the awesomeness of what you did.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, Sacred Snow says even Zweilhanders, the big F-off two-handed swords, are 5 to 9 pounds, if I remember right. I'm also getting my sword info from the Medieval Martial Arts YouTube shorts. Yeah, exactly. I'm watching those guys. There'll be a dude who's dressed up in effectively German mercenary outfits from the 1600s, and he'll take a big two-handed sword, and he'll basically do an infinity symbol, figure 8 circle, over and over again, and it'll be incredibly fast. Now, how that relates to striking an opponent or bouncing off of a shield or bouncing off of their weapon, I have no idea. But the truth is that you can just, even really big fuck off swords, you can move really quickly. That's the main point I'm trying to make.
Makes sense. I mean, intellectually, intuitively, it kind of makes sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that useful, right?
Yeah. And then Bo Dickerson does make a point that isn't ruining the fun. It's enhancing the fun. Thank you, Bo. The enemy cannot push a button if you disable his hand, which is, of course, a Starship Troopers reference. Thank you, King.
What a classic.
Single color!
Now, I think the rest of this scene is just Russell Crowe being iconic and him giving the middle finger to the Emperor. So I'll let him have another 10 or 20 seconds, but then we'll move to the Gallic champion battle.
Give him his moment. He earned it.
That's victory. Sorry, what's that?
I said give him his moment. He earned it, man. Is there anybody better at these epic movies than Russell Crowe? Was he just the best protagonist in these things? I thought he was awesome.
He really was. You know what's pissing me off though? I gotta talk about the DEI representative whatever thing. Is listen, I have no problems with a plurality of characters. We were just talking about aliens. Ripley is a phenomenal character, but just every now and then, all right, I want a white straight dude who is not Pedro Pascal. Okay, just every now and then, just mix it up. Just find this generation's version of Russell Crowe and cast him in some things some of the time. I'm sick of Pedro Pascal.
So for me, it's all about just the historical narrative. Like, look, is it historical fiction? Cool, man. To just make it historical. Like, whatever was there, make it that. And if you want to make a movie about things that cover the other ethnicities, then cool. Make movies that are set there, and then it makes sense. But when you see something that's super jarring, it takes me out of the atmosphere. That's all. That's my only complaint.
Yeah, I love so it's kind of rough in American media, but it is I think it's abating. I think they're getting back to some level of like diverse casting, but not so diverse that it's kind of in your face. But what's so funny to me is I think there's a romance drama show. I think it's called Bridgerton, and effectively like the king himself is actually, not only is he West African, which let's face it, there weren't a lot of West African kings in England, in the 1800s and the 1900s, but also he was in a wheelchair. And I was like, I don't think this is a thing.
Too far. Yeah, just again, set it in Game of Thrones world, set it in another world entirely, and I can accept whatever you want to give me. But if you make it historical fiction and you call it that, you got to throw me a bone and make it somewhat tied to historical. Otherwise, it's just fiction.
Yeah. And then Sacred Snow says, best I can give you is twink Timothy Chalamet. True, but you know what? I'll take Timothy Chalamet. Actually, just Timothy Chalamet, because you know what? He, in my opinion, in the new Dune movies, he put it on the line, right? Like every scene that I see, yes, he's skinny. Yes, he's scrawny. Yes, he looks like he would snap, if somebody like yanked his arm the wrong way. However, that I've only seen the clips, but the fight between him and Fade Routha, the bad guy from the Harkonnen family, dude, he was acting his ass off. He did great.
Loved him in that movie. I actually love the new Dune movies. I was super skeptical. I'm a David Lynch Dune fan. I love the old David Lynch movie, and I haven't loved what they've done since then. These were great. I mean, man, could you do better than the Harkonnen casting? Could you do better than? I mean, all of it was good. It was excellent. I agree.
Well, here's my problem is the way that I talk to people about Warhammer is the way that people talk to me about Dune, where they're like, if you get into it, you're gonna go all the way into it, and I just don't have like that much like hard drive space left in my brain. And then when it comes to the Dune movies or whatever, I will be breaking down the films eventually. But what I'm going to be doing is for the Sci-Fi Channel. I kind of created like the prehistory movie or the episode that I might have showed you. I don't know if I remember if I did. But basically, like for Warhammer, there's the war with the Men of Iron, which is effectively the Butlerian Jihad. So I want to break down Dune as if it's Warhammer prehistory on my Sci-Fi Channel.
Okay, I mean, there's a whole series of books on it, like Frank Herbert's kid. I'm going to say it. He sold out and decided to write a bunch of prequel material that is of questionable quality. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of source material. If you want to talk it, that world is pretty well fleshed out.
Yeah. Well, and what was the other thing too? So what's interesting to me, I know you're a fellow 40K nerd, is so there's the pariah gene, right? Which is the people who are invisible in the warp. Mm-hmm. And so what's interesting is that if I understand the narrative correctly, the Emperor effectively in Dune wants to do a holy purge for like a millennia or whatever, like when he becomes the worm god or whatever. But the whole point of it is so he can manufacture humanity so they can be independent of the scryers, like the body Gesserit or whatever, which effectively it seems to me like he's trying to manufacture the pariah. Like he's trying to manufacture humans who are incapable of being manipulated by the warp. And what's interesting about the pariahs in the 40K setting is they are the ones who disrupt the chaos gods trying to manipulate humanity.
No, there's a lot of overlap that for sure. But yeah, his big project is to try to free humanity from the kind of tyranny of prescience, right? He's like, okay, we can see the future. We're controlling these people. He wants to kind of breed in, like you said, somebody that's immune to that, somebody that's invisible. If you can't see them, then I think there's also a degree of like personal boredom wrapped up in that, because he's like immortal and he's lived forever and he's bored as shit. Like, he's seen it all and he's seen everything and he needs something that could surprise him. And so I think a lot of the book is him trying to create a situation that will actually surprise him. And it's super interesting. And yeah, I see Christian's comment on 1984 Dune sucking. For me, I was a little kid when it came out. I watched it when I was 5 years old. I can never separate the nostalgia from the movie. So there's some things like the Beastmaster that are just god awful when I watch them now. But for me, they're always going to be good because I just saw it when I was little, and I can't get past that. So I disagree. Respectfully disagree.
Yeah, we'll get into the next scene. But my wife, she refuses to sit down and watch The Princess Bride, and The Princess Bride is, you know, like. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm using the wrong title, but it's effectively like a grandfather reading his kid like an adventure story, and there are elements of romance, but there's also like a lot of really funny action in there. And her eyes just glaze over whenever we start the movie, and I'm like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
It's one of the greatest movies ever made, like hands down, and it's aged super well. Like in my opinion, you've bumped into very few movies that have aged as well as The Princess Bride. I can watch it today; it's pretty much as good as it was.
It's still funny. It still has good action. It still has good quotes. So I don't know what her problem is, but yeah. Anyways, well, I only got you for another 10 minutes, right?
Yep, that's it, man.
All right, so let's try to get some of the clip in here for the champion, and then we'll probably just pause, react, outro, and then we'll probably call it on Gladiator. And then guess what? This movie's been out for 20 years, so if you haven't watched it yet, you know, you can go spoil it on your own.
As in retirement, Caesar is pleased to bring you the only undefeated champion in Roman history, the legendary Tigress of Gaul.
Of Gaul. And I'm going to fast forward a little bit because effectively Maximus snubs the emperor, and then the fight starts.
I mean, it's like WWF, right? You got to have your build up. You got to have all your build up before you get going. It's part of the fun.
Well, and they built up for 2 minutes, and I want a little bit of violence before you get out of here. So let's do it. So if you actually watch him doing that too with the hand thing, I'll be really quick about this. The dirt thing is supposed to be partially him waking up for the battle, because he is so disassociated in general through like decades of warfare that the rubbing the dirt in his hands is effectively like his way to wake up and stop being disassociated.
It's superstition, right? I mean, all kinds of soldiers have superstitions about the things they want to do, they need to do in order to survive. Okay, this is what I do. I do this every time. I did it once, it worked. So now I need to do it every time in order to make sure. Also, it's funny, but that specific thing became a little bit of a fad, at least when I was first in the army. People would like wash their hands in the dirt because it saw the Gladiator look cool. It's funny the shit that kind of carries over. You're like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, we'll have to watch some of the battles of 300, and then you can tell me the memes that spawned out of the Spartans.
So
a lot, I'm assuming.
So many came out height of Iraq. Yeah.
Yeah.
We who are about to die, salute you.
So I'll say, just because I only got you for another few minutes, I like that the Gallic champion fights dirty. You know, like he kicks dirt in his face. He kicks him when he's down. You know, he keeps pushing with the flurry. And I got to say, like, when you get older, you got to get dirtier as a fighter, you know, because these young kids, they got better cardio than you. So you need to beat their ass, and you need to beat their ass quick.
His VO2 max is way better than yours, man. Although Maximus isn't exactly a spring chicken. So yes, but I know what you're saying. The one thing I don't like about the armament on it is I feel that the shield is the more practical choice for an aging gladiator who's looking mostly to stay alive at this point. I mean, he's very showy. He's got the 2 weapons. I get it, but I feel like the shield would have been a much stronger choice in terms of I don't want to die during this fight, because I think shield give you a pretty solid advantage. That's just my ignorant hypothesis.
Well, but maybe, you know, like I was saying earlier, like maybe death is so much a part of the thing. Like he's got 2 options, right? Because they don't understand, they can't prevent heart attacks. There's no open heart surgery in medieval Rome. There's no chemotherapy. There's no cancer treatment. There's no oncologist. So his options are withering and dying of cancer, which is a disease they don't even understand, having a heart attack randomly as like a 60-year-old who's wine drunk as a retired gladiator, or dying in glorious battle. So maybe he wants to die in glorious battle. I have no idea, but that could be part of the mentality for sure.
They did pull him out of retirement for this. I think that's what they say during the buildup, right? He's pulled out of retirement for this scene. I feel like he would take the 60-year-old in a heart attack. That's just me. Just knowing a few aging gladiators in my own life. I think most of them are like, you know, I'm good. I'll die at 60, surrounded by, you know, hookers and fucking whatever the Roman equivalent of blow was, right?
For me, it's family. But, you know, I understand that some guys, you know, they might be like 2 or 3 divorces in, so maybe hooker sounds better. But the
professional gladiator, yeah, I think probably more on the hooker side. That's just my guess.
One of the cool details, though, from this is that number one, I used to do insurance, and I actually did insurance on the guy's house who had all the tigers from Gladiator. They've since passed, but he basically kept wild animals. And then also that most of the time, when you're hearing roars from wildcats on television and movies, it's tiger roars, not lions or leopards. Because tigers just have like the deepest, most hardcore roar. So yeah, little movie detail.
No idea.
All right, we got a couple more minutes with you, so I'm gonna let them duke it, and then we'll wrap.
Took that tiger like a champ.
Yeah. I'm gonna get to the disarming scene because realistically, that's kind of the end of the fight. Poor kitty cat.
That would really hurt. God, that would hurt.
Yeah. So, for those of you who haven't seen it, Maximus ultimately ends up sparing his life, pissing off the Emperor after the Emperor commanded him to kill him. And I'll actually let it play with no volume in the background. But yeah, so dirty fight, 2 veterans, super hardcore. You know, I love the armor, I love the vibes, I love the plot, I love the theme. You know, Russell Crowe was an excellent actor at the time. Still is, but I think this was peak.
Mm-hmm. No, they did a great job of making it like there's no trace of humor in him throughout this movie. And to me, that would have ruined it all, right? Like one of the reasons he's so good in this role is he's super, super serious. And that it just works well. Like they didn't try to make it like, God, what was that old Heath Ledger movie with the Knights of the Round Table, the Arthurian?
You know
what I'm talking about?
A Knight's Tale.
A Knight's Tale. There we go. You're like, all right, you're trying to make it funny. Ha ha ha. Okay, it's not working for me. Really, maybe A Knight's Tale. I don't know. But they did a good job keeping it serious, and I love it, man.
You know, I actually, what's funny is A Knight's Tale is one of those corny movies that has a special place in my heart, even though that I know that it's bad and it's historically inaccurate as hell. But like what's cool about this, and there's a movie, or not movie, there's a game called Rise, Son of Rome, RYZE, and they do take artistic liberties with Rome as well. But what's so cool about it, you're mentioning that he's a very dour figure, is that effectively these are betrayed characters. You know, he's lost his family, his empire has betrayed him, he's been sold into slavery. He doesn't have his only good humor is with fellow gladiators. His only fraternity is effectively like almost like a tragic fraternity of we're both screwed, so let's work together. So I do feel like that's appropriate considering your family got murdered in the past 6 months.
100%. He's still going through the grieving process there. A little bit of moral injury. I mean, we who are adopted, I salute you, right? The guy said it right up front. You are not going to make it long term in this world.
Yeah. Well, that's we're about to hit 20, or we did hit 20, so I know you got to run. So I'll hang out with chat and kind of bullshit with them a little bit. But do you want to shout anything out before we wrap?
No, I appreciate everybody's time. I mean, obviously it's fun coming on here. I love talking about these movies. I would love to cover some of the other movies that we discussed today. I mean, some of those.
Let's do Aliens next on the docket.
How could we not do Aliens? How could we not do Predator? Saw some other good suggestions. Braveheart's always a classic. But also I saw a question a long time ago, like, hey, you fantasy player, 40K player? I'm actually an original fantasy player. 40K for me is a second love. I love fantasy the best. So
that's I'm the opposite. So we'll have to talk about that someday.
Another day, man. But dude, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me on. I look forward to talking to you next time.
All right, cool. Catch you next time.
Yep.
All right, and we're on our own. So I know that's a little bit different from the content we normally do, reviewing drama or reviewing debates or whatever. But bear in mind, yesterday was kind of a tough day for me, not gonna lie. Because the wife was gone all day, so I basically had to watch the kiddos. Then I did sneak in for that conversation that we did have, with Steven and all that yesterday. And that was like a pretty fiery debate. I understand that the chat is probably against me, even if they saw the points that we made. I'm actually ready to kind of fight chat a little bit in reference to that. But we're going to be doing this as just explaining Valor Reacts. We might be doing this either as a part of the 5-hour stream, similar to how we did it this morning. Obviously, yesterday's schedule kind of screwed us up. However, also what's possible is Monday through Friday, 9:30 through 2:30, we'll be doing exclusively politics. And then at 2:30 on Thursday or Friday or Wednesday, we'll roll into Valor Reacts. And hopefully I can get Adam, who's a Navy SEAL veteran, hopefully I can get him on as well. And we can build kind of like a parallel audience. So we'll have the politics review debate stuff. We'll have the Valor Reacts debate stuff, but we'll roll in from one to the other. So if we have any cross-section of the audience that enjoys both, they can hang out and enjoy both. And if there's people who are purely here for politics, that's cool. And if there's people who are purely here for movies, then that's cool as well. So, yeah. I'm still I still have a stream for you guys today, so we're only 2 hours into the stream, so we kind of got to decide on content. But I'm happy. Dang, Brandon says you got owned, Connor. Lol. How? Please explain. Please explain so I can yell at you. Christian Blairis was saying that too. He's like, I disagree. I think I disagree with you. I see the point that you made, but you got owned in the marketplace of ideas. Does owned mean actually it was a poor rhetorical performance and Steven had some genius argument? Or does owned mean you agree with Steven more than you agree with me? Because that's one of the things that I need to bully the fuck out of DGG on. They use agreeing with a debater as that debater won, which is like a wildly stupid way to analyze argumentation and rhetoric. So I'm going to start being very mean to a lot of people. I'm going to pull up, the comments are popping off though on that video because we did post it on our own channel. So I'm probably going to check that out real quick. I'm going to open up another profile. Yeah, matter of fact, fuck it. Let's do a Let's do like a comment reaction segment real quick. Because DGG's been pissing me off. Love DGG, but they piss me off. All right, I'm going to go into my studio. I'm going to go into my community section and go to comments that I haven't replied to. And I'll pull it up. So, Dank Brandon says, I'm just trying to piss you off. Okay, I love you too. Whatever 4690 says, I didn't see the Destiny panel. Who won? Well, DGG thinks Destiny won. Christian Blair says, that being said, you begrudgingly got me to agree that jokes about dead kids should probably be off the table as long as the right abides by the same rules. Most of the right abides by the same. Hold on. You guys also don't fully understand, okay? I don't give a fuck if you guys say, I kind of need to look you in your eyeballs. I don't give a fuck if you make dead baby jokes. I don't give a fuck if you make dead kid jokes. I don't give a fuck if Steven makes dead kid jokes in contexts that don't matter. But he's making them in contexts that do matter, and it's going to hurt his ability to get into different communities, and it's going to hurt his ability to operate in reference to the midterms. Now, all the fucking commentary people are going to be like, well, Connor, does Steven really impact electoral politics that much? Is it that big of a deal? No, he's not outcome determinative. Steven's behavior does not determine general elections, but let's face it, this is the project of Twitch and YouTube politics, in my opinion. There's a few 100,000 super passionate people, predominantly in the United States, who care about politics. They have a shitload of money and they have a shitload of energy. The whole point should be trying to get those people motivated in order to volunteer, in order to donate money, and in order to engage with electoral politics. That will be valuable to the mainstream electoral campaigns, and hopefully we can get the mainstream electoral campaigns to utilize the energy within the space, but in return, we can also influence the policies that are being passed. So when you say, oh, it's all jokes, who gives a fuck, blah, 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 then you're just telling me that this is all just entertainment to you. You don't actually give a fuck about electoralism. You don't care about the canvassing. You don't care about the volunteering. You don't care about trying to have an electoral impact. You don't care about disaster relief. You don't care about building inroads. You just want entertainment, which is fine, by the way. You can just want entertainment, but your project and my project are not the same. And and if you're going to give me shit for my project, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Dank Brandon says, nah, I actually just like the arguing. It was fun. I just wanted to poke the bear. Thank you, Dank Brandon. I love you. Parasocially, of course. Jonah Zillow says, I'm on the fence. I get where you're coming from and don't disagree, but their point that MAGA has been totally unhinged and never get called out for it rings true too. Sure, Jonah Zilla, they don't get called out from their own side, but there are plenty of centrists and moderates who do call them out. Brad Palumbo, it's actually just Brad Palumbo and I should be real. It's only me and Brad Palumbo. Brad Palumbo and I, we yell at MAGA, okay? Sitch and Adam used to. Sitch still does. I have no idea what Adam's doing right now. I'm sure he would do something that would piss me off. Deb does. Short Fat Otaku does. Who else does? Natalie does. She steelmans her opponents. There's plenty of people who criticize MAGA. Now, MAGA itself might not be self-aware and self-critical, but that makes them bad, right? They are morally flawed because they're unself-aware, they're not self-critical, and they're pieces of shit. So why should we become pieces of shit in order to compete with pieces of shit? That was actually like the most revelatory part of the panel, was where Steven basically screamed, which I'm so happy he did, but he basically screams like, I don't give a fuck if I'm a piece of shit. As long as we win and as long as we get a left-wing agenda implemented, I don't care as long as we get it implemented. And it's like, oh, okay. So you are the left-wing version of MAGA. Now, that's not fair because he was pissed off and on a panel and all about that stuff. So I'm not saying that that's his true position, but that is, of course, the underlying mentality undergirding the criticism. You're saying we can engage in endless bad behavior as long as we win. No, wrong. Morality matters. Jonah, I think I just read that. Conservatism says, I'm all about results. If you want to engage in dark humor and it misses, you get to sit in your stupid and pay whatever social consequence came your way. The but they are degen stuff falls flat to anyone not inside the cult of personality bubble. Correct. Jonah Zilla says, two wrongs don't make a right, of course. Sure. And again, you guys, Like I'm trying to make this point. Okay. Let me look up a dead baby joke. I'll make this point. My wife will hate it. What's the difference between a truckload of dead babies and a truckload of bowling balls? You can't unload bowling balls with a pitchfork. What's more fun than nailing a baby to a post? Ripping it off again. What's bright blue, pink, and sizzles? Oh, no, that one's actually so fucked up. I'm not even going to read it. How do you get 100 dead babies in a box? With a blender. How do you get them out of the box? With nacho chips. How many babies does it take to paint a house? Depends on how hard you throw them. Why did the dead baby cross the road? Because it was stapled to the chicken. Okay? Boom. We just did it. We just did a bunch of dead kid jokes. Okay? You know why it doesn't matter? Is because I'm not serious. I'm not looking at any dead kids while I'm making that joke, and there's no malice intended. I'm not looking at somebody else's dead kid and then making that joke. What Steven did is immediately after a serious national tragedy, he took that same energy that I just used in order to read the dead baby jokes, and he applied it to real life flesh and blood human beings. And there is an undercurrent of resentment towards conservatives that they know of. It's not just a joke. He means it on some level, that conservatives are getting their just desserts through bad policy, which, while descriptively true, pisses a lot of people off. And it doesn't help anything. Conservatism says politics is a game of margins. Unforced errors isn't a great look if making a difference is your end goal. Yeah, and then also people sweep for the unforced errors. Like, are you guys going to come out and say, like, Vosh admitting to and getting caught jerking off to, post-pubescent but underage teenage cartoon girls and horses? Are you going to be like, oh yeah, that's actually base though, because it triggers the right? Like, are you going to say that shit? Obviously not. Obviously not. Christian Lair says, which communities right-wingers aren't really inviting lefties on? They are in their hug boxes. Sure. But Steven already had an in with the unsubscribed podcast. And I guarantee you, if he was in the red pill charitable arc, he could have gotten on the unsubscribed podcast 100%. Now, that being said, should he have to pull his punches? No, he shouldn't have to pull his punches. I agree. It's hypocritical. It's immoral. The right wing is worse. The right wing is laughing about dead fucking Africans dying of AIDS because we stopped paying for their AIDS treatment. I understand. I get all of these arguments, but I need you to hear what I'm saying, which is effectively that we have to make a choice, and we have to make a balance between these two projects. Being entertaining in a political context and being political commentators, that's one job. That's one goal, is being entertaining and talking about politics and doing political commentary and offering insight. That's one goal. The other goal is building coalitions and trying to have real world impact by doing volunteer and canvassing operations. These things are in flux, and sometimes what you do over here is going to affect what you do over here, and vice versa. But the whole point should be to maximize both. I think you guys understand this. I think you're just being obtuse because you want to dunk on the right wing. Kay says, I think NSE had a lot of the right arguments, but she comes across pit to mom therapists when making them and reduces her ability to get people to agree. Sure. I agree. Wowman says, I think because Destiny hasn't seen widespread rejection and hand-wringing over MAGA's joke cruelty, he's lost all hope for it mattering when liberals do it as well. Okay. Starhawk says, entertainment and politics are inherently interconnected these days, for better or for worse. Trump is evidence of this. Correct. DJ2606 says, here's a question. Can you explain why it's a funny okay for Republicans to laugh at setting up barbed wire in Texas, which causes direct harm, but a VPN joke crosses the line? It's not a VPN joke. Stop sweeping. Stop sweeping. I'll go ahead and bring it up. And by the way, I'm losing no sleep over this. 0% sleep. No, I go, ha, that was fucked up, and then I go to bed. That's it. That's a total amount of personal energy that I've expended on this. Outside, the only reason why I'm talking about it on stream is because it's the thing that Steven did recently that pissed everyone off, and it's the content of the week. So thank you, Stephen, for the content. Thank you for giving me something to talk about. It's appreciated. His willingness to hop on the content grenade is very much appreciated. However, show me, DJ. You're saying that there's plenty of right-wingers making jokes about dead kids in the Rio Grande because they got caught up in barbed wire. Show me. Send me those jokes. DM them to me on Discord or DM them to me on Twitter. Counter Connor, COUNTERCONOR. Counter Connor. Send it to me on Twitter. I'll be happy to review that. If there's any large right-wing pundits laughing at kids dying in barbed wire in the fucking Rio Grande, I'll be happy to review it. What's the... Oh, and then let's go to the original joke. The omni-liberal NordVPN. All right, scrolling up to the original. The original statement from Kylie Jane Kremer is, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick at the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes around 4 a.m. That doesn't seem natural. So it's some dumb conservative, MAGA blonde lady saying that she doesn't think flash flooding is real. Okay, she's an idiot. Got it. She's an idiot. The joke that Steven is saying is, I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. Frowny face. Okay, so part of the joke is the dead kids, obviously. Part of the joke is the promo code, which I will concede. Promo code is funny. That's the funniest part of the joke. But to get around the Texas porn ban, another aspect of it is talking about kids jerking off. And when I brought up the fact that it's gross for adults to talk about kids jerking off, he was like, well, wouldn't it technically be this repulsive word for female jerking off because blah, 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 blah. So he just tripled down on talking about kids jerking off. It's bad optics. Being an adult man talking about kids engaged in sexual activity is bad optics. It loses you friends. There's no other way around that. And him doubling down on it, he knows. He's just doing it to piss me off. You can think that's funny. I'm telling you, every normal person who hears a almost 40-year-old man talking about kids jaying off is repulsed. So boom. So don't sweet. You can say it's just about NordVPN. No, it's not. Obviously, it's not. Conservatism says, yeah, but we should be bad to make them see how bad they are. Yeah, it's a dumb line of argumentation. You can point out how bad they are without being a piece of shit yourself. Even if Destiny didn't make the jokes, they would have stopped being invited by Tim Fool and co. after not treating them with kids' gloves. Sure. Sacred Snow says, it doesn't mean it's all entertainment. Could also be frustration and anger. D's been doing this for a long time, and he seems pretty black-pilled since the election. He is black-pilled, which is fine, and he's also the most effective person in the space, because not only does he have the time, money, and attention, but he has so much clout that people will look past his bad behavior. But that doesn't mean that you don't criticize the bad behavior. He is the most effective. He could literally say, hey guys, I've been doing this longer than you, and I have more money, more time, more attention, more clout, more network, so you guys need to shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing. And I would view that as a valid perspective, even if I didn't agree with it. Kay says, Destiny is wrong when saying voters for Republic and Democrats are not temperamentally different. It's just demonstrably false. That doesn't mean they aren't winnable. It means you need a different appeal. Sure. And also plurality of tactics, right? So Stephen can say that he wants to be the edgy boy dark mirror to bad Republican behavior, and that's fine. But he's going to have to accept that less people will be willing to work with him. It just is what it is. So we're talking about one level of effectiveness where he's a lightning rod, so he constantly gets attention, so he has time, money, clout, attention, which he can leverage into volunteer ops. But you have to understand that less people will be willing to work with you as a result. That's just it. It's a cost-benefit analysis. That's all it is at the end of the day. Conservative liberalism says dead baby jokes work because they exist in the abstract too. It's not a real world event that you're trying to politicize. Sure. TS Phantom says, what do we do about nice and polished but disgusting message like Matt Walsh? Yeah, TS Phantom. That is one of the biggest challenges. Matt Walsh says some of the most repugnant, evil shit I've ever heard in my life. But he says it without saying naughty words, and he says it without talking about kids jerking off. And so as a result, if you go crazy at him, then they're like, whoa. Why are you going crazy at me? I mean, like, I'm not being that rude. Meanwhile, he's talking about, like, I don't know, trans people committing suicide or kids dying in the Rio Grande. Christian Blair says they make these joke justifications after white supremacist mass shootings of immigrants and drag show. Show me where. And by the way, if you have some tepid statement from Tim Pool, where Tim Pool says, well, you're going to have anti-gay hate crimes when you keep pushing the gay agenda, that's not the same. It's not the same. It's not. It's a tepid, consequential, descriptive political analysis compared to making a joke about dead kids jerking off. It's gross. It's gross. And it's off-putting. Melody says, great show yesterday, but you and Kyla lost. Your argument wasn't convincing enough. Okay. How? And again, like Melody, you can disagree. I don't care if you disagree. How? How is my line of argumentation flawed? Conservative liberalism says the goal of dead baby jokes is to shock. It's like the aristocratic joke. No one is making those kinds of jokes to allegedly make some big-brained point about the other side. Sure. LB says people can get pissed, so what? Those Christian campers are still dead. Destiny is irrelevant. Bullshit, LB. And that's where I'm telling you right now, you and I don't have the same project. If this is all entertainment to you, that's totally fine. It's not all entertainment to me. I want to leverage time, attention, clout, money, energy from this space. I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to lay it out. I'm going to lay out my exact vision. I have no idea if I can accomplish it. Maybe in October, we'll be hard stuck at 100 viewers. Grassroots Hegemon won't be able to subsidize the channel as much as he has been because he has been a substantive amount of our super chats. Maybe our VODs won't be getting that much views. And then I have to go back to the wage cage. Maybe that happens. Okay. Maybe that happens. So I want to set the bar down here before I say what I want to do. Okay. So for all the critics, the bar is down here. This is what I expect very easily could happen. Let me tell you what I would want to do. What I would want to do is I would want to build a center-left, center-right coalition of people who are sick of the fringes. I would probably want to get up to 1,000 to 2,000 live viewers that I engage with frequently who give me a decent standard of living. So along with the science fiction YouTubing, the Warhammer YouTubing, and the Star Wars YouTubing, which, by the way, does bring in money, I would want to bring in a substantive amount of revenue from the YouTube politics side. I want to live a decent standard of life, which to me costs around $70K a year. That's a decent standard of living for me and my wife and my kids. And then I want to take the excess income. Let's say that we make another 40 grand, 50 grand on top of that. Obviously, I want to buy guns, get out of debt, all that bullshit. But I want to take 10 or 20 grand of that, and I want to subsidize people going and doing disaster relief as a cross-faction political organization that goes out to the flash flooding in Texas, the mudslides in Western North Carolina, the Maui wildfires, the Californian wildfires, people getting frozen out in the Dakotas, that kind of stuff, and delivers food, water, help, debris removal, etc. And it's just volunteers doing that stuff. And I want to take the clout, money, and influence related to our small corner of the internet and our pro-social volunteerism, and I want to use that in order to minimally affect electoral politics and policy. That's my project. If you don't like that project, this is all entertainment to you, that's totally fine. We're not doing the same thing. We're not pushing in the same direction. You want me to pull up the debate of the day and you want me to call people stupid and you'll do a super chat and you'll comment in my chat for your entertainment. It's totally fine. That gives me revenue. That gives me AdSense. That's totally fine. You help me in my project, but that's not my project. My project is not to be here 20 years from now, you know, arguing that 60-year-old Steven is being too edgy on Twitter. That's not the end state of what I care about. Melody says Kylo was not able to give examples for what Destiny Soy Pill should be doing. Looked very bad as well. She should have thought about her argument enough to provide that. Yeah, and for me, I was literally trying to say, do whatever you got to do, have fun, you know, make gross jokes, stop talking about kids jerking off. That's it. That's it. That's literally like the one thing that I would seriously tell Steven to stop doing. Stop talking about childhood sexuality. Liberals and progressives already have a horrific reputation when it comes to trans grooming, drag queen story hour, you know, age of consent issues, Bill Clinton probably being a Jeffrey Epstein style rapist. You already have a bad reputation. Stop making it worse. Okay? Easy. Easy day. I want one very small bad behavior to stop. And then the dead kids, ideally, I would like to stop. But, you know, if you have a 10,000 IQ fucking take on why you're doing the dead kids joke, you know, whatever. If you think it's effective, you think it's effective. I could be wrong. Christian Blair says, no, after one show, they wouldn't allow him on and their audience would fucking hate him. Destiny ain't reaching anyone from those communities. I think you're black-pilled, bro. I think you're black-pilled. Conservative liberalism says Destiny can do what he wants. It's a free country, but acting like he should be able to do insane things and somehow be an effective messenger for the cause is wanting your cake and eating it too. Yup. Yup. Brandon Zero says, I understand where you're coming from, but Destiny's view is that if those centrists and moderates haven't changed their mind by all the shit MAGA has done, not only in this year, but the past, then what does it matter for a few dead kids joke if they haven't changed to this point? They were never going to change to your side. I think that's his views. Yeah, I think he's black-pilled. I think he's black-pilled and that's stupid. I think it's black-pilled and stupid. You can't afford to be black-pilled. You can't afford it. So stop. LB says, how about MAGA conservatives try using a few brain cells? Progressives are constantly babysitting the weak links in society. People have just had enough of milquetoast policies. Okay, good luck. Good luck making the world a worse place. True Zealot says, I know you're right, and Destiny was wrong because it's literally me. Didn't vote either way last election because, in my opinion, both sides are psychotic. Same with my wife, same for a lot of my friends. Yeah, True Zealot's not the only one, by the way. True Zealot's not the only one. And by the way, clicking Kamala Harris at the top of the box felt gross to me. And the reason why it felt gross to me is because of gun policy. Seriously. You have to understand that there are moderates who are willing to vote left, but when you do if you do one thing that's repulsive, it's tough for them to click that box, but you need them to click the box. So make less gross things that make them not click the box. It's actually pretty easy line of argumentation. Brandon Zero, I read this already, but I'm going to read it again. Then what does it matter about the few dead kids joke if they haven't changed to this point? Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and say I don't like the dead kids joke, but you can make some kind of 10,000 IQ arguments about hypocrisy. Stop talking about kids jerking off. That's my Mott and Bailey. Okay, Mott and Bailey is a line of argumentation where you have a weaker argument up front and then you have a stronger argument in the rear. My weaker argument is you shouldn't be joking about dead kids in the wake of an immediate tragedy because you're going to piss off and alienate moderates. That is my weaker argumentation. My stronger argumentation is stop talking about kids jerking off. No one should be talking about it. Leave it alone. Unless you're talking about it in an academic sense where you're saying this is what sex ed should be. This is how trans people should, this is how minor trans people should transition. This is how gay kids should interact with sex ed, all that kind of stuff. If you're not talking about it in a sanitized academic sense, then shut the fuck up. That's my perspective on it. I lost my monitors because my dog walked over my cord, so I have to wait for my monitor to come back up. Conservatism says no one said it's okay for Republicans to laugh about setting up barbed wire and pointing at rightoids doing this who are effective messengers for their cause. You either preach to the sadistic choir or try to be an effective messenger by winning people over. Yeah, and elections are determined by moderates. LB says, Connor, what does Destiny stand for? Liberals. Liberals and liberalism. And just because you haven't heard him endorse anything doesn't mean that he hasn't. He worked with Mark Gudgel in Nebraska. He worked for the recount in Georgia that resulted with the, is it like a black governor getting elected? I forget who. But he did the Georgia canvassing. He did Mark Gudgel in Nebraska. Mark did lose. He did the canvassing operations with PV for the upcoming election. Kamala lost, but that's not for a lack of trying on our end. I think they reached one between phone banking, canvassing houses, and canvassing weekends. They contacted 1.6 million voters. That's a valiant effort. T.S. Phantom says, Republicans didn't grasp the concept of hypocrisy on their side, though Epstein files won't do it. Bullshit. Bullshit. Plenty of MAGA is breaking right now because of Epstein. That astronomer CEO cheating that got caught is lost on Republicans, even though Trump cheated on his wife. What? DJ says, I can't send right now, but let's assume they did and they justified it. How is this not crossing the line? It is crossing the line. It's bad behavior. I call out that bad behavior too. When fucking Admiral Gibbs and Rob Knorr are saying they don't give a shit about drowned kids in the Rio Grande, you can go back and find a Prime Kai fucking Reverie roundtable where I'm yelling at them and I'm calling them inhuman pieces of shit engaged in horrific behavior. So don't come to me. You can say, oh, Republicans this, Republicans that, okay? You can say that. You can't say, Connor this, Connor that. Fuck no. Fuck no. I'm not engaged in that behavior. You know why? Because I think it's destroying the fucking country. Like I said last night, I think this bad behavior is destroying the fucking country because every time a right-winger engages in bad behavior, they can point to a left-winger engaged in bad behavior. Every time a left-winger engages in bad behavior, they can point to a right-winger engaged in bad behavior. This is elementary school behavior issues. Do you know what your teacher fucking told you when you blamed another kid for you misbehaving because they were misbehaving? They said, I don't give a fuck about that kid. I care about you. You need to engage in good behavior. That's me right now. Okay? Me. I'm the fucking adult in the room saying you can't be a piece of shit just because somebody else is being a piece of shit. Sorry. That's not how the world works. That's how societies die. So grow the fuck up. And maybe you don't want me to rant at you. Maybe you don't want me to be your fucking internet dad. I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell the truth whether it's good for me or not. That's the truth. Hearshot says, Destiny's jokes are said with malice and hatred. That's why they're not funny. Conservatism says, if you say sadistic, inhuman rightoids like Steven Crowder do this stuff, so Destiny should too. Congratulations, you support the other side with the same stupid shit that you can pretend to moralize about. True. All right. Melody says, so he would say, ignore it and don't bring it up to him as he doesn't care. Okay, well, we just all made good content, Melody. So here's the other aspect of it that I want you to realize. Okay. Steven didn't make an edgy joke because he didn't want anybody to talk about it. He made an edgy joke because he wanted people to talk about it. He wanted right-wingers to attack him and send him death threats and call him a piece of shit so he could talk about how the right wing was also being pieces of shit. He also probably didn't want his orbiters to sit there quietly and go, wow, Steven, what a brave take, shitting on dead kids jerking off. No, he probably wanted some level of his orbiters to fight him on stream for the entertainment of his audience. So if you're talking about the argumentation, he might still think he's correct, but from a content generation standpoint, he wanted a reaction. And guess what? He got the reaction. So good for him. He created content, and I gave him the content, and Erudite gave him the content, and Wick gave him the content. He got what he wanted. Good for him. Weren't some of the people who died in the camp counselors? Yeah. So one of them was like a very young 20-year-old girl. AKA Batasoy, Destiny would still be invited to big right-wing platforms. He was seen as an honest interlocutor, but he's seen as dishonest about facts that got him uninvited from big shows. I mean, I don't know if that's cope, but sure. LB says, what is your point, Connor? Do you want police free speech? What is your point of this pearl clutching? Stop talking about kids jerking off, LB. I've said it 7 times. I swear to God, you don't pay attention to the words that actually come out of my mouth. Stop talking about kids jerking off. It's bad for your politics. It's bad for your politics. It's bad for your optics. It's bad for your effectiveness. It's bad for building inroads. It's bad for building alliances. Stop joking about kids jerking off. Now, if you'll indulge me, also stop making fun of kids who died yesterday. That would be my advice. Now you can reject half of it. If you reject all of it, I think you're a fucking idiot. Sacred Snow says, Destiny in 5 years, when he reaches full charismatic, edgy power, I could shoot someone on Main Street and not lose any support. True, Sacred Snow. True. True. Sacred Snow says, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Yeah, no, actually. Melody says, Connor, Destiny has already made that analysis after the whole video leaks drama. No need to remind him anymore. No, fuck that. If he wants to... No. Fuck that, Melody. Fuck that. If you're going to make fucking edgy jokes, and if you're going to fucking say crazy shit on the internet, and you want attention, I'm going to give you the attention. Okay? That's what it is. I like Steven. As far as I know, unless I hurt his feelings last night, we're still going to go shoot on the fucking 27th. So we, as far as I know, we're still friends, and we're still going to socialize, and we're still going to go shoot guns, and we're still going to hang out. So unless I hurt his feelings last night, we're totally fine. But if I'm going to be a quote-unquote orbiter, where I'm going to argue with all of the people that Steven argues with, I'm going to go onto panels and fight on panels, and if I'm going to fucking criticize Hassan Piker and Bosch and Ethan Klein and all these people who are involved in the drama space, if Steven does something fucking crazy, he has to understand that I'm going to say some shit about it. I've got to watch that debate. Where on Valor? No, we just posted it to Counterpoints. It should be the most recent video from last night. I think Danabo literally ripped it and posted it since last night. Whatever says, I've seen people say the border needs a moat and crocodiles, but it's a joke because people aren't being eaten by crocodiles. Yeah. But there's an undercurrent of malice that is off-putting, right? The whole thing with the moat with the alligators thing, I've probably made that joke because I want a secure border. But if we actually started buying Egyptian Nile crocodiles, which are like 20-foot monsters that I think can live in fresh water and some level of salt water, and we started feeding tens of thousands of Hispanics to Nile crocodiles, I would obviously view that as abhorrent and inhuman. Okay, no. LB, you're wrong. You're just pissing me off. I'm going to start ignoring you, by the way, because you just say crazy shit. I didn't say it was entertainment. I said people really don't care. Hurricane and tornado season is here, and many more will die from Republican policies. Okay. I care. Other people care. You don't care. Don't mistake your emotion for everybody else's emotion. Excuse me. Imagine how behind Connor will be in chat with 2K viewers. I'll be so far behind, bro. I think for every one example you provided, there was an exact opposite counterexample of the Republicans doing worse. Show me. Don't say that. Show me. Because every single thing that I saw, whenever they were talking about Donut Operator, you know what Donut Operator fucking said? He said, in reference to Western North Carolina, he called Biden like an old fucking piece of shit who didn't know what he was talking about because he wasn't on the ground. Is that the same as making fun of people who died in Western North Carolina? And then same thing with the Palisades fire. He also called Gavin Newsom incompetent and fucking retarded. And that's why, sorry for the R slur. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry for the ableist slur. But he called Gavin Newsom a piece of shit. How is that the same? Find me a single Donut Operator tweet where he's making fun of the 12 people who died in the Palisades fire. Find me a single tweet from Brandon Herrera or from Tectone where they're making fun of the dead people in the Palisades fire. I don't think you can. I think you're making this up. Melody, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging in chat, all that bullshit. But show me. If it's so easy, if all of this behavior is so flagrant and so in the open, you should be able to find it. You should be able to go to Twitter. You should be able to go to the Donut Operator profile. You should be able to type in Palisades or fire, and you should be able to scroll and find me a joke where Donut Operator is making fun of the dead Palisades people. You should be able to find me a joke or a real statement, a sincere statement, shitting on or making fun of dead people in Western North Carolina or dead people in the Palisades. You won't. I don't think you're going to be able to. I will happily eat crow. But if you find me some fucking egg Twitter follower, Groiper nationalist 1488, talking about how those kids were going to become like race traitor miscegenators anyways because they were raised by liberal, progressive, gay versions of Christianity, I'm not going to count that. Because I don't think Steven is the same as a fucking Groiper Twitter egg. Christian Blair says, you have not proved that moderates are turning away from the Dems because of Destiny, and you can't. You are in your feels because you don't like that particular joke versus his Pally ones. I don't even think I like his Palestinian ones. I just think I don't give a shit about... You would have to show me the Palestinian jokes. What are the Palestinian jokes? And by the way, if there were progressives who were turned off from Destiny because he was making jokes about dead Palestinian kids, I would be like, yeah, obviously. Christian Blairs, I want you to think about this for a second because I don't think you're thinking at all. You're like, oh, you're saying that moderates are turned off from Steven. And by the way, we don't have to make an electoral argument. We can just talk about Steven. Let's just talk about Steven. I'm making the argument that when people hear Democrats making jokes about kids jerking off, they assume that you're all fucking pedophiles. Okay? So number one, right there, that's just true. Okay? All of that anti-pedophile rhetoric that's been used for the past decades about gay people, trans people, all that kind of stuff, it's just true. You can't deny it. So stop talking about kids jerking off. That's my strongest line of argumentation. Then, not even when it comes to electoral results, exclusively talking about Steven, I can say that moderates are turned off by joking about dead kids jerking off, and I'm right. I'm just 100% right. And then on top of that, you're saying that I'm individually being a hypocrite because I didn't care about the Palestinian jokes. Let's go ask progressives if they like Steven or view Steven as like a good interlocutor. Bear in mind, they already dislike him. However, let's see if the joking about dead Palestinian kids, let's see if that makes progressives more likely to work with Steven. Let's see if they think it's just funny, just a silly little shit post. I already know the answer to the question. The answer to the question is they're going to say, no, fuck Steven. They're going to say he shouldn't even be a part of our coalition. They're going to say, I should never work with this guy. I already know I'm right. So your argumentation sucks. I loved you. Thank you for being here literally every day. I appreciate that. But your argument sucks and it's wrong. Conservatism says no normal person cares if the gross rightoid or the gross leftoid alleging to be parody. The gross rightoid came first. It's just monkeys flinging shit and normies don't want poop on them. True. True. Christian Blair says, which by the way is fine if, but you have to understand that Destiny isn't changing in neither of the Republicans. Okay, then I'll just bully him. It's fine. He doesn't have to accept my criticism. He can go to, you understand this, right? You guys are making this point like, Connor, you're not going to be able to change Steven's perspective. No shit. I'm criticizing him because I think what he's doing is wrong. It's counterproductive, and also it makes decent content. Steven likes to be yelled at for content. I'm giving him what he wants. Okay? This is happening says, there's a center-left YouTube channel, Belle of the Ranch, who already does this kind of relief charity work and has lots of connections set up. They're veterans. Damn. Let me write that down. I should talk to them. Belle of the Ranch, disaster relief collab question mark. That's very based. But guess what? When I go try to work with Belle of the Ranch, and I say, hey, you know, I'm a successful Warhammer YouTuber. I'm standing up a couple of science fiction channels and Star Wars channels. I also debate politics. I'm center right, but, you know, I have plenty of like liberal takes, blah, 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 blah. Do you want to work together in order to do disaster relief? You know what could happen is because I'm one of Steven's orbiters, somebody can just clip all the bad shit that Steven has said. They can also clip all the bad shit I've said. They can show the times that I've swept for Steven. They can send it to Belle of the Ranch, and then I lose that relationship. No, I don't give a shit. The truth is, like, one of my guiding principles is I just say what I think. So it is what it is. You know, if people don't want to work with me because of the way that I communicate, it is what it is. So, you know, like, I'll accept that. But I will also accept that by choosing to be Steven's friend and orbiter, which obviously comes with some social benefits, I'm potentially losing out on other relationships. Naturally. I don't think anybody can disagree with that logically. Whatever says, only thing I remember Matt saying that could be considered bad is gay people shouldn't adopt because it's immoral. Matt said other fucked up shit. What cause? Who does he endorse? Liberals. Kamala Harris. Joe Biden. Whoever that guy from Nebraska is. The black guy from Georgia. I already answered that question. Christian Blair says, I may be black pill, but let's be real. More right-wing audiences are similar to Gibbs than you or Brad Palumbo. And there's a plurality of audiences. So you want to get the ones that you can get, and you want to ignore the ones that you can't get. Fuck Gibbs. Fuck his ilk. Fuck Rob Knorr. Fuck the fucking far righties sweeping for fucking Trump. Fuck them all. But there's plenty of moderates. You have to understand. 1/3 of the population leans left, votes left. 1/3 of the population leans right, votes right. 1/3 of the population doesn't vote at all, but they do come out in popular elections and they swing things. So saying like, I don't care about the politically disaffected people because they, you know, I pissed them off too easily. Okay, but you're going to lose elections. So easy, so obvious. And by the way, the fact that I had to say, they're like, oh, we won. MAGA won, MAGA won, MAGA won. No, they didn't. They lost in 20. They had such dodge shit economics that they lost in 20. And by the way, they're probably lining up to get their shit kicked in the midterms. So don't tell me that what Trump is doing is politically effective. Democrats have run some of the worst fucking campaigns in modern history. Trump didn't win, you lost. And part of the way you lost is by being fucking stupid. LB says we have never had a proper progressive policy, so how do you know it won't work? Everything good in America is a progressive policy. It's just a fact. That literally has nothing to do with what we're talking about, LB. Nothing to do with what we're talking about. Nobody even talked about policy so far. Nobody's even mentioned policy. We're talking about optics, rhetoric, and relationships. That's what we're talking about. Melody says, also, you need to talk to Kyla about Asmund Tectone dodging issue. No, I mean, I agree with Steven on this one. I don't know how she thought there was a chance of them talking to Destiny. She looks like a sucker who can't read the room. No, I think Tectone has talked to Trud Logic. I think that if Steven was playing nice, he could have talked to Tectone. I think if he was playing nice, he probably could have gotten a call with Asmund. But I don't think he'll ever get a debate with either one of these characters because they don't want to get owned in the marketplace of ideas. They will only get a softball interview. And then also, I agree with you that since Steven went super hard, those relationships are done. So I agree with what Kyla's trying to do, but I think that those relationships are torched. They're dead and gone. We might as well not even talk about them because those are gone. Christian Blair says, the fact of the matter is, I know right-wing audiences are more like Gibbs because their chats, including the ones that mock you on Tim Pool for being a supply guy. Okay, and they're not all of America. They're a niche. Gibbs gets 40 live. Gibbs streams. I think I've looked up Admiral Gibbs streaming metrics. Admiral Gibbs Twitch metrics. There's Twitch metrics, streaming games, streamcharts.com. Okay, so bear in mind, I'm using a source that I don't know if it's accurate. But he streams, his peak is 137, his average is 40, his VODs get around 2,000 to 3,000, but I'm pretty sure he's been doing 40 hours a week for like ever. There was some time that I checked it out and I did the math, and effectively there was a month where he had like an average of 40 live viewers. Yeah, 34, 41, 41, 38, 42. Dude, who the fuck gives a shit about Gibbs? And these streams are only an hour, so I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be too mean about it. But there was one time where I checked his shit and he was live, like he was live for a whole month. He did 40 hours a week for like a whole month and he was still averaging 40. I don't give a shit. Why would I give a shit what Gibbs thinks? Conservative liberalism says you have to be so black-pilled if you don't see Epstein files having an effect on the right. I know, dude. The fact that I brought up Epstein and they're like, don't bring up Epstein. Why? Because it's a valid point? Because it makes sense? Because it makes sense that the right wing is actually fracturing a little bit right now? Is that why? You fucking assholes. I love that. I love that. I love whenever I'm debating anybody. But let's be fair. When it's whenever I'm debating lefties, and they're like, don't use this obvious point. And then I'm like, why not? And then they don't have a good reason not to use the obvious point. They just say don't use it because it's obvious. A point being obvious is not a reason to not use a point. A point can be obvious and still be correct. God, that fucking pisses me off. Trying to preclude a line of argumentation because it's obvious is fucking such bad logic. It's so bad. Sorry, I'm getting pissed off. Jonah Zilla says, honestly, between the Epstein cover-up backlash and the unhinged MAGA being so insufferably anti-woke that they sound woke, the pendulum's already swinging back. We'd probably do fine just being normal. Yes, and that's what I'm fighting for. I'm not trying to get another pendulum swing far left in order to recorrect again far right. I want you guys to be fucking normal. Normal. Oh, Affect says, I liked hearing you and Kyla fight the good fight during the panel last night. Well, not only were we fighting the good fight, the fight between us, by the way, between Kyla and me, is because she would go on these like 5-minute academic rants, which is totally fine, by the way. Time and place, plurality of tactics, et cetera, et cetera. But and this is what pisses me off about the comments too. They're like, Connor, you don't need to be so domineering. You don't need to yell so much. You don't need to seize the mic so often. But you know what's fucking happening is Steven's engaged half the time. Half the time he's fucking jerking off and staring at the screen playing his video game, okay? Then Soypill and fucking Kyla are doing this like academic 3000 IQ like analysis of what psychologically turns people on and off. And the truth is, it's a panel. I'm here to fight. So shut the fuck up. Don't complain about me yelling on a panel. Don't complain about me fighting on a panel. Don't complain about me being domineering on the mic. Don't complain about fucking talk time. Okay? Because I would have to sit there, regardless of whether or not who talked the most. I had to sit there for like 5 to 10 minutes at a time and just listen to Kyla and Soypill argue about academic shit and Steven just stare off into nothingness. So don't act like me seizing the mic and yelling for 3 minutes is somehow detracting from the content. Shut the fuck up. It is the content. DJ says, and do you not see the difference Republicans cause the actual harm in both situations? They install the barbed wire and then they refuse the funds in disaster. And do you need to talk? This is the Mott and Bailey. Do you need to talk about kids watching pornography in order to criticize that? Is that necessary? Is that effective? Does it help or does it hurt? Melody says, Game of Thrones sellsword scene. He fought with humor, or he fought with honor. Now he's dead. Yep. Mariette says, not going to lie, I found the So Did He Smash tweet about that man's 12-year-old daughter worse than the one about dead kids. It was, it was gross. Unnecessary. Stop talking about it. 40-year-old men, including myself, should not be talking about teenage sexuality unless it's in a sanitized academic context. Otherwise, it's a red flag. Kiro says, the problem was that you and Kyla were making different points. Sure. Your argument was for morality, and I think it mostly stands up on its own, but she was arguing political efficacy. Yep. Which doesn't really stand up if we contrast that with how Republicans messaged during the winning campaign. Sure. People didn't like the moral frogging, but I'm willing to stand on business when it comes to moral frogging. And then Kyla kept trying to argue political effectiveness, but I think that's a double-edged sword. Completely agreed. Sacred Snow says, I know you're talking in reference about the flood deaths in regards to the 20-year-old counselor, but a very young 20-year-old girl was the most blue sky coded thing you could have said. All right. Dank Brandon says, you keep saying dead kids jerking off, but you ever said one was a 20-year-old girl? Maybe. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, cruelty maxing, true. AKA Badasui says, what do you think I'm coping about? Destiny lost respect by falsely attacking the hosts of the shows, and they stopped seeing him as someone they want their audience listening to. I don't even know if I said that you coped. The only thing that I can think about in reference to it is that they would say that Steven argues disingenuously. You would have to bring up what arguments were done disingenuously. Because I think that Steven, even when he's being a twat, oftentimes has a point. What the fuck? This goddamn obfuscation? What are you talking about? Destiny gave you real-world examples in real time, and you obfuscated because you care more about Destiny's joke on any of these fucks because you expect it from them, which is the problem. No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. What were the examples? What were the examples? Because they're not one-to-one. I refuted those examples live, Christian Blaris. I refuted those examples live. Criticizing Biden and criticizing FEMA is not the same as talking about fucking dead people. The fuck are you talking about? I'm right. I'm right. You're wrong. The sentence that just came out of my mouth is not only valid, it's sound. Criticizing Biden incorrectly, criticizing FEMA incorrectly is not the same as taking a shit on the people who died. Refute that sentence. You're not going to be able to, because not only is it valid, meaning that if these components are true, it makes sense. It is sound. The underlying components are true. Stephen and you have not given me a single equivalent to what Stephen did. One of the parts that's frustrating last night was Steve did get onto the point of being edgy. Meanness wasn't the problem. It was the non-targets catching strays aspect. True. True. And I think you, progressives, liberals, in my chat right now, you have to admit that shitting on Mexicans, less people are going to be offended because they're a minority. Nobody cares. Shitting on Asians, they're a minority. Less people are going to care. Shitting on Jews, there's a sensitivity around Jews if you're pro-Semitic, but you're going to catch less shit. Whereas shitting on white Christian girls is going to catch you more shit because 70% of the population is either Christian or cultural Christian and white. It's just descriptively true. I guess crows don't taste very good. Apparently not. I'm going to keep arguing with you guys for like another 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll do some content. Liberalism says, I think the most callous humor I saw people engage in with regards to California fires was along the lines of, oh no, hey, they'll have to live in one of their other homes. Why have they rebuilt? Yeah, I don't think I saw a single joke that was specifically shitting on Palisades people for dying. They probably shat on them for being rich. And then the only cruelty that I think is identical, this is the cruelty that I actually do think is identical, is laughing at the BLM guy who was pro-BLM, who got mugged and murdered in front of his girlfriend. And also laughing at the trans girl who committed suicide. Those are two examples of the levels of cruelty that I think are equivalent to Stephen's joke. And yet, I don't think you're going to be able to find Tectone or Asmongold engaged in that behavior. Melody says, I'm not doing all that, bro. I don't even know Donut Operator and Tectone. Okay, so you're just making shit up, bro. Like, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for engaging in lines of argumentation, but you're just making shit up. That's what you just said. I'm not going to research what I just said because I'm not familiar with the players involved. I've just heard bad things. Okay, so you made something up. You made something up, bro. Sacred Snow says, I parasocially love you, but this keeps happening. It makes me cringe. You keep saying, show me Donut Operator saying X. Then someone says the laughing at cops, gunning people down. And you go, laugh my ass off. That's bad. And move on without addressing the hypocrisy. Bullshit. Bullshit. I saw the 2 hours of, I basically broke down a Donut Operator segment. And the entire commentary was effectively like, hey, I understand why this content is popular, but this is sociopathic. So wrong. Wrong. I basically criticized his content while I was engaging with it. And then not just that, But also, when it comes to that content, fucking criminals fleeing cops who had just engaged in a crime are not the same as fucking prepubescent girls. And again, there's no sexual element. Like, here's the Mott and Bailey, okay? I forget which one is the stronger argument. I forget which one's the strong. Mott and Bailey argumentation. The Mott and Bailey argument is a rhetorical tactic where a controversial or difficult to defend position, the Bailey, is presented, but when challenged, the speaker retreats to the more moderate, easily defensible position, Mott. Okay, so I'm not engaged in a rhetorical fallacy. I'm telling you my stronger position, and I'm telling you my weaker position, okay? So my stronger position is Democrats and liberals and progressives need to stop joking about teenage and childhood sexuality, because since you're already pro-gay, you're already pro-trans, a lot of progressives, liberals, and Democrats are pro-teenagers learning about homosexuality, transition, et cetera, you're already accused of being pedophiles, okay? You're already accused of being pedophiles. So don't joke about kids jerking off. That's my strongest component of the argument, because you're just going to be viewed as antisocial fucking freaks, okay? That's the Mott. The Bailey is, you are hurting yourselves by being such callous, sociopathic, psychotic fucking freaks that people don't want to work with you. That's it. And by the way, I still think that's a relatively strong point. You guys are just coping about it. And you're saying you're cringing. Trust me, the feeling's mutual, Christian Valeris. The feeling is fucking mutual. So let's have a little bit of grace with each other. Oh, and by the way, that wasn't even Christian Valeris. That was Sacred Snow. Sorry, Christian Valeris, you caught a stray. My bad. Sacred Snow, but your example isn't equivalent. Shitting on a criminal engaged in a crime, getting shot by a cop, is not the same as shitting on prepubescent girls and talking about them jerking off. It's not equivalent. Not equivalent. Progressives do vote D Fields. You're talking about leftists. There's plenty of progressive people who vote. John Kennedy says, I stopped watching Destiny's videos because when he shit on the firefighter for being shot, he didn't differentiate between MAGA and conservatives. Yup. All right. We're kind of repeating ourselves, so we might wrap up in a minute, but we did get a super chat, so I'm going to get to the super chat. Skywalker says, network, personally, I don't care about edgy dark humor as long as you're advocating for policies and politicians that would decrease the tragedies you're joking about. Okay. You're a politically wired person, Skywalker, so you will think that way. We're talking about normies, and we're talking about normies checking a box on a ballot. Here, Shot says, Connor still thinks he and Destiny are friends, lol. Why aren't we? Explain it. We've hung out half a dozen times. We've shot guns, et cetera, et cetera. Now, he's a sociopath, so he could actually just, like, kill me and eat me and keep my corpse in his refrigerator. But I think we're friends. You can be friends with a sociopath. Actually, 80% of the population votes left. No, you're just trying to piss me off. Valor says, you are repeating debunked talking points. MAGA lost because of policy and COVID, not because of rhetoric. You and Kyla get switched between morality, I can agree with, and policy, which you lose. MAGA is cruel on rhetoric, but they lost because of policy. Okay. Do we agree that their rhetoric is bad and evil and dehumanizing and ripping apart the country? And bear in mind, I'm willing to jump on the moral grenade. So hold on. So let me make a slightly different argument. Okay. So far I've said stronger position, don't joke about kids jerking off. I hope we can all agree on that. Then weaker position, don't joke about dead kids. But if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is MAGA has been totally sociopathic and shitty to people, and they still won. So why can't we be sociopathic and shitty to people, or at least when elements of our position are being sociopathic and shitty, we don't waste time and energy fighting our sociopathic and shitty elements. What I would argue to you is that MAGA's rhetoric and tactics are destroying the fucking country. And so, separate from my previous two arguments, I would say I am not interested in the left wing becoming worse in order to compete with MAGA, because while you might win elections, you will be fucking pieces of shit and you will make the country a worse place. I'm making a moral argument there. So that's like separate from the other two arguments. AKA Badasoy. Oh, and Machiavellian says, yeah, most people remember what happened when Stephen debated JonTron. Yeah, when Stephen talks to a normie, he typically rapes them. Rhetorically. AKA Badasoy, $5 to the chat. The Democratic Party does celebrity endorsements for a reason, to get a broader audience for the millions who don't watch YouTube politics. True. Whatever 4690 says, Kamala could easily win if the Democrats controlled the borders and Kamala was gagged. Yep. What are you watching now? Nothing. I'm just fighting with my chat. Conservatism says Gibbs was a lot less than 40 before Tim Pool. He got on Timcast because Prime was recruiting from the community and Gibbs acts like a professional wrestler. Sure. Oh, Blake H says, I hella vibe with Steven's reasoning that I do what I want regardless of whether or not you like it or not. Wise words to live by. Okay, yeah, me too. So if Steven does something I don't like, I'm going to criticize him for it, and you guys can flame me in the chat because you don't like me flaming Steven, but it is what it is. Randy Chang says, why do I find Erudite's attempt to civilize Steve so off-putting? Because it feels like she's his mom or his social worker. That's why. It's maternalistic. What does Epstein have to do with right-wing rhetoric? I don't know. The fact that they had fucking anti-pedophile rhetoric for a fucking decade, and now they're sweeping for a pedophile, so they're getting fucking raped. That's what's going on. Sorry, I keep using really bad language because you guys keep pissing me off. What does it have to do with it? They've used horrific rhetoric, effectively calling all gays, all trans, all fucking sex educators pedophiles, and then now the admin is sweeping for pedophiles and they're getting hoisted by their own petard. You think that if you just say whatever the fuck you want and you're as edgy as you want and you don't give a shit about rhetoric anymore, you think that you're not going to ultimately get hoisted by your own petard and you're going to fracture your own base? You already did. You already lost because your rhetoric was such dog shit around white men. This is the other thing that fucking pisses me off about you guys fucking coping in my chat right now. I hope it's as entertaining as it is infuriating. The Democratic Party is spending millions of dollars about researching how to reconnect with white men because the rhetoric of the Democratic Party itself has been so off-putting for the past fucking decade. And you say we need even shittier rhetoric? Are you stupid? What's wrong with you? This is happening says, yes, my friends are insanely blackpilled and they can't even see the Epstein stuff is insanely central to MAGA mythology. Yup. Dank Brandon says, dude, the right wing is still sweeping. Yeah, no shit. They're fucking breaking in half. They're snapping. Making fun of trans people or immigrants does not exclude much of the electorate, correct? If you make fun of dead kids, you are becoming because most people have, want, or like kids, simple as. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for being sane. All right. Anyways. LB says, we have concentration camps and Gestapo black bagging and MAGA discovering Trump is probably a pedo as peaks move the brain. LB, if I walk around and I talk to Republicans, they don't give two shits that Mexicans are getting deported. They also don't give two shits that they have to go to a fucking camp in the Everglades before they get deported. If you ask MAGA about whether or not sweeping for fucking pedophiles is important, the answer is yes. Matthew Hayes says, I do like this on this channel. It seems like you go for the throats of the bullies or tryhards. Other channels let that shit go and it drives me crazy. Yup. Sorry. I'm clout-brained, but I'm not clout-brained enough for that. DJ says, your analysis is incorrect. One directly caused the harm. Second was a tasteless joke that didn't kill anyone, actually. That has nothing to do with my point. Nothing to do with my point. Nothing to do with my point. DJ, you literally made a completely unrelated point. One directly causes harm. The bad policy from Republicans. One is a tasteless joke that didn't kill anybody. Where the fuck does that have anything to do with what I'm saying? What I'm saying is Democrats and liberals and progressives have to stop talking about childhood sexuality unless it's in an academic, sanitized sense. That's my strongest point. That's my mot. My Bailey is making fun of dead innocent people is off-putting to normies. That point is my weaker point. And you can say, oh, well, the right-wing sociopathic all the time and nobody gives a fuck. I still think my point's true. You can say it's weaker. That has nothing to do with what the fuck you just said. What the fuck does either one of those statements have to do with whether or not it was a tasteless joke that didn't kill anyone? We're talking about rhetoric and relationships. We're not talking about policy. Oh, you guys just piss me off. Gen X says, oh my fucking God, y'all. Just realized he keeps saying dead kids jerking off because of the porn ban comment. I've been wondering where kids are jerking off coming from. Thought I missed something. Nope. Melody says, I forget what he was referring to, but he brought up Andrew Tate as a retort to something you said. Think you agreed it was a good example. That I think, somebody can correct me in chat, I think during the debate, I was making the point that the right wing is fracturing on pedophiles, and Steven said that access to other audiences has nothing to do with bad behavior. Look at Andrew Tate being able to infiltrate vast swaths of the right. That is correct. I think what Steven is saying that I agree with is it's not necessarily about bad behavior. It's whether or not you're willing to play nice with their shitty talking points. I think Steven is correct in that. I think that's an okay observation. These are not mutually exclusive. Christian Blair says, okay, catching strays in definitely the camp girls. What about Trump and Corey, which caused worse MAGA floodgate against Destiny? Yeah. So hold on. So you're saying that what about Trump and Corey, which caused worse MAGA floodgate against Destiny? Well, isn't that kind of the point? Isn't that kind of the point that Steven would be more politically effective if he wasn't joking about the dead firefighter? Like, I don't care. I don't care about it because the underlying malice is correct. And I agree with the underlying malice. You understand that, right? I have no malice against 8-year-old to 13-year-old Christian white girls. I have 0% malice. But Corey Comparatori, being one of the people who was super pro-Trump, and Trump being a massive piece of shit and engaging in horrific policy, I have less sympathy for Corey getting pissed off. And I also have less heat for Steven because while I still agree, if people were to come out though, and they were to say, hey, Steven, you joking about a dead firefighter is politically ineffective and it's burning bridges. I wouldn't sweep and say, no, nobody cares about the dead firefighter. I would say, yeah, probably. That's the funny thing about this line of argumentation is that if you parallel it, it's obviously true. Steven has lost relationships. He's lost invites because of the way he talked about the firefighter. I don't personally give a shit about it because I don't give a fuck about the firefighter. But he's obviously lost relationships because of it. You're making my point. God darn. Fernando says left and moderates don't care about killing Health CEO jokes. Yes, because he's a righteous target. The right and moderates don't care about killing Paul Pelosi and gay causing hurricanes. Y'all are cooked everywhere. Yes, everybody is selectively sociopathic versus people who are in their tribe versus not in their tribe. And we're saying that Steven being sociopathic about people who are not in his tribe is going to turn off members of the opposite tribe with whom he's trying to gain some level of rhetorical effect. It's so obvious. LB, you're just saying shit to piss me off. Doctor's Eye says we could probably find people laughing at the Palisades fire victims if we looked hard enough. I don't know if anyone prominent was doing it, though. That's my point. Paul Pelosi didn't die. Yeah, he just got hit in the head with a fucking hammer. Fashion 40 says, here to see Connor Cope. Also, your rage yesterday was unbecoming and devolved the content. Also, Kyla was arguing over different points. Unbecoming. Unbecoming. Fashion 40, you better be fucking with me right now. Like, I know you've super chatted in the past, so like, you know, much love, like the stream, etc., etc. Unbecoming. Unbecoming. Let's go ahead and Google unbecoming. You better be fucking with me. Unbecoming. Definition. Not flattering, not fitting or appropriate, unseemly. We're literally talking about a joke about dead kids jerking off using a VPN. Pick a different word. True Zealot says, hi guys, I'm online 14 hours a day and everyone I see online is politically extreme. There's no need for optics and there aren't moderates. What's the outside look like? Bunch of genetic dead ends. Thank you, True Zealot. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Anonymous Chatter says, also Destiny isn't a political candidate and there's always going to be insane people posting dumb stuff on both sides. And this goes back to the political efficacy argument. What does he gain by making the comment? He gains content. He gains time and attention, mostly negative. What does he lose? He loses relationships and collaborators. What I'm arguing is that Steven can make the same arguments about policy. He can even be spicy about it. My mot is don't talk about kids jerking off. My Bailey is don't make fun of innocent people who are dead because it turns off people. And then I think there's a further argument that Destiny is saying that this is an optical convenience where people can disavow him who weren't going to talk to him in the first place. But that doesn't mean that Steven needs to make it easier for his opponents to nail him down. And whether or not this matters, it obviously matters because my project, regardless of whether or not it works out, is taking the time, energy, and money of Twitch and YouTube politics and translating it into real world effects. So you guys are ignoring what I'm saying. And it's pissing me off. Melody says, no, it's not liking a person, but it's been so long you don't remember why, but you know you feel that way for a reason. My argument was about you arguing about how people acted in the past. I'm behind in chat, so I'm missing out. Melody says, not donut operator in tech tone. That's another argument. Okay. Within the context of this conversation, the two people that Steven were beefing with in reference to this bad joke were donut operator and tech tone. Those are the two people contextually appropriate for this conversation. So find me evidence of their bad behavior or don't tell me the right wing does it too. Because you might be able to find me a schizo groiper egg who does that shit. But you're not going to be able to find me the people that we're talking about. Christian Blair says, Connor is fine with Destiny shitting on people directly, making edgy jokes, Trump, Matt Walsh, JD Vance, Steven Crowder, etc. Of course. Hedonic Treadmill says, what a mess, eh? It was good content, though. Can't deny that. Yeah, and ultimately, like, listen, I know I'm getting pissed off at you guys, and you guys are probably pissed off at me, but we all need to take a breath and just realize that it's content, too. Okay? I stand by what I said. I'm sure to a degree, Steven stands by what he said. We don't have to agree on everything all the time. And the truth is that somewhere in the back of Steven's fucked up little mind, he probably knew that he was going to say something that was going to piss people off. People would attack him and he would get time, money, and attention for getting attacked. One of the people that he pissed off was me. I attacked him and he got time, money, and attention. Okay? So there's real points that are being made here, but we also have to understand that this is content. Oh. Matthew Hayes says, would you mind refuting the argument? Which argument? Present an argument, Matthew Hayes. And if I get down to you at the bottom and you could be talking to somebody else in chat, true. But if you're arguing with me, then I expect you to type out the argument. Kay says, I'm married to a sociopath. Sociopaths are beautiful people. Some of my greatest military friends were total fucking psychopaths and sociopaths. Beautiful people. Clizzard says, a simple trick Destiny can do if he doesn't want to change the jokes to do it in reply to unhinged right-wing tweets so it's at least makes clear who the target is and why. Sure, I agree. AKA Badasui says, to the chat who doesn't understand it, you need to stop promoting and celebrating children being introduced to sexual activity with adults. True. Corey Peltzman says, Dylan Burns is a National Socialist League. What? Hedonic Treadmill says, I think little Steve just thinks his jokes are funnier than they are. Well, that happens to the best of us. LB says, it depends on the joke. My nephews joke about their boners all the time. They're 9 and 10. Yeah, they're not advocating for politics. Whatever says, if MAGA was destroying the country, the Democrats are destroying it as well. Yeah, so let's both stop destroying the fucking country. Sacred Snow says, I'm not criticizing the argument. I criticize the argumentation. I know you covered Donuts laugh my ass off cops killing people segments, but you did it outside of this controversy and don't address it in the terms of this combo. I agree with you. Joking about dead kids is dumb, but your argument comes off as nitpicking, Stephen, while sweeping for others because of a minutia of difference, which I know is partially because you're arguing against 10 to 20 people and in defense mode, but it's worth thinking about rhetorically, funnily enough, I'm making the same argument as us. Yeah, but literally, like, dude, Sacred Snow, again, Parasocial, love you. Thank you for giving me a decent argument to contend with. However, I would say that the reason why I haven't engaged with Donut Operator's content since that time is because I effectively don't want to watch him laughing at dead people over and over again and then trying to inject like police tactics into the content, you know, because that's what I would be talking about. I'd be talking about police content and then I would just be bringing up every 5 minutes like, oh, Donut Operator's kind of a sociopathic piece of shit. Like that's all I would be doing over and over again, right? So I don't think that's good content. However, what I would say, what I get frustrated with is that we effectively go in rotation. It's not everybody in commentary talk about EHD, Ethan Hassan Destiny, right? I think I've mentioned that my EHD is different. It's effectively DVN. It's Destiny, Vosh, and Nick. And so Vosh, I only pick on every now and then when he does something particularly stupid. Nick Fuentes, I pick on all the time because I disagree with him viciously, and he is the perfect lightning rod of all of this horrific rhetoric. If anything, I think that he's like an ideological lightning rod that spawns all of the horrific rhetoric from the right. And then with Steven, I agree with him when he's right, and I disagree with him when he's wrong. So, you know, like I spend a substantive amount of time on this channel calling out right-wing bullshit. Dominic says, when you meet up with Destiny, do you ever put him in a headlock like an older brother? Not yet. Not yet. A lot of streamers are autistic and they don't like to be touched. I don't know how autistic Steven is. AKA Badasui says, left will snap as well as the Epstein files. Give it a month or two when everyone turns the attention on all the lefties in politics who say they don't care about the Epstein files. Yeah, especially if it snags up Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. True. Whatever says a year of this and your gray hairs will double and you will be chain smoking. Nope, I'm done with tobacco and I enjoy the stress. This is happening says there's a huge gap between harmless dumb mom shit and patriarchy and white supremacy, and your language crusade helped Trump walk right past that gap to victory. Oh, okay, you're talking to LB, not me. Good. All right, I'm only gonna. You guys seem to be fighting amongst each other, so I'm gonna primarily look for ones that are addressed to me. Fashion 40 says, I think your moral arguments are sound, but we're up against people with no morals. Also, why people are trying to save Steven's soul. Because he's funny, man. He's funny. He's a funny, charismatic, intelligent, traumatized soul. Okay? I'm just going to say it. Steven was probably a sweet kid. His parents fucked him up by not paying attention to him. His grandma fucked him up by killing dogs in front of him. He became a sociopathic, shit-talking gamer bro, which is entertaining and charismatic. He got into politics, and he's a really good debater, so he did really well in debates. He built his reputation. He turned it into a multi-million-dollar career, so people want to be his friends. Now, he has a lot of flaws as well. Obviously, all the sex shit was fucking crazy. All the fucking gooning was fucking crazy. All the bisexual fucking audio recording shenanigans was fucking crazy. But the truth is, there's probably a human being in there somewhere past the content, past the sex addiction, past the edgy bullshit. There's probably a human being in there who's funny and interesting. So if you saved his soul, then it would be cool. Dylan Burns is a socialist who has a hatred for Jewish people. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Dylan Burns has to be one of the most like fundamentally decent human beings I've ever met. What are you talking about? He's a socialist who hates Jews. Please tell me where the evidence of Dylan Burns hating Jews is. Is it because he's like critical of Israel? Is that why he hates Jews? Is it because he works with Ukrainians? Is that why he hates Jews? Yes, I'm talking about Corey Comparatori. Watching this is even make me smoke. We'll stop. Tobacco's bad for you. Christian Blair says, you put these on the React list, Mehdi Hassan on Jubilee or Pisco versus Rob Noor. Yeah. Let me add those. Mehdi on Jubilee. And what was the other one? Sorry. Pisco versus Rob. I thought Pisco did another one. Maybe I'm just thinking of Hutch versus the Commies. Conserve says, people saying it doesn't matter if he becomes more of a pariah or just wanting the schadenfreude of pissing off the right-wing people. This is therapy. Prove me wrong. No, you're right. They don't care because it's funny. They want to trigger the right people. The way that libs get triggered all the time, they want to trigger MAGA. That's why it's schadenfreude. Absolutely. Patsimo says he definitely got invited on Pierce just so he could get dressed down for dead masturbating kids humiliation ritual. For sure. But he was already invited onto Pierce, so that was totally unnecessary. Admiral Buttercrust says, are we still talking about this tweet? Yeah, I'm fighting with my chat. If you don't like it, there's an X button or a back button. Very easy, Admiral Buttercrust. Randy Chang says, Steven also loses the opportunity to bring people with doubts towards the center. There are folks in my life who will refuse to watch clips of him making good points because of the other spicy stuff. Yo. Didn't a politician have to distance himself from Destiny? Yes. The mayoral candidate from Omaha distanced himself from Destiny, even though Destiny was canvassing for him because of Destiny's provocative online persona. Absolutely. Fernanda Souza says, I get that. I just don't understand why none of those people are ass-pained, care that much about natural disasters or because immorality and porn from preachers when that is exactly Destiny's joke. Because the stupid preachers are part of their community, so they're not going to have as much heat for their own community as they do exterior communities. I mean, that's pretty obvious. D Field says the national conversations always seem to trail on Trump's coattails around whatever he says. Instead, liberals can find a way to turn this into a topic without following the news feed. Yeah. I mean, that you can always make the argument that it's just a lightning rod marketing strategy. I mean, I'm sympathetic to that and agree. I just think it's bad. I'm getting tired. Melody says, yeah, I don't know anything about those two so far, so fair. Lol, but Republicans have been unhinged. We should match. Destiny might be stepping over the line on this one, but someone's got to test it. Okay, I disagree. Anonymous Chatter says, sorry I got here late. I'm going to say that you can say that there are prices for bad optics, but there's also gains. People on the left are pissed, and saying these things weaponizes the hate. Okay, then I'm just not going to be a part of it, right? Like, so... Corey Peltzman says, I don't like Dylan Burns. Used to watch him. Oh, sorry. I will participate with liberals insofar as it comes to electoral shit, you know, beating MAGA, et cetera, et cetera. But when somebody says, defend Steven on this point, I'm just going to say no. You know? And it's not like Steven needs me to defend him. But I'm just saying, like, people are going to say, Steven engaged in XYZ bad behavior. Well, what's your position on that? I'm going to be like, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Fuck him. It's counterproductive. You know, what do you want me to do? You're saying that he's free to engage in whatever bad behavior he wants to engage in, and he is. But I'm also free to criticize him for his bad behavior. Corey Peltzman says, I don't like Dylan Burns. Used to watch him until he threw me under the bus rather than talk about something he knows little on and was spreading false information rather than he banned me for spreading false info. Dylan's was going to debate me that time, but he was drunk. I told him to get sober and debate me, but he never did. Okay, what does that have to do with him being a Nazi? Alley Cattails, because he can be very effective. Yeah, that's the only reason why I bother criticizing him. Fatsimo says, Connor, have you ever watched Nick Fuentes discuss international politics? Yes. Yes. There's a video that did very poorly. It actually really upset me that it did very poorly to the point that I deleted it. but I watched Nick Fuentes do his version of Israeli history, and I effectively broke down how the alternative narratives that I felt like filled in his narrative. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I've seen him do it. I think Nick Fuentes is quite descriptively powerful. I think his prescriptions are dog shit. I explained why in my comments somewhere. Okay, well, dude, there's fucking 80 people here. So Eric Dom says, I like when Tiny and Connor scream at each other because I know I will laugh about it. Yep. LB says, Connor, just so you know, I'm mostly speaking in my mind. Once in a while, I do like to trigger you, but it's more like expressing my opinions and correcting the record. Gotcha. Okay. All right. What does spurging mean? Randy Chang says, who's apparently been screen peeking over my shoulder. Nice. Yeah, so in case your coworker is still looking over your shoulder, it's Asperger's. It's calling somebody like autistic and freaking out. Fernando Suzo says it's the concept of the Luciferian God. Connor is trying to fill the drug-shaped hole in his soul with God. True. True. Corey Peltzman says, oh, you skipped the reason. Here it is. Destiny claimed all Israel was apartheid and was too drunk to debate. Then I called him out on this. Mad. Yeah. Okay. All right, so he's critical of Israel in a cringe way. Got it. Got it. I don't think that makes him a Nazi, though. All right. Okay, and I caught up with chat. Excellent. All right, let's figure out what we're doing for content. And I want to thank the donors. Andrew Giannokopoulos, thank you for your donation. Starhawks, thank you for your donation. AKA Badasui, thank you for donation. True Zealot, thank you for yours. Much appreciated. Let me take a look at the docket and see what we want to do. And you said, did y'all hear that? I'm not hearing things. Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm not, yeah, I'm not gonna, I don't know if you're talking about me with arguing a counter argument about the apartheid stuff. With the apartheid stuff, I think the argument is that Palestinian Muslims are second-class citizens within Israel, but there are Pali Muslims who live in Israel who have basically said, like, yeah, sure, it can be a little bit scary going through checkpoints and all that kind of bullshit, and yeah, people can be a little bit rude sometimes, but realistically, you know, with all my friends, with all my Jewish friends, I'm treated pretty normally. So I don't think that's the same as apartheid South Africa. I think in apartheid South Africa, you actually had segregation, where if you were white or black, you were treated like shit. Anonymous Chatter says, Connor, day number 2 of reminding you to add links and schedule to your YouTube video descriptions. I didn't wait a week like you said. Don't ban me. I won't, obviously. Melody, do you guys want to do that? So, oh, got you. Corey Peltzman said, you said Destiny when you were reading Dylan's name. My apologies. I'm getting tired. Thank you. Mel D says, did you already watch the Hutch 1 versus 5? So do you guys want to do that? I would do that. I would happily do that. So taking a look at it, we have Mehdi Hassan on Jubilee, which I don't know if that's out yet. Pisco versus Rob, which to me, to be honest, that sounds like ass cancer. Myron versus Destiny, we already did. Hutch versus Straight Raid, we already did. Destiny versus Tom Bill U is on the docket, but I know that's more of like a, I don't know, academic, like actual fight between a conservatarian and Destiny. So it's not like a blood sports thing. It's more of like an actual conversation between a relatively smart guy and Destiny. So are you guys good with Hutch versus communists? I mean, I would watch that. I like it when leftists punch on liberals, and then I get to nitpick everybody's arguments. I'm perfectly fine with that as content. Elijah Schaefer interviewed Dinesh D'Souza. Yeah. What happened to your review of the Vanguard boys? Well, I mean, that's what we're asking about. That's what we might do right now. Conservatism says I'm down. Yes, please, on Hutch versus commies. Okay, cool. Sacred Snow for $5 says, Breaking Bread Dono for our earlier convo. I got to drive, so want to comment much, but I'll be listening. Have a good day. Thank you, Sacred Snow. I bear in mind, Christian Valeris, Sacred Snow. There was a few other people that I was fighting with. Obviously, LB. I'm trying to think of who else I was fighting with, but there were a few other people who just took Destiny's line of argumentation. You know, I don't hate you. I disagree with you. And so I want this community. You know, you can think that I'm being cringe. That's fine. I'm going to be cringe. I'm going to sweep for Jordan Peterson and you're not going to like it. I'm going to argue with Destiny when I think he's being too edgy and you're not going to like it. I am going to have some conservatarian takes that you're not going to like. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But I do want this community to be one in which we're not in total lockstep. We can have 60% overlap. We can have 40% overlap. We can have 70% overlap. But we should be able to fight out our differences and still be friends at the end. So if I'm like spicy and rude because I'm getting worked up because I'm fighting all of chat, my apologies. But I do want it to be normal in this community to fight and then to, you know, be a little bit spicy and then to chill out afterwards. Right? So. Cool. Looks like all the votes are for Hutch. So we're going to do that. Melody says my vote is for Hutch carrying. Thank you for the $5, King. Much appreciated. And again, I'm going to thank everybody who donated because, you know, Grassroots is busy. So I want to thank Andrew Giannakopoulos, Starhawks, aka Batasui, True Zealot, Sacred Snow, and Melody. Thank you for your donations. Very much appreciated. Sacred Snow says, gotta break bread when you take psychic damage from chat. Just a reminder that all is well. I love that this isn't a hug box because sometimes I'm missing something or slow. Good. Good. Fernanda Souza says, I'm only mates with people who agree 110% with me. Yeah, okay. Admiral Buttercrust says, apology accepted. Okay. All right. Let's pull it up. Live and learn, Hutch. The good news is I think that I actually skipped ahead to where it got. Excuse me. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. You know what's funny? So I just clicked on YouTube and Ryle Kittenhouse, who is a perpetual Destiny hater, says Destiny versus Not So Erudite and Explosive Confrontation and Erudite 1 ? J-Stock review. That's pretty funny. The Destiny haters hate Destiny so much that they're backing Kyla. That's crazy. Hutch, Lib, and Learn Vanguard. Oh, I'm sorry for yawning in your earballs. I'm hurting. Oh, this is 50 minutes and it's on Hutch's channel. I'm going to watch that because the original Live and Learn one was like 4 hours and the first 90 minutes was not related to Hutch versus Vanguard. So I'm 100% going to go with Hutch's copy. I'm assuming he selected the spiciest timestamps. Yeah. Yep. All right. Anonymous chatter says, fight, then have a beer, the true bro way. True, as Grill Hottest, that's the way it needs to be. Jonah says, you're doing great. I appreciate the content / yelling at chat. Good. Fernando Souza says, they need to agree now, even with the things. I'll change my mind about it in the future. Cool. Cool. Melody says, Hutch's video should go to the good part. Yes, I agree. I'm here and I got it. So let me actually create some content. Thought with chat as a way to decompress. Excuse me. Randy Chang says yawns are contagious because of mirror neurons. Interesting. Let me just pause for a second because my brain hurts. You have to bear in mind that I'm psychologically still in the panel yesterday, and I was taking care of my kiddo while I was doing it. Kiddos. And so as a result, yesterday was an exhausting day. And so I still feel like I'm in the panel, and I wanted to stay longer. I wanted to stay for another 30 minutes to an hour and fight Destiny and everybody some more. But I just had to go. I got a family to take care of. So Jakara says, I got into Warhammer from watching your content, and I believe I may be financially ruined right now. You're welcome. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran, and today I have a treat for you. I break down the Twitch and YouTube political scene, alt media, punditry, and drama, and I got Hutch, who is a liberal, fighting a bunch of communists. It should be fun. I'm going to bring them onto the channel. I'm going to let them argue. I will be pausing intermittently in order to break it down from my perspective. Let's go.
I will check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill."
You go to war with Joe Manchin. You say, "I'm going to primary you, block you." Hold on, wait. Just hold on. I'm gonna your mom, and I'm gonna primary you, and we're gonna replace you. Okay? And then he says, "You know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that."
So are you stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay?
That wasn't my fucking question.
Why don't you bully Trump and bully?
It literally
was.
The Democrats thought they could people and lie to them about, "Oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage," or, "Oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans," when they never had an intention of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed
They never had the intention of doing student loans?
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always say.
No, the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack the court. So, Hutch, again, I agree with you. Biden's first 6 months more legislatively successful than Trump's, but hasn't Trump surprised you? I know he surprised me. I know he surprised a lot of people on Twitter when we're like, "Oh,
I need these glasses." They're very metrosexual liberal, but I need these glasses. Number one, because I'm blind. Number two, because I think they give you an aesthetic of being a thoughtful person. So I'm pausing already because we've already heard some of the line of argumentation. I'm telling you, the Vanguard boys, they make a point that I actually like 100% agree with. And then Hutch came back and counterpunched them, which I think you just have to keep in your analysis. It's actually really good argumentation. I don't want to spoil it too much, but expect the lefty freaks to seize early momentum and expect Hutch to have a good counterpunch.
they're not going to be able to get Mike Johnson confirmed as speaker. They're not going to be able to get this continuing resolution passed. They're not going to be able to get the one big beautiful bill done.
You believe that, Josiah? You really believe that?
And they have knocked one W after another. They have defied expectations. When it looked like Trump was down for the count, he squeaked a win.
No,
Who said he was down for the count?
That's not true. Wait, Josiah. That is so not true. Trump has, and this I think goes to Zach's point. He has a force of personality and is able to influence his members of Congress to do shit that that is against their interest, against their constituents' interest. You look, for example, I know you guys talk about Josh Hawley because I think I saw a video of you guys talking about Josh Hawley. Like, Josh Hawley puts a stake in the ground and says, no, on Medicaid, I'm not going to budge. And this is really important. This is really important. And he budges. And so if you actually, Josiah, and I have to question you, if you actually thought they weren't going to be able to get Mike Johnson as speaker, you actually thought they weren't going to be able to pass a continuing resolution. That shit was baked in when they won the election, man, because Trump actually has that force of will.
Damn, I already pre-watched, so I'm cheating a little bit. Starhawk says, thoughts on Conflict 1947, thinking of starting? Well, I mean, obviously, I want you to do Warhammer 40K instead. However, it looks cool. I mean, I just Googled it. Looks like steampunk World War II. You know me. I like painting miniatures. I like war games. I like all that stuff. And so, effectively, this line of argumentation, I think Pisco's making it way too simplistic, and he's presuming that the right wing is easily squeaking out these wins. I don't think that's true at all. I think the right wing is expending a lot of energy and they're creating a lot of bad will amongst legislators. I do think that Trump is such a uniquely capable person of using the bully pulpit. That's the only reason why this is happening. I think that when Trump disappears, so does that cult of personality. But Starhawks, thank you for your donation. Jonazilla says, laughing emoji, I'm going to F your mom and I'm going to primary you. Yes, that is one of the peak moments of this debate, for sure.
They got it done the first time. They got it done. They got Mike Johnson confirmed on the first vote.
That's one way to spin it. That how long did that take? That took like how many votes to get that done?
Wait a minute. No.
I think we all had
because
I think we all had. Maybe there was one. Maybe it was Pisco. I can't remember. I think we all had doubts that he'd be able to get his full cabinet confirmed I think that. Well,
I had no doubt. No. I said everyone's going to
get like I said, maybe it was you who.
Maybe it was.
I'm
gonna go back and
find
out.
out.
By the way,
I thought there was going to be a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
I thought that somebody that
so
was totally crazy. I'm not.
Right. I'm actually going to go back and check, Pisco, because you came in way too hot.
No. Check
no,
it.
Don't worry. We'll check the tape.
No, I will.
Check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump is going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill
I think
passed."
Pisco did, bro. I really did.
Absolutely
Don't fucking
did.
believe. That's okay.
100%.
All right.
No,
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, but
Also-
I think to Josiah's point though, there was I think a general expectation that there would probably be more reins on Trump than or there'd be less reins on Trump than there have proven to been, I suppose, right? That he would probably have a little bit more problems getting various things done, and he's also, I think,
believe that, Econo Boy? You believe that?
Yeah.
You
I think also, I think
an idiot. Are you
I think
sure?
there's also been.
Are you sure?
There's also been a lot of things.
I love this because Pisco is wildly abrasive and pisses everybody off by being so like, oh yeah, you fucking idiot. Ugh. I'm happy that Josiah is playing with it.
That Trump has done that I think probably did generally surprise people, like even political.
Sorry, I forgot to read the super chat. Christian Players for $20 says, take my money, enjoy the conflict. Also, who is Sick Rick? Dude seems like a Groiper Nazi. I have no idea who Sick Rick is. So, did he join the Discord? Is that what's going on? But thank you for the donation, King. Sincerely appreciated.
Commentators, like for instance, when it comes to things like just like completely shutting down entire government agencies, right?
Like the Department of Education,
USAID, Department of Education, right? And I think as well, like I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that came out. I think it might have been just today, actually, that said essentially, you can substantially cut these agencies or withhold funds. And who gives a about Congress? Essentially, originalist Supreme Court, quote unquote. Like, I think that's a pretty surprising thing from most people's perspectives. And people have to adjust their priors, but there's something to be said, I think, about Trump's over performance, I guess, relative to his first term in a number of ways.
But it's a misrepresentation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative that the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
I stand by that. I think that his entire presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. Do you guys?
I'm just going to say, for the sake of commentary, I don't necessarily agree with this. I feel like COVID was such a one-off incident that it totally tanked the economy, which is why Biden won, was because the economy was so smashed. And then I think why Biden lost was because the inflation lasted pretty much all the way up to election day. And so this, the economy had recovered, but it was very anemic. And so while people might have gotten raises, might have gotten better jobs, et cetera, they also saw, I mean, this is true for me and my family, we saw groceries double. And we didn't already have, or like 30%, 40%. So we didn't have a lot of spending money beforehand, and now spending money is exclusively going to bills. Like we thought it was bad 5-10 years ago when we didn't have a lot of spending cash. Now we don't have any extra at all. And that's because of the increase in cost of living. And then add on top of that, the housing market, the way the housing market is right now, if I was a Zoomer, I would be rioting. So yeah, like I feel like the economics, if economics are bad, whoever is in power gets voted out. It's just the way that it is. Otherwise, I do not think that Trump would be in office right now. Boom.
Blamed the Senate parliamentarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage.
No,
I don't
I
understand
blame
how you
Joe
reach
Biden
that
for
conclusion.
failing on one of its primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been raised since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that have accomplished?
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that he deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Sinema or Manchin.
Yeah, I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco's point, he expected every single one of those people to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican
not
Party.
everybody
He will
did.
ruin you.
But not everybody
He'll make sure
did.
that you never work again.
Matthew
I
said
think that
no.
Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy right here is standing in the way of you getting a minimum wage. Call it the minimum wage rally. Have 100,000 people show up. Have Bernie Sanders speak at it. Have every single person, have Kamala Harris speak. Bring out Barack Obama. If you can't have Michelle Obama speak there.
Sorry, what
Get
state did he
AOC on the
serve
stage.
again?
This is how we're going to raise the.
It wasn't a district. It was a state. What state did he serve again?
West Virginia.
And then how did they vote in the last election? Do you know?
Yeah. Do you think that they would all vote for a $15 minimum wage? They would. We voted for a $15 minimum wage in my state of Missouri. And guess what? We also voted for Donald Trump, unfortunately. People are heterodox. Same thing happened in Florida, which is a Republican stronghold.
It's a Trump plus 40 state. Whatever leverage you think Joe Biden had in West Virginia, you are deluding yourself. Like, I just want to ask you,
that's because people don't show up to vote in West Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility in West Virginia.
Can you simply accept that sometimes presidents are going to be constrained by the Congress, that it's not?
So somebody skipped ahead and actually made the point that Hutch is going to win on, in my opinion. So the Vanguard boys, I'm going to give them a little bit of credit up front, okay? Because what they're going to argue in the next like 5 to 10 minutes or whatever, and I need to get a water refill. I'm dehydrated as hell. What they're going to argue is that Democrats are uncomfortable using the bully pulpit, and so as a result, they don't. And so realistically, if there was something the Democrats want to get done, then they should be bullying Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, which, by the way, I don't even know if those people are relevant anymore, but they should have been bullying their moderates. But to Melodie's point, the Vanguard boys have no idea how any of this works. It was a 50-50 Senate, I think. Yeah, Melodie, not just that. What Hutch is going to bring up is the fact that, okay, so you bully him through the pulpit in order to get the $15 minimum wage. The rest of your agenda is fucked. Because effectively what you said to this guy is, we're going to turn your own constituency against you, or try to. And we're also going to primary you in the next election. Well, you've lost leverage over that political operator. That political operator has every desire to stick their finger in your eye. And so as a result, with this close of a Senate, a 50-50 Senate, you can kiss the rest of your agenda goodbye. And so while I'm sympathetic to the Vanguard boys saying like Democrats get elected and then they don't even try, that's effectively their argument. I think that Hutch actually wins out logically, saying that you can kiss the rest of your agenda. It's gone. It's gone. So LB says Connor Biden didn't even try. Well, you'll like the Vanguard boys, LB. You'll like them. Grassroots 20 says, hey, party people. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Grassroots, I just want to tell you, you should be proud of chat. Okay, you should be very proud. We got donations from Christian Valeris, Starhawks, Melody, Sacred Snow, True Zealot, aka Batasui, Starhawks again, and Andrew Giannakopoulos. They have been very kind in your absence. So I just want you to be proud. I want you to be proud of CGG. I want you to be proud of the COG.
Just as simple as them wielding the bully pulpit. Are you willing to concede that sometimes presidents don't get the things that they want?
How would we know? He didn't do that. He did not do that. He did not.
I am actually on the verge of passing out. So what I just summarized is effectively the next 5 to 10 minutes of argumentation. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to plug in my phone. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just telling you, I'm hurting a little bit. Fighting last night, taking care of the kids all day yesterday, and then fighting today. I'm just a little wiped out. So we're still going to engage in content. We're still going to get our 5 hours in. I'll be right back. But I desperately need water or else I'm going to die. Be right back.
Make a single effort. He stayed in his basement and he said, oh.
He negotiated bills that he could get passed, and he didn't waste time fighting for something like firing the Senate parliamentarian that wouldn't have changed the outcome.
To give a right-wing, watered-down infrastructure bill so he could claim victory after he rolled over completely. That's what happened.
I also think, as I was talking about earlier in the show, Joe Biden of 10 years ago absolutely would not have taken that bullshit from Joe Manchin. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician?
For the record.
Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if Joe Biden had actually been in... If he had actually been in office when he, are you going to let me finish the point?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe Biden was from his previous era, he would not have allowed his signature piece of legislation to be embarrassed in the way that it was by the likes of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. He didn't even threaten to facilitate a primary against them. As soon as Thomas Massie starts talking shit on Donald Trump, Trump's tweeting about how they've already recruiting candidates to run against him. And with Joe Manchin, it's like, there may be some disagreements with this fine and honorable member of the caucus from West Virginia, and let's go talk about it privately like gentlemen. No, Zach is 100% right. You're the president of the United States. You go to his home state, you embarrass the shit out of him, even though Biden's not very popular in West Virginia. You at least try. And Bernie Sanders is. You can bring out people that are popular. Kentucky has a Democratic governor. It's not impossible to reach these people. They're not just like 100% Democrats suck. I hate all Democrats. Like, no, if you actually put it to them in a way that makes sense, these states, which by the way, within the last 75 years, were all blue states. Yeah, you can convince them to fight for something like minimum wage. You can convince them to take out their anger on this politician who's single-handedly holding that up. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to at least try. And that was another issue with Biden. His whole posture, he just exuded weakness. Trump exudes strength, specifically to his base, less and less with every passing day. I think he's kind of fading in that capacity. But for a while, he was a master at getting people in line and on message. He turned the entire party into a reflection of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden couldn't even pretend to try to do that. And again, it might have been
that Donald Trump did when he was president. What was the first thing he tried to do legislatively?
In which term?
The Obamacare thing.
The first
term.
Oh,
you mean in the first term?
Yeah.
He passed a tax incentive for rich, and also repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't know which one happened first.
The first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. Was he successful?
No, John McCain stood in the way of it, but that was because they had a personal grievance. Okay, do you not remember the whole problem?
Do you think that Donald Trump could have used the bully pulpit to force McCain to vote in the way that he wanted to?
I think that Donald Trump, if he had been a more deaf politician, would have absolutely gotten John McCain to go along with it. And if he hadn't said, I like the ones that don't get captured, and made fun of the man's military record, he would have absolutely gotten it.
Yeah, because the thing about Trump is that he doesn't actually give a fuck about the actual policy. Like, he's never really been someone who cares that much about getting policies passed. It's a cult of personality. If he was a sophisticated politician, he
sorry for being tardy to the party.
Wouldn't have pissed off John McCain in that sort of way. Not that he totally didn't care about that, goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. I'm not trying to seem like he didn't, but I don't think that he cares as much. That's not really his mission. Whereas Joe Biden should have been politically savvy enough to get those senators in line.
Okay. So I feel like, guys, you are perfectly exemplifying what the Green Lantern theory of politics is. The central premise of it is that neither of you seem to accept that the Congress can be a check on the president. Neither of you seem to accept that sometimes.
When did Joe Biden try to use the
pulpit? I let you talk. Hold on.
We advised
let me speak. I was speaking. I was nice to Gavin here. Okay. Like, you guys seem to think that there is always going to be a way to force the people in Congress to give you the bills that they want. And the reality is literally every single president has been constrained by their Congress. Every single one.
I don't think that. That is not my position. I think that Joe Biden should have tried harder. I think he should have tried harder and used the bully pulpit more to shame the people that were preventing him from delivering on what the American voters voted him into the office to accomplish in the first place. To me, as someone who actually deeply cares about these policies, who cares about the public option that he never actually tried to do once he was in office, who cares about the $15 minimum wage, which he didn't even try to fight for once he was in office. Yeah, it actually pisses me off, and I want to see the president reflect the frustration of his base when it comes to those key issues, and to at least punish the members of the caucus that are they're disloyal and that embarrass the whole agenda and administration.
Do my podcast co-hosts have any opinions on Manchin to get a $15 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia?
So what I'm okay and what I'm accepting from the Vanguard people is that Democrats are perceived to be quite anemic. So they have this like broad mandate of social reforms that they want to engage in, but once they get into office, they're always appealing to practicality for why they can't actually pass social reform. But once again, I'm just going to point out what Melody pointed out, that Manchin was in such a precarious position that he actually had a huge amount of leverage in Democratic politics. Bo Dickerson says, for context, I believe Manchin had not only the highest approval rating in the Senate, but in the whole of the government at the time. Bullying Manchin would have been political malfeasance. Exactly. Melody says, okay, Hutch said it. Yeah. That's where I feel like the appeal is going to be with the Vanguard people for the way that you feel. But I think Hutch actually has relatively astute analysis. Leftists don't really think in long-term policy gains. Yeah, but they're effectively making the same argument that Steven was making yesterday, which is Trump's winning. He's engaging poorly. Let's also engage in bad behavior so we can win too. That's effectively the line of argumentation. TL1524, thank you for the donation, King. For $5 for the brain rot you had to deal with last night. Not sure how in God's green earth you kept your composure like you did. You're a better man than I. That's actually funny. A lot of people are accusing me of spurging out. So, well, thank you, though. Corey Peltzman says good night. Good night, King. I think Corey is in Europe. So Corey has to go to bed sometimes when we're still streaming. Deus Halcyon for $5. Thank you, King. It's all or nothing with these leftists. Be normal and accept that you're not going to get every single one of your policies passed. Yeah. Yes. All right. Just quick show real quick. Everybody's been incredibly generous today. Thank you kindly. Really do appreciate it. It seems like you're rewarding my bad behavior from last night. But anyways, like the stream. Share it with your friends, watch the VODs, comment on the videos, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. You guys have already been insanely generous today. So thank you kindly.
I think I was just going to say, like, I think that these views are somewhat compatible. Like, I think that Hutch, I think where you're wrong is that, look, at the end of the day, like the Trump project, right, has been a long one at this point, right? It's been almost a decade long. By the time Trump, leaves, like.
Starhawks, just real quick. What panel was Connor on last night? It was a WIC panel, and it was against Destiny. And basically, I just yelled at Destiny to stop being such a freak about talking shit about dead kids and kids watching porn. And that was the crux of the debate from my perspective. Kyla was upset that Steven isn't being more optical, and she thinks that he's unnecessarily destroying relationships that could benefit his political project. Steven said, I don't care. It was funny. Fuck off. And then Soy Pill said, bad behavior is being rewarded on the right, so we should also engage badly as long as we're winning. And actually, Steven said the same thing too. So, anyways.
Guess we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. His last term in 2029, that'll have been Donald Trump leading the conservative movement in this country for 12 years, right? A very long time. And we see some of the fruits of that today, right? We see the consolidation of power within the court and the Supreme Court. We see, like Pisco said, the consolidation of power within the caucus, and he's able to essentially just dictate things to the caucus. And how did he accomplish that, right? It wasn't through, my friend John McCain or, the analogous thing that Joe Biden did with Joe Manchin. It's like, look, at some points, you have to try and make long-term decisions in the composition of the caucus. You're always going to have moderates and progressives, and those people are always going to disagree. Same thing with the Republican Party to some degree, but at the very least, I think it's probably worth it long-term to instill a kind of like coalition culture within the party and say, look, we ran as a party on $15 an hour minimum wage. I won that election. If you're against me, like, I don't care that you've been a senator from Delaware for, the last 20 years. Like, that's what the party believes in. That's what the base believes in, as evident by the election. And you're going to get primaried if you don't support it. And look, to the discredit of, some of Donald Trump's candidates that he endorses in the primaries, he's going to lose some of those elections, right? Like he ends up primarying candidates and they end up losing 100%. Otherwise winnable elections. But we see that in the long run, those global macro trends that kind of dictate who wins and loses a lot of these elections end up pulling through. And now Donald Trump has, larger majorities in the Senate. I don't know what the House looked like when he took office, but he's able to actually have consolidated that and get a lot of things that he otherwise didn't think he would be able to get done.
So we've already summarized the arguments. The question is, do any Democrats have that force of personality in order to reshape the party in their vision? Okay. Because Trump does. He reshaped I think to the country's detriment. He reshaped the party into his vision of what MAGA is. And so the question is, do the Democrats have somebody with a similar force of personality? And I don't think you guys do. I don't think you have a single person, because the Democrats have to build a coalition. They have to be representative of black moderates and black progressives. They have to be representative of Hispanic moderates and Hispanic progressives. They have to be representative of gay people and trans people and white progressives and white moderates. And so trying to build a coalition amongst all those fractal groups, I think, is infinitely more difficult than what the Republicans have to do. Republicans have to basically say Christian and predominantly white, but then also we will accept, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, Indian people who support our agenda. So, I think that the right wing coalition building is infinitely easier than left wing coalition building.
Do you think that Joe Manchin he was going to be threatened by a primary?
Well, Hutch, you're completely disregarding my point. Okay,
no, I'm not. What do you mean?
No. My point wasn't that you could get Manchin to change his mind. Manchin didn't even run for re-election. He left the Democratic Party. He was independent when he retired from the Senate. Like, I don't know that there's substantially anything that you could have done. I think, to the Vanguard's point, there's probably something to be said about at least like the appearance of giving a and like trying.
Which was a huge part, which, by the way, was a huge thing that led to Trump's re-election, was the fact that everyone felt like Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel, that he was feckless, that he was too old.
Anonymous chatter says, what about Gavin Newsom? What about him? No, he's positioning himself for a run, but is his weird California bougie corporate, HR speak, is that something to coalesce the party around? I don't know if it is.
To whip his own caucus into line when it mattered. That's why he lost. That's why we have Trump.
That
Joe Biden didn't
mean
even fight
anything.
for the American people.
No,
what you're saying doesn't mean anything. When you say something
What do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
When you say just use the bully pulpit, you're not suggesting anything.
No. He just said something very specific.
Okay,
yeah, go for it.
Okay, here's what I was going to say, because this is my point, Hutch, right? Like, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees just because we want to have good fireworks show for the audience, which I'm totally into, by the way. We're all crushing. But the reality is that the point that we're making, and I think Okada Boy, I thought you laid it out extremely well, right? The American people do not believe that the Democratic Party is full of fighters, right? Gavin used the term asleep at the wheel. The reality is that the reason they couldn't get Kamala Harris or Joe Biden across the finish line was because they did not even try to whip votes in West Virginia, from West Virginia, right? They didn't even try to say, okay, we're going to go down to Arizona.
They didn't even make it feel like they cared about $15 an hour. No one even knew that. You think any of those voters in West Virginia even knew that Biden gave a about $15 an hour? No, because he didn't. That's the problem. He never even pretended to care, other than to get a few suckers' votes.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Does everybody agree?
I have my own issues with $15 minimum wage. I feel like minimum wage is a fucking band-aid on this issue, which is effectively you're creating an artificial price floor, and minimum wages actually benefit corporations more than bringing back unions do. If I could, I would actually eliminate unions. Well, not eliminate unions. I would eliminate minimum wage and I would bring back unions. I think there's a Nordic country that did that. A Nordic country with no minimum wage. Several Nordic countries do not have a national minimum wage, including Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Iceland. Instead, these countries rely on collective bargaining agreements between trade unions and employers to determine wages. These agreements often set minimum wage levels for specific sectors and occupations. This, I think, is an infinitely better model. This is an infinitely better model because you got people want to be EMTs, right? They want to be emergency medical technicians because it's a cool job. You get to ride in the back of an ambulance. You get to help people when they're sick or injured. You get to use stabilizing medicine in order to get people to the hospital. But in the United States, because emergency medicine is oftentimes privatized, it's a question of who gets there first, the fire department or the EMTs, on who does the stabilization work. But then EMTs almost always do the transportation. But because EMTs are oftentimes private businesses, particularly in Florida, they pay their workers minimum wage. So they get paid, $7, $8, $10 an hour. And because the job is so cool, plenty of people are willing to accept dog shit wages in order to do a very cool job. But for me, that should be something that is 100% representative by a trade union that talks about how expensive the education is, talks about how, you know, the challenges with standard of living, talks about the liability issues related to working in emergency medicine, and then get those people decent wages. I think EMT should be paid the same as firefighters or paid the same as cops. So, and the only reason why cops have a decent wage with decent benefits is through collective bargaining in the public sector. So, yeah, if I could, I would 100% eliminate minimum wage and incentivize unionization. Well, QC John says, was I reading too much into the Destiny comment last night that he now only cares about no matter, as him saying his goals are not the same as yours and Kyla? Yeah, I do think we have differentiating goals. I think Steven is black-pilled because of how toxic the atmosphere around him has been. I think he's black-pilled about how much of an electoral effect he can have. So he will have whatever effect he can, but he's not going to walk on eggshells in order to do it. And so what I'm saying is he has enough money, power, and clout that if he cares about, you know, what's going on, he can be wildly effective. Yes. And then you said, well, QC John only cares about winning. I mean, I think that was the crux of the argument right there as well, was he said, I will engage in any bad behavior as long as it results in us winning. Now, he can walk that back. He can say like, oh, it was just the heat of the moment. You know, you were pissing me off, et cetera, et cetera. But he said it. So I think there's an underlying motivation of the right wing gets to act poorly and win. I'm going to act poorly and see if we can win as well.
I agree here that generally speaking, in the modern era, what the American voters typically do is, if they give a trifecta to a particular party, they take it away 2 years later. It has basically been, this has been
because the party abuses their fucking trust.
Patsimo says, I wouldn't hate unions as much if they didn't steal dues to give the politicians. 100% corruption is something that you have to guard against with trade unions, 100%. But that doesn't mean that it's not better than what we currently have.
And doesn't do anything.
Hold on.
That's why. If Biden had actually done the things that I wanted him to, he would have.
I'm just giving you this is what happens with voters.
LB says, Connor, you know what else Denmark has? Socialism. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have decommodification of basic human needs, and it doesn't have workers owning the means of production. Nice try, LB.
Right. So in that time, when a president,
though, not just as a natural,
when a president is
law.
inaugurated, they know they're on a ticking clock, and they only have a couple years to pursue as much legislation as they can get done. And to Josiah's point, but you may not like the final version of those bills, but Biden was legislatively the most successful president of the modern era since like LBJ. Now you want to like quibble about like $15 an hour. Would it have been better if he spent more time on a useless fight?
Hutch, you're talking about this like he won re-election, though. You're talking about this like he won re-election.
Senator, wouldn't it have been him better to just get done what he could get done before he loses Congress? Like, that's the argument. You can't simply say vaguely, you can't simply say like, just go to West Virginia, send AOC to West Virginia. Who gives a fuck?
Have you not seen she's been on a Fight the Oligarchy tour, and it's been massively successful? Let me talk for 1 second about this, guys. I was just in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma doing a segment for the Vanguard where I went to one of the Fight the Oligarchy tours, right? You guys ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Never.
No.
Okay, it is not exactly liberal country, okay? It's not the kind of place where they're tuning into podcasts that are woke. Okay, guess what that room was filled with? It was filled with people who wanted to see socialism. They loved AOC, and they were union guys.
Cringe. Oh, I'll DM the Vanguard guys. I'll figure it out. Decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I could go on a 5-minute rant about why I think it's totally antithetical to the human condition, but I don't want to waste your time. I'll waste theirs later.
That were fixing airplanes. They were farmers. They were teachers. There were tons of indigenous folks that showed up. Oklahoma has a huge indigenous population that's underrepresented. If you were to ask a pollster like Ezra Klein, he would tell you not to waste your time in Oklahoma. But do you know what Bernie Sanders said to those people? He said, I do not want to be a part of a government that sees red and blue states. I want to be a part of a government that leads, that delivers for the American people. When I went to the U.S.
Yeah, do you know what Biden said? Is I don't want to govern over red states or blue states. I want to govern over the United States of America. I don't know why that sounded like Nixon, but Obama said the same shit, man. Like, listen, it's good rhetoric. I like it. It makes me proud to be an American, but every politician says that shit. That's not unique to Bernie Sanders.
Senate, I said I was going to stand up for the United States of America. That's what I'm here to do today. And people were losing it, man. They couldn't believe that somebody actually showed up for them. You're telling me that if you put on national television, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, take your pick.
Him mentioning Beto O'Rourke right there makes me think, didn't Beto lose? Has Beto ever won? Beto to me is like colon cancer. Like, I know that Democrats like him because he's young and handsome and can speak in front of a camera. Did Beto O'Rourke ever win a position? Beto O'Rourke won several elections during his political career. He was on the city council, the House of Representatives. He did win Congress in 2012, defeating a 16-year incumbent. That's impressive. Okay, that's cool. He narrowly lost to Ted Cruz in 18. He tried the presidential in 20. He tried the gubernatorial and lost. So he's lost 3 elections. Last time he won was 2012. And by the way, this is like not only is that 13 years ago, that yes, we're going to take your AR-15s comment. This, anytime you run this guy, this is getting played on repeat in every conservative district possible. Beto O'Rourke. Yes, we're gonna. It's literally the top thing. It's literally the top thing. I didn't even have to type it in all the way. Let's just watch this.
If the high impact, high velocity round, when it hits your body, shreds everything inside of your body because it was designed to do that, so that you would bleed to death on a battlefield, not be able to get up and kill.
What do you think bolt action rifles do, Beto? You fucking idiot.
One of our soldiers. When we see that being used against children. And in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15. And that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because so many other people were shot by that AR-15 in Odessa and Midland. There weren't enough ambulances to get to them in time. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You know, I'm not voting for you. I'll never vote for you. You could literally have him, like, he would need to come out and pretty explicitly disavow this position for me to vote for this guy. I'm telling you, the fact that Kamala was like, ban assault weapons like 60 days before the election, it was a problem. It was an actual problem for moderates. What was the hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15. Hell yes, we're going to take your AK-47, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Virginia Tech shooter. Weapons. This guy killed 32 people, and he had a 9mm Glock 19 and a 22 caliber P22, and I think he killed 32 people. How many people died in Virginia Tech? 33. This guy, so when you take away the AR-15s, when you take away the AK-47s, and Song Hwak Cho, or whatever the fuck this guy's name was, runs around and kills another 30 to 50 people with a pistol, what are you going to do? You're going to take away that shit too, right? So the reason why any anti-gun control person is not going to vote for that person is because we know you're not going to stop there. You're not going to stop with the assault rifles. You're not going to stop with the high capacity magazines. You're not going to stop with any of that shit. You're going to go for everything. Eventually, we'll be left to lever actions and muskets. We'll actually just have black powder muskets, and that's what we'll be left with. So yeah, you're not getting my vote. Not getting my vote. Anyways, somebody did a super chat, and I love them for it. Here's Shot says, didn't they put him down after losing 3 times? I think so. Christian Blair says Beto is the dude from Family Guy that turns his chair around when talking to high schoolers. Lol. Yeah. No way. No way. No way. This is fucking Beto. He walks into the room. He turns the chair around and then he sits on it. Yes. Yes, bro. Yes. Oh, that's a fire meme. Sorry. I'm trying to. So much of the Counterpoints streams have been heated recently. I'm trying to be chill, you know. I'm trying to have fun. That was funny as fuck. All right. Silver Jacket Man for 20 says, in sociology, there's actually a term called get to Denmark used in the context of how does X country get to Denmark because they're number one in nearly every social index stat there is. Yeah. Seriously. Like, and by the way, I don't mind, but you know, with Denmark, I think that they have an above average socially productive society. They don't really care about the high tax rate, or at least substantive portions of them don't. And I don't know what their gun laws are like. I'm sure their gun laws suck, but Denmark labor force participation rate, 64%. That's actually not that much higher than the United States. I think the United States is around 62. I think Sweden was higher. Sweden at one point was in the 70s. It was crazy. Force participation rate. Yeah, in Sweden, the labor force participation. What's that? He did? I love you. Yeah? Yeah, it's a fan. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah. So anyways, the point is that Scandinavian labor force participation rate is minimally higher, but also in some cases like Sweden, substantively higher. Yeah, so Sweden with a vigorous free market plus guns, I would accept. But then LB says that's socialism, but these countries don't have the decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production. And to my knowledge, they're not on the way to a communist society where they're trying to create a moneyless, stateless, classless society. And then also, I think there's a problem with the birth rate, where I think their birth rate is very low. Denmark birth rate, 1.55. Okay. Well, I mean, they're in line with the rest of the civilized world. I think the United States is around there. United States birth rate. We're slightly higher. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I'm down with that. We just need to get the birth rate higher, and then we can copy Denmark's economic model, and then we can add guns, and then I'm happy. True. All right. Anyways, sorry. So thank you for the donation, King. I'm just going to thank everybody again. Silver Jacket Man, Deus, TL1524, Grassroots, Christian Blair, Starhawks, Melody, Sacred Snow, True Zealot, aka Batasui, Starhawks, and Andrew Gia Canopoulos. I'm just going to say, you guys are kind of incentivizing me to engage in bad behavior, because over the past 24 hours, I screamed at Steven, screamed at Kyla, told people to shut the fuck up, woke up, watched Gladiator with my friend, talked about the drama from last night, and then started moving into the normal content we normally do. But we've gotten more donations because I think everybody is more fired up. So you're basically telling me, hey, Cotter, even if I argue with you in chat, please go yell at people in Twitch and YouTube politics, which can be accommodated. I'll make that happen for you, you know, since you're asking me with your dollary dues.
Famous people, Gavin Newsom from the party, they all show up to West Virginia. Whoever it is that you can get. I'm not saying all these people would agree, but a lot of them would agree, because everybody loves to have their picture taken with the president, and they would have shown up, and it would have been a huge event, and it would have shown the American people that Joe Biden was going to fight for them. Sometimes optics matter. That would have been a time that optics matter. I'm not saying it would have worked. I'm saying the American people would have been like, yeah, Joe, thank you for showing up for us, which you've never done over the time you're president.
You need Manchin. It's in a 50-50 Senate. You need Manchin's vote for literally every single piece of legislation that you want to get done. And you're saying that the very first thing he should have done is gone to civil war with Joe Manchin and threat.
This is where Hutch is going to bring up the point that, frankly, I agree with the Vanguard boys that Democrats need to be more aggressive, coalesce around a leader if they want to win, coalesce around a leader and push an aggressive agenda. I agree with that. Hutch is about to own them in the marketplace of ideas, though.
In the primary, because we didn't get one particular provision.
I mean, is that not what Trump does with the defectors in his caucus? Like, is that not?
Do we really want to emulate? Like, do you want a Republican, like a Democratic Party?
Well, wait a minute. Personally, I think that elides the point. Well, wait a minute. I think you got to address this, and it goes all the way back to. I've been spending the last 30 minutes trying to look for what Pisco had to say about Mike Johnson's first vote, and I can't find the goddamn thing. That motherfucker. There's nothing on it. Fuck you, Pisco. But listen, I think it elides the point that they're making, which is it doesn't matter if you want people to emulate Trump or not.
Sorry, Cameron Mosley is arguing about Denmark. You know why? Because they're socially and ethnically homogenous. They trust each other more. Sure, but we should brainwash Americans through the public education system into loving their neighbors and working towards the benefit of all of American society. I like a free society. I like liberty. I am a liberal in the capital L sense, in the fact that I think that governments that prioritize maximizing human liberty fare infinitely better than authoritarian regimes. Okay. However, I think that there are exceptions in society that the government needs to bolster, one of those being education. And during the educational phase of 0 to 18 in a kid's life, they need to be taught to be pro-social, how to handle violence, how to handle challenges, how to pursue academics, how to pursue their career, how to build a family, how to do this, how to do that. They don't just need to be academically educated. They also need to be morally educated, and they need to be integrated into a community. And that community needs to be the United States of America. And it needs to be based on certain principles, like freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, and limited government, or government limited by the Republic, the Republican Constitution. Fernando Souza says, if Democrats want to go that route, they should just unironically do some buybacks, steal those old unused guns your 80-year-old grandfather has and sell them to the government for tax deduction. I still think that's cringe. Yeah. Yep. Fellas, is it gay to inhale? I think so. I think that's what I just did. I think I'm a little bit more gay for breathing. Christian Blair says, $5. I did appreciate you telling Gibbs you'd end his bloodline. With the vasectomy, to be clear, I don't want to kill Gibbs, but I do want him to get a vasectomy so he doesn't further pollute the gene pool. Yeah. Well, you said don't forget to shrink your size down to a manageable size like Denmark, but what's Denmark's population? Excuse me. Denmark population is 6 million. Jesus Christ. States by population. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it, though. Look at this. So this is a population list top to bottom. California, Texas, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, New Jersey, North Carolina. But after that, we get down to states that are less than 6 million. So we have Wyoming, West Virginia, Missouri, Kansas, Alabama, Iowa, South Dakota, Idaho, Louisiana, Minnesota, New Mexico, Massachusetts is around Denmark. And I think they actually have a multi-payer universal healthcare system. Oklahoma 4.0. Yeah, dude, it's possible. You would need to administer it at the state level. That's all.
They're making the case that it is possible for presidents to bully their parties into line.
Yes.
It's called whipping
I want
votes.
you to deal, so Hutch, I do want you to deal with the Trump example. Either refute it or say yes, but that's Trump.
Well, it's West
and we
Virginia.
can't do
It's
it.
West Virginia. So I can I just step in? I want to say
no. Hang on. Let Hutch respond.
Why
to
are you
that.
flip-flopping when you were agreeing with me when we had the same conversation with Tyler Fritzl?
Oh, bro,
you're flip-flopping because your Vanguard boys are on the podcast.
Yo,
I saved you, Josiah.
Man, I'm about to listen.
Sorry, Christian Blair brings up something funny. Isn't Denmark the country in which their gangs throw hand grenades at each other because they lack pistols? Yes, but their homicide rate is substantively lower because they throw hand grenades at each other. Apparently, I thought it was fireworks. I thought that maybe there was a translation issue where fireworks were being reconstituted as grenades. Apparently not. Apparently, there's a bunch of Eastern European grenades that got snuck into Denmark. And so the gangs there, you know, the way that Americans do drive-by shootings, Danes, well, let's be real, they're probably Middle Eastern and North African Danes, but Danish gangsters and Middle Eastern and North African immigrant gangsters, their version of a drive-by is throwing a hand grenade through a window.
I'm about to roundhouse kick Pisco. He already has the beard off. I'm going to take the mustache off the next time I see him. And then
based.
And you
Jesus
and I,
Christ, guys.
Hutch, listen, you're so tall, I'm going to kick the shit out of your ankles. Listen to me real quick.
See, Hutch, there's a W right there. I'm 5'7". So, you know, whenever if I've ever hurt your feelings, you just fall asleep at night knowing that you know,
I know, man.
Really
Us short people. I know. He's like 6'4". I know.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you. Okay. You go to war with Joe Manchin. You say, I'm going to primary you, block you. Hold on. Wait, let's just hold on. I'm going to your mom and I'm going to primary you and we're going to replace you. Okay. And he says, you know what?
You don't even know where her urn is.
Biden now polling at 100%.
Hold on. And then he says, you know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that. What do you do?
Hard to bully Manchin.
Okay.
Hard to bully. No, listen, I want to agree with
What do you do?
Would you just let me get through the fucking thing? Just shut up and let me get shut up and let me get through the sentence.
So I was Googling Denmark grenade crime, and then people were like, no, that's Sweden, that's Sweden, that's Sweden. And then it said 3 Swedish men aged 15 to 20 were arrested throwing grenades in Denmark. So the only Denmark grenade crime is Swedes. And let's face it, let's see if there's any pictures of the Swedes. No pictures of the Swedes. Let's be real. They're probably from the Middle East and North Africa. Did they release the names? The 17 and 19-year-olds detained in early October allegedly threw 2 hand grenades at a site run 100 meters from the embassy. The blast caused damage to the patio of a nearby building, but did not result in injury. The names of both teens who deny any wrongdoing remain unreleased. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why. Do you think they're Swedish names? Deus Halcyon for 5. Thank you, King. It's about population density. Denmark is tiny. For relatively small infrastructure costs, they can service the entire population. Sure, I agree, but a lot of administration nowadays is digital. So yes, you're right that there's challenges to administering, like let's say medical services. There's challenges to administering medical services in rural areas. I agree completely. I think we can meet those with technology. It's not impossible. Yeah. Damn Vikings. Yeah, the Vikings. The Techno Viking. The Techno Viking is running around with hand grenades, throwing it at Danes. You guys might be so young. You know, I'm almost 40. You guys might be so young, you might not even know Techno Viking. There's this video. This went viral in like 2005, you know? And it's just a bunch of like ravers in the early thousands. And they start walking down the street together. And then this dude, friggin', he just like takes over the music video, walking down the street, dancing as he's walking. It's awesome. Like, somebody needs to get an AI generator and they just need to find that news story. I can't do this because I'm too lazy to do it, but they need to take that news story of like Swedish man accused of throwing grenades at Israeli embassy in Denmark. And then you just need to take this video, and every time his hands go up while he's dancing, there just needs to be grenades flying in different directions and exploding off screen. Like grenade, 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 grenade. That'd be a dope meme. I don't have the time or the energy.
All right, Pisco wants to talk.
Shut up for a second. I agree with you that Joe Manchin was not bullyable. Okay. I want you to address the notion they brought up Trump. And I can't speak for
Oh, it's sweets for sure. Trump Whoppers, sweets.
For peace, go.
Sorry, are you stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay?
That wasn't my fucking question.
Why don't
Pete.
you be like Trump and bully?
It literally
was. You're like,
Yeah,
why
we can go back and play the tape where I said you are not, your point
Oh my
belies
God.
theirs. I said they are saying that a president can theoretically bully a party. I
Well, can I
want you
actually
to
clarify
address
what
that.
my position is, just because I think we're
A.
splitting. I think you guys are splitting hairs here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch
Oh
is
my
saying,
God.
right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say, "F you then, I am eat a bag of dicks," and go. But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay, the Republicans beat us, blah blah blah. You have to find a way to win. So you get on. Say you get on your infrastructure bill, right? You get Joe Manchin doesn't vote for it. Do you not see what Donald Trump has proven that you can do without Congress? You say, guys, give me 2 more years. Okay, or however long Joe Manchin had left. He's, I guess,
But I think the ultimate problem is not so much Biden's treatment of Joe Manchin, but it's the fact that he didn't even seem like he cared about the policy in the
That's
first
it.
place. We're talking about these policies that he's supposed to be fighting for, but no one even knows he supports them. Like I said, he'd have a lot better chance of getting reelected and of being popular if people felt like he gave a fuck about this, if they felt like it was actually something on his agenda.
That is insane, exponential. But somebody also just did a dodo as well. So Christian Valeris, thank you for your 5. Merch idea after the IRA Lucky Charms leprechaun, 100%. I'm writing that down and I'm going to DM it to my artist. So number 1, let me write that down. Swedish grenade attacks techno Viking. And then exponential entropy. Holy shiznit. Okay. I watched you all week, so this is only fair 100. Holy shit, brother. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. I mean that from the depths of my heart. So you guys are basically incentivizing me to engage in horrific behavior. We had Andrew Starhawks, aka True Zealot, Sacred Snow, Mellow D, Starhawks again, Christian Valeris, Grassroots, TL1524, Deus, Silver Jacket Man, Christian Valeris again, Deus again, Christian Valeris again, and then Exponential Entropy with $100. Holy shit! Thank you, King. I'm. It might not sound like I might sound a little deadpan. I'm tearing up a little bit. I actually have a little tear in the corner of my eye right here. So thank you, honestly. All right, back to the brain damage.
Not something that can conveniently hit the cutting room floor as soon as he runs.
Oh, yeah. So Connor D says more ending bloodline threats. Pow, pow, pow. Yeah. I'm going to have to ask you guys, because you guys have all donated. So all the people who donated, please tell me why, right? Is it breaking stuff down and being insightful? Is it being funny and crazy and making crazy memes like the Techno Viking grenade shit? Is it the community? Is it fighting people in schizo debates and screaming at people? What is your, I'm going to keep watching the content, but why do you like this community is why I'm asking. I know why I like it, and it's all of the above, but I'm asking you.
To any sort of obstruction from his own party. And that's exactly how it felt. It felt like Joe Biden was more than happy to use that as an excuse to say, oh, sorry, guys, what do you want me to do? The thing I promised to do is now on the cutting room floor because of these things that I knew would be an issue before I promised it. So it's like, why the you even promise it? Just to lie to everyone and get their hopes up? You knew this would be a problem.
If you didn't run on it, you'd be like, why aren't you running on it?
No, I'd rather he be honest. I genuinely would rather he be honest. I would. And I voted for politicians who aren't running on it. I voted for Kamala Harris, even though she was running on a bunch of shit that I hated, including going around talking about how all the #1 CEOs and corporation leaders in the company signed off on all of her stupid crypto policies and all her AI bullshit. Like, at least she was honest about it. I don't actually think that it's a good idea, though, to run for something or, win a primary based on these ideas, including a public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage, things that would substantially uplift Americans who desperately need it, and then immediately say, sorry, oops, some bullshit happened, and now I have to throw you under the bus and renege on this promise.
You don't seem to fully appreciate the role of the Congress. Period. End of story.
No,
You
like I just said, though, he
seem
didn't
to-
even try to make like with various politicians that understand this issue. They know that, and they build a pressure campaign to make it so that it's political suicide for you to oppose this policy. Joe Biden.
You guys haven't answered my question. Is it yelling at Steven? is that why you're rewarding me? What am I being paid for? I try to be entertaining. I try to be smart. I try to be insightful. I try to be a decent person. I try to respond to chat. But yeah, I'm asking, what are you paying for? Right. And then for this point, I'm actually with the Vanguard bros here, just real quick, because it seems like they're saying, say what you do what you say. Right. And we don't expect our politicians to do that. And I appreciate the gamesmanship that Hutch is appealing to. I actually think Hutch has a more finger on the pulse understanding of what happens with mundane electoral politics once they get into DC. However, I think that's why people are sick of the DC politics. They fucking hate that every policy proposal has to go through 10,000 different committees in order to even get proposed as legislation. They just want people to propose good legislation and then back it. It seems childishly naive, but in some ways it shouldn't be. Anonymous chatter says, Cotter, imagine if you made a tweet about drowning kids, you'd be a millionaire. I know, right? Whatever 4690 says, I gave you my 15 because you should be paid for your efforts, especially with the comments. Thank you. I actually do care about engaging with my chat, regardless of whether or not I get a lot of money for it. Kay with the 10 Canadian. Thank you, Kay. Another foundation of the community. If I lose you, I'll be asking myself what I did wrong. Judah Nitopsky for another 10. Thank you. Says, enjoy your content. Watching while on my lunch break. Last day until I'm on paid family leave. Also, the Emperor protects. Indeed, he does. Thank you, King. I'm gonna read a few more of these because this is actually important for me for community engagement. I kind of want to diagnose. I know what I'm about. I want to know what you guys are about. Rassel Smasher says, I came back because you're to my right, but still have solid takes. It helped me not be in an echo chamber. However, I'm often surprised how much we agree. Great people here too. True. We actually have a pretty cool community. Deus Halcyon says, it's all of the above. It's the fact that you put words to my thoughts. Whether I agree with you or not, your reactions are real and human. Okay. Sacred Snow says, I don't know because I like your morals, personality, honesty, and because you like the cool, nerdy hobbies I like. Based. Melody says, just enjoying the content and interested in hearing your views. All the other stuff too, of course, but want to contribute. Okay, well, then I'm just, guys, and I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Like what I'm hearing is there isn't a specific reason why today has been particularly fruitful. It's just keep grinding the way that we've been grinding. That's what I'm hearing. Razzle Smasher says, yelling at Steven is also top tier content. That Men in Black argument was low key one of the best debates of the year. Good. Fashion 40 says, though I can't donate big as often, I watch your content because you give a real human observation. You stick by your morals. You also yell at people. Okay, cool. All right. Starhawk says, I support several channels that forward what I think are messages in politics that the country needs right now. A classical masculine liberalism that tempers the extremism. Okay. Cameron Mosley likes geopolitics. True Zealot, you fuckwit. I told you I paid you because you're actively fighting degeneracy. True. Kay says, we just like you and enjoy the content and want you to succeed. Thank you. Razzle, Hutch was the grounded sane one here. Pisco is drifting to the left. He is. Econoboy has drifted even further, and it seems like Josiah is trying to split the difference. He is. That's why I need to go on the show routinely so I can bully the fuck out of them and drag them back center. Sapien, thank you for your donation as well for my favorite ASMR. You're welcome, King. Brian says, where can I find the Discord? I'll link it momentarily. All right. LB says, you're a good dude, Connor. Anyone can see that, and I'm here. Okay. All right. We can end the glazing session. I just wanted to make sure, like, if I didn't ask that question, then I would think that arguing with Steven last night had spiced up the chat, and what I should do is go find people that I don't hate necessarily, but I should go find more spicy conversations. And I probably will, just to vary the content a bit compared to the React Andy shit. However, I also don't want to drift so far down that lane that I basically wake up every morning, kind of like Steven did a few years ago, and I'm like, who can I fight today? Who can I make look like an idiot today? Who can I yell at today? Because I'm sure that's exhausting too. So it's good as like something to break up the content, but I don't want to be financially so driven into that I ignore everything that makes this community special and makes the content special. Rick Stone says, I want to see you not so erudite and PF Young do a religion about religion in the AI future and who it can bring both sides stream. Death Guard equals best faction. Yeah. Yeah, I actually think that would be really good because erudite is a Christian, which makes no sense to me, but that's okay. She actually has her roots of her faith are actually pretty deep. But she oftentimes, whenever you challenge her on a literal interpretation of the Bible, she kind of says, well, I don't care if you think it's true. This is what I think is true instinctively. With PF Young, though, I am curious what his religious views are because obviously he likes Jung shit. Absolutely. Let me write that down. I'm going to write that down as collaborators because I actually wrote down a segment for that. Straight Array Vanguard Dev, Erudite, and Jung. Nice little 3-person debate. And then Grassroots with 100 says, just asserting my dominance. Thanks. Thanks for asserting your dominance. It's appreciated. Conserve says, I'm not donating, so I withheld my 2 cents, but I'd wager it's not about being combative. It's about holding your ground and standing for something. Okay, cool. And by the way, like, it's not like I'm only interested in people who are donating. I'm just trying to I'm vibe checking. I'm just vibe checking the community. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for everyone. Appreciate it.
Didn't do that with the right policies. He did it with the wrong ones and bungled the ones that he was right about, like the Afghanistan war.
It wasn't even just Mansion. Like Cinema was. Pisco, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm going to be a bridge builder here for sure, 100%, because I'm going to yell in kind of both directions. On the one hand, you can't bully Mansion, but I think that there's a kind of lesson from the Inflation Reduction Act. Everyone said that the environmental policy that Biden was trying to push was dead in the water. They said it for months and months and months and months. The Inflation Reduction Act was a surprise for a lot of people. And I think give Biden some credit. I think that that's an incredible package in terms of now it's being diluted and somewhat destroyed by Trump and the big
following
bill.
election piece. So that's the problem.
No, I agree with you that. I think that's Biden's greatest failure is, and this
the
is where
presidency has to be an 8-year project in the year 2025 is my view. So I think that if you fail the first time with Joe Manchin, you have to dedicate your entire presidency to fucking him and replacing the seat.
100%.
100%. You just said you couldn't bully Manchin.
Whoa. So 100% on the notion. I don't know why you're so triggered, Hutch. So first of all, I was defending that you can't bully Manchin, but on the specific notion that the presidency is an 8-year project, that is 100% true. I totally agree with that. That's what I said. 100% agree with it. Hutch, do you have a problem with me saying I agree with that point?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, I totally agree. You can't really bully Manchin. It has to go. You have to
primary him. That's why it's an 8-year project.
But I will say the following: to pretend.
Which, by the way, the reason why Hutch is shaking his head is because Manchin is like a blue dog conservative Democrat. He's effectively a relic from the middle of the 20th century when Democrats were socially conservative. That's why he's able to win in West Virginia. That's why he was oftentimes called a dino, a Democrat in name only. So Hutch saying like, how are you going to primary Manchin? You would effectively have to primary him with somebody who was even more Republican than Manchin already was. Running a more progressive person in West Virginia would effectively mean a loss. So that's why he's kind of like smirking to himself and being smug, is because Manchin is in a stronghold. He's effectively in a Republican stronghold, but he's popular enough domestically that he can still hold on to it. If you primary Manchin, you probably lose the seat. True Zealot for $5. Thank you. Says, also donating to Grease the Wheels to a religious combo. I offered to reach out to creators in your Discord if you want to check your ideas channel. Yeah. So this was a community effort. Somebody reached out to me about it, just that they wanted us to be more proactive about doing collabs. I think it can be off-putting for some creators to receive DMs from fans asking for collabs on another person's behalf. It's like, well, if this person cared about collaborations, why wouldn't they reach out to me myself? But that's why I started taking this this list. I've already reached out to Soy Pill and Straight Array, but Soy Pill, I let it fall through the cracks. I'm going to reach out again. Vanguard, I think, would be good. Dev is friendly and ready to talk. We just haven't picked a date. And then I think Erudite and Young might take a little bit of finagle. Sorry. Got something caught in my throat. I think Erudite and Jung might take a little bit of finagling, but I think that would be a phenomenal conversation. I don't think it would be a metric breaker. Like, we probably wouldn't have that many live viewers, but I think that as far as like actual substantive depth, it would be a fire conversation. Grassroots says, it'd be wrong to give more money to Wick than you. I couldn't sleep last night. I was sweating and shaking and everything. It was awful. Grassroots was wailing it on Wick TV last night because I wasn't live last night. So he was wailing Wick to piss off the commies on, to piss off Soy Pill. Well, Grassroots, thank you for your financially lucrative guilt. I appreciate your guilt. Thank you.
That Joe Biden, and this is all coming out from reporting, was engaged as he should have been on domestic fronts is now proving more and more to be untrue. It appears that it appears that he outsourced domestic policy to Ron Klain. He had minimal meetings with his cabinet.
He didn't even do cabinet meetings. I was about to say that.
And so it's a systemic problem of Biden in terms of his failures as a communicator and his failure of engagement on the domestic front. And that is unfortunately a legacy that I do think has contributed to the rise of Trump. That's not to say, and I don't want to denigrate the good domestic agenda that was done. I think the Vanguard, I think, is, what Biden did, he got tangible wins for the American people domestically in a way that other presidents didn't. I didn't hear you really to say that that's not true. I think you said it was like watered down. I think it's watered down because he was trying to make, build bridges where he could, but he did pass through some historic legislation. I think you guys would acknowledge that.
Oh,
but
100% he did. My problem is that he embraced bipartisanship in a way that was totally detrimental in a time when he should have been fighting. I feel like what people
he embraced it when he had to. He didn't. It was a divided government when he was doing bipartisan stuff. He had to do bipartisan stuff. What other choice?
Guess what? The people said, we don't want you anymore. We want a guy that's going to go play hardball.
To be fair, I do think it was Joe Biden's age made it basically he was unreelectable. Like, I do feel he was so old. He was so in cognitive decline that like that ultimately had more to do.
Old School says he gave a $5 that I missed. Did I? Sorry, let me look. AKA Batasoy says, I agree with your policy takes, but think your judgment of people on the left and right is off by a long shot. Still very entertaining. I think we need more Eagle Scouts. Okay, so that was the most recent dono. Grassroots, True Zell, Old School. Here we go. Oh, no. I read it in my mind. I might not have read it out loud. Old School says $5 for you to bully Soy Pill guys if you debate him again. He's not interested in bringing the country together. He just wants to hate Republicans. Yeah, sorry. And this goes back to Eric Dom, too. Eric asked if I added Malcolm and Simone Collins. I added it. Sometimes you guys aren't going to see me operating because I'm trying to get through the content as well, I love just talking to chat, but I don't just want to exclusively talk to chat. I also want to make content. Yeah, I added Soy Pill to the list, Old School. So actually I put Soy Pill at the top because we already agreed to a debate or a collaboration. And I think that since we've actually been on a panel together easily, that should be a simple follow-up DM. So I'm sorry for not reading your chat out loud, but I did see it and I did write down the name. And then Eric Dom as well. I did see you mention Malcolm and Simone Collins, and I did write them down as well. So my apologies, Old School. My apologies. Not on purpose, I promise. LB says, check out James Talarico. Religious Progress. He's still a pastor with progressive policies. You'd like him? Okay. Interesting. All right. Back to it.
With the way people voted for him than like the Joe Manchin thing, to be totally fair to Joe Biden. And I also think that if Joe Biden had been a younger version of himself, he would have been able to better communicate the wins that he did secure, because that was another huge thing. The communications department in the last administration was just pathetic. They didn't brag about anything that they accomplished. Most people didn't even know what the they accomplished, even though
it's true. Like, I'm involved in, political commentary, and the things that the Biden admin accomplished were so mundane and kind of like ephemeral that even though they're big wins, they didn't really celebrate their wins that much, and the media didn't pay attention to them. CHIPS Act should be huge, right? The attempt to reshore and subsidize chips manufacturing in the US is a big deal. The American Rescue Plan, while I think that it was probably inflationary, I think that Trump would have done the same thing. So I don't blame Biden for the inflation. I think it was just going to be the result of COVID-related economic implosion tied with whatever you call it, like fiscal subsidy or whatever you call it. I forget what you call it. But the whole point is that like he did do some cool things, but he didn't crow about it at all, so nobody cared. And since nobody cared, it was viewed as Biden was an anemic president, and Biden had an anemic presidency, and the economy was in an anemic place, so he just got stomped out. And he stayed too long in the race. They should have swapped him out earlier, I think, obviously, in retrospect. Eric Dobbs says, yeah, I can always tell them eccentric, but absolutely crazy. Yeah, Malcolm and Simone Collins, they should be fun. AKA Batasui says, Sitch, Wick, and Connor have in common, we're Boy Scouts. Oh, that actually explains a little bit, huh? Big in Gaming says, in 2020, the Republican candidate, she won 70% of the vote. Who? Kristen Sinema? Jim Justice, Manchin. Okay, hold on. This is important. Jim Justice, the Republican, won 68.75% of the vote, filling Manchin's seat. Last time Manchin won, he got 49% of the vote compared to 45 for the Republican. Well, yeah. So Biggin, that was the threat, right? If you try to primary Manchin, it's not going to work. The only way you can outflank Manchin is from the right. So I mean that's been proven. If you're saying 70% of West Virginia went for a Republican candidate, yeah, that's just proving Hutch's point. Christian Blair's for another 20. Thank you, King. Had to step away for a quick meeting. I'm a Destiny fan, lol. I love incentivizing unhinged behavior. Perfect. I'll try to yell at Steven some more.
So, as you mentioned a couple times accurately, they accomplished more than previous administrations had.
I fully agree with your. So, like, what's going on right now with the Democratic Party is they are just fully in terms of acclimating to this new paradigm of media. They don't understand the climate whatsoever. And so Biden did go out there and like visit like small cities in Michigan and Pennsylvania to celebrate, the impact of the infrastructure deal. But who the fuck was there? It was like C-SPAN with like 17 viewers. Nobody was tweeting about it. Nobody was
posting media, and that's half the job now. Hutch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with all of this. I agree with all of this.
Right. And I think you agree with this part, and so that's why I'm glad, because I think that's part of what's being spoken about from the Vanguard is the communication part is 50% of more than 50% of the job now, both internal communications, that is to your other stakeholders within government, other branches of government, that's to Joe Manchin. And he was able to negotiate, but it was delayed, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, and also externally, right? And getting public support for ideas, getting pressure, right? MAGA is able to, or Trump at times, I think less so now, is able to leverage this like momentum, right? And you often feel it, right? Like you get this report, and a lot of it's theater for sure, but
even
sometimes
before
it's genuine.
Trump. Even before Trump, remember the Rhino label? Like Republicans have always been better at shaming their fucking defectors.
Dude, I wanted to call this channel the Rhino for a little bit. I wanted to, basically like, I would love, in my heart of hearts, if I could get like a multi-millionaire sponsor, the way that Charlie Kirk got a multi-millionaire sponsor through the Koch brothers. I would build the Rhino branch of the Republicans, and I would use a rhinoceros for the symbol. I would embrace the Republican and name-only insult, and I would change it to Republicans who hate isolationism, ethno-nationalism, small letter E, capital N, and identity obsession. And, I would be lowercase, and then obsession would be capital O. Because effectively, like when I think about the problems with the Republican Party, that's what it is. Isolationism, we're fucking over our geopolitical partners. That's like one of my major critiques of Trump and MAGA right now. When we're talking about ethno-nationalism, there are racist pieces of shit who are a part of the Republican Party, and it's an antithetical to the big tent, philosophy of previous generations. Then when it comes to identity obsession, I think that the way that I would thread that needle is I would say, do you need to believe in, can you have a biblical understanding of homosexuality and transsexuality and not really like that people are gay and trans? Sure. But should you be spending all of your political and social capital to bully the fuck out of gay and trans people with whom you disagree? Absolutely not. And should gay and trans people be comfortable within the Republican Party because they can have aligned interest on other policies? 100%. So if there was a multimillionaire who wanted to back a rhino wing of the party to fight the MAGA wing of the party, I would head it. I would fight for it. I would be one of its chief speakers. I would try to be its chief champion. And I would love to take the fight to the right. 100%. Just Carpet 563 says, you and Erudite made some strong points in the Destiny debate. It just sounds like Destiny can't admit his own mistakes. He could be such a major asset because he's so smart and actually reads, but he refuses to get out of his own way. Yeah, and I think it's an independence thing too. I think that Steven doesn't want to be controlled by anybody. And so even if you give him good feedback, unless it's his idea, he's going to tell you to fuck off. Yep. Old School says, I like Wick. He's actually interested in cross-tribal political combos, and he shows respect. I don't understand the hate he gets. There's a bunch of drama people who hate Wick, but they just hate Wick because they think that he can't sustain a channel based off of the income he currently has. And that's the only criticism they really have. I actually think that Wick is an asset to the space, an extreme asset to the space.
As Democrats, like, you never saw Joe Biden taunting Joe Manchin and saying, this guy, he's a dino, he's a traitor, he's helping Donald Trump, he's a secret Republican.
Old School says, would I combine it with 40K symbolism? No, I wouldn't.
Who's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what he should have said, not just because it's good politics, but because it's true. Joe Manchin is a piece of shit.
Wait, hold on. You have not.
Grassroots says, if I had a millionaire donor and I'm choplifter, okay, I see how it is, Dick. Okay, Grassroots. Do you want to take your millions of dollars and start a right-wing moderate party? I mean, I'll take it. That like Grassroots, if you want to liquidate all of your assets and you want to dump it into a political party with no guarantee of return on investment, I'm not going to stop you. Like, we'll do it. We'll do it, brother. But you have to understand that politics is effectively dumping money into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. The reason why this is sustainable is because it's combined with entertainment. But actually doing canvassing events and talking to people and raising awareness and voter drives and disaster relief and all that bullshit, you're not getting an ROI on that. You're sending that money out and it's never coming back in. So Grassroots, I would never presume to liquidate your millionaire status in order to pursue some pet political project. But if you want to, like I said, I'm down.
Not reconciled the obvious problem with this. Let's say he does that. Let's say you're a dino. I'm going to primary you. I'm going to mom. And he says, I don't like your posture. You have no leverage over me. I'm going to be independent and you
imprison him.
True. That's exactly what would have happened too, by the way. I mean, Manchin might have some affinity with the Democrat label, so he might have stayed Democrat. However, Hutch is just fundamentally correct that the leverage that the Vanguard boys think they have, they just don't have.
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm serious. Like, how do you reconcile with that?
100%. Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. That's why Pisco and I shared the moment where we agreed that, hey, this is an 8-year project, right? When you're battling a Congress that is 100% against the American people, like Joe Manchin, like Christian Cinema, right? You can't accomplish the goals. The American people just voted, and we're operating under the time Joe Biden's just getting into office, right? Okay. They voted for him to be an antidote to Donald Trump. They're scared because of COVID. They want somebody who's competent. They want, vaccine rollout that's sufficient, right? They want all of these things. That's what he's been voted on. So you have to say, this man is standing in the way of what I want to accomplish. If you want a higher minimum wage, we need to know that this man is standing in the way of it. You make him a pariah. You make his name mud in Washington. And in the meantime, you do not pass that piece of pivotal legislation. You go to town with every single executive order that comes across your desk. You make that man's life hell, and you also go to work uplifting the American people. You declare a state of emergency. You talk about how healthcare is a human right. You talk about how we're going to do everything.
Yeah, this is cringe. You would evaporate what political support you had. This whole thing, and LB is obviously a part of it. This whole thing that, the political moment is so fraught and we're losing anyways. So let's yank everything further left. I think is going to make it worse. I think you're going to alienate vast swaths of your own base. I think you're going to empower MAGA to be even more relevant than it already is. You guys keep saying that you can't win with moderates. Biden won in 20. You're fucking wrong. The reason why Kamala lost is because they ran a uniquely bad campaign. Okay, so just this whole thing, like moderates always lose. Why was Joe Manchin winning in West Virginia? Not that he's a moderate. I'm actually pretty sure he's like a blue dog Democrat. But why did Joe Manchin win? Right? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. There's not one specific political tribe that is going to win in every single district in the United States. It's just not true. And I think at the general level, you have to win the moderates. If you lose the moderates, you lose the election. So what was it? It was like 5 million people didn't show up compared from 2020 to 24. So anyways, Old School says, Connor, talk to Elon. He now hates Trump. Just assure him you'll make sure the government doesn't interfere with his Mars project. Yeah, I'll pay for his Mars project. I would, dude, the America Party, if I swear to God, if I had somebody that I could reach Elon Musk through, if the America Party was going to be a Republican, a party that emerged out of the Republican Party, it was going to be technocratic, pro-capitalist, pro-efficiency, pro-gun, pro-freedom of conscience, and pro-entrepreneurialism and pro-space exploration, I would be its biggest fucking champion. Now, I think Elon's an asshole for what he did with Doge, but, you know, what's 14 million dead people amongst friends? You know? Anyways.
Every single thing you can. We're going to make sure that nobody pays a cent of student loans as long as I'm president, right? We're going to make sure that we fight it in the court and not a dollar is collected, and we fight all the insurance or the interest rates all the way. We go after everything.
Yeah, conservatism exactly sums it up. The whole argument is that Democrats need to go back to their roots, which is valid. Joe Manchin appealed to working class voters and didn't hate guns. I don't think it's mission impossible. Do you know how easy it would be for Democrats to not be cringe about guns and then to be more chill than they are assholes about progressive issues? Do you know how easy that is? Do you know how much of the moderate base you would win with that? It's fucking crazy.
Everything that we could do with worker protection to make sure that
and sorry, conservatism says Vanguard said Bernie is popular in West Virginia. I'm sure he is, but that's because Bernie Sanders has a lot of working class populist rhetoric. He is Bernie Sanders is disproportionately popular with the working class, 100%.
That it's harder to exploit your workforce. Let's make sure that we're supplementing every single court that we can along the way to make sure that a company like Uber doesn't get to contract their drivers as a 1099 employee that has to pay a bunch of taxes at the end of the year and gets totally ratted. Let's make sure that we're uplifting those people at every step of the way. I think these are ideas that we would all agree are going to be beneficial and tangible to the American people. And then over your 8-year presidency, you do start to accomplish the goals that you need the power of Congress to do, right? Because nobody can just, you know, overrule Congress, although Donald Trump is giving it a run for his fucking money.
Yeah, Possum Nation. Yeah, this is evil. Fundamentally evil. Connor, on Tuesday, 12,000 Afghan evacuees will be stripped of legal status, and the place they were housed, Camp Atterbury, will be a detention camp, sending them back to Afghanistan. That's fucking evil. It's fucking evil. Amongst those Afghans, there's 100% people who were sympathetic and worked with the United States government, and the fact that they were evacuated in the first place is going to be viewed as being a traitor to the Taliban government, and the Taliban government will go through the evacuees. They will find the people who actually helped the United States, and they will execute them. They might televise it, they might not, but they will kill the people who betrayed the Taliban government. That's so laughably fucking evil that I don't even know what to do about it. Like I can barely get angry because it's so fucked up. I can barely see straight.
Money right now, and he even has control of Congress, right? So you say we're going to do every single thing that we can from the power of the desk. We're going to fight everything in the court, and we're going to make your life as good as we can while we get rid of Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, and bring back the party of the people.
Okay, so let's game this out. So it's ARP negotiations. It's the first 2 months of the presidency. This is his first bill that he wants to get passed. He does exactly what you're saying right now. He goes to war with Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin defects. He loses control of Congress. Now,
why would you lose control of Congress? You're just stacking the deck in your favor.
No, hold on. I just told you that I just told you that there would be a risk that Joe Manchin would defect and say, I don't like the way you're treating me. You, I'm going to defect. There was
because of all the
and then boom, you have a dead presidency for the rest of the term. Like that's what I'm saying, guys. The Vanguard have a point here, but it's misapplied. And the point is the executive branch of the Democratic Party needs to be, when they're in power, they need to be more vital and virile, like Obama, right? They need to be using the bully puppet. They need to be organizing their base. They need to be building coalitions. They need to be pushing for their agenda hyper aggressively. Now, what Hutch is saying is that Biden did that. He was just an very poor communicator in the modern digital media landscape. And also he was kind of a weak president leading up to 2024 in reference to his health and his well-being. I don't even know if Hutch would admit that. But yeah, like it's actually quite easy. But Hutch is going to perpetually win that if you had individually attacked Manchin, you would have fucked yourself. He has a pair of aces. Hutch just wins this conversation.
Absolutely a risk of him doing that, by the way.
President we have. So we can play this counterfactual game all day.
Are you acknowledging or not that there was a risk for him to defect in that way if Trump?
Yes, but you're assuming that after that
defection,
that Joe Biden loses Congress. I disagree with that. That's what I'm disputing.
If you give that Senate gavel, do they have?
Whatever 4690 says, Connor does this shit all the time. Other countries do this shit all the time. Okay, well, when somebody helps me when I'm trying to do something, and then they risk their life to help me do something, I don't think that it's humane or sane or reciprocal to put that person to death through incompetence. You know, I know that's like it was a crazy take here. Somebody risks their life to help me, and then I kill them. I know that's like a crazy take in the dissident right, but you know, I think that's bad. I think killing the people who help us is bad.
A gavel in the Senate. If you give that gavel to Mitch McConnell, now not only do you not get the IRA, which did a lot of really good shit, and not just for environment, but also
in your favor, Hutch. You're just saying, imagine all these bad things happen. I could say, imagine all these good things happen because I did all these executive orders.
Do you not? Okay, hang on.
Executive orders can be repealed by the very next branch. That's a problem with executive orders. That's the problem, by the way, with Obama doing a bunch of executive orders, was the fact that Trump came in and reversed all those executive orders and hurt a fuckload of people. And now we just have this norm where the president just does whatever the fuck he wants via executive order. It's a bad precedent. This is how republics die.
Podcast.
I guess.
Hold on. I need to not feel crazy for a second. Podcast bros. Do you think it was possible that if Biden would have done what they're suggesting that he should have done, that Manchin could have
no, he couldn't have done it. He didn't have the talent. Biden, it was too old. He couldn't do it. So this whole thing is, I agree with you, Hutch, in the sense that he couldn't do it. He did not have the capacity to do it. And Manchin, although I don't know that Manchin would be the.
All right, they're still arguing the same shit, and we're hitting 5 hours, so I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna thank the fuck out of everybody for this, but I'm also gonna argue with whatever in chat real quick. And Afghans in European countries go on the top charts and rape and try to push and recreate Afghanistan in Europe. Punish them. Whatever 4690. You're not going to find whatever hug-a-thug progressive bullshit rhetoric that you thought you were going to find in this chat. I'm not going to say rapists and murderers from Afghanistan have carte blanche to do whatever they want in the West because they helped us during the Afghan war. I'm going to say, if somebody is a rapist or a murderer, if somebody is an economic migrant, kick them back. I don't give a shit. You don't have a right to travel the world. However, if there's somebody who helped us, or they're a refugee with a credible threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or their family, then we can evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. And if a migrant or a asylee or a refugee or somebody who is a translator who helped us out, if they commit a crime, punish them to the furthest extent of the law. I'm not soft on people just because they're brown. I'm not soft on people just because they're black. We can understand that you had a fucked up upbringing and also still punish you for your bad behavior. These are not mutually contradictory ideas. Anonymous chatter says, whatever 4690, exactly how does shipping 12,000 Afghans who were traitors to the Taliban to help the United States in a war back to Afghanistan put America first? Who will trust us after this? No one. And nobody should trust. Number one, nobody should trust the United States because we've backstabbed the Kurds a few times and we've backstabbed, these Afghans. So realistically, nobody should really trust us. However, nobody should trust MAGA at all. Deus Halcyon says, sounds like Destiny is malding. About what? All of his chat thinks he won. What is he malding about? Malding about what? Whatever 4690 says, no, I'm a right-wing populist. Sure. Oh, sorry. Let me do a summary real quick. I don't even know if I'll use this as the summary on the outro, but effectively, a bunch of lefties try to bully Hutch. Hutch seems like he's losing in the beginning because the lefties have all the energy. And then Hutch points out something that is intractable and effectively wins the argument, which is if you try to bully Joe Manchin physically, rhetorically, spiritually, mentally assaults you until you're dead. So Hutch won. All right. Then Sacred Snow says, whatever you don't know you're talking about, we aren't sending back refugees. We're sending back people who literally helped us fight in a war. They sacrificed everything to help America beat the Taliban. They aren't random immigrant thugs that you label as non-white immigrants as. Yeah. LB says, America backstabs her own people. Duh. Well, yeah, but we should stop, right? So I'm going to thank everybody. I'm going to go in chronological order. Andrew Giannakopoulos, thank you. Starhawks, a.k.a. Batasui, True Zealot, Sacred Snow, Mellow D, Starhawks, Christian Valeris, Grassroots Hegemon, TL1524, Deus Halcyon, Silver Jacket Man, Christian Valeris, Deus Halcyon again, Christian Valeris again, Exponential Entropy, oh my God, with the massive freaking dono, K, thank you for your super chat, Judah Nitopsky, Sapient Green, Rick Stone, Grassroots Hegemon, again with a fat donation. And apparently he's going to help me start a new Republican Party because he just has money to spend like that. So that's cool. Old School, True Zealot, Grassroots again, a.k.a. Batasui again, Christian Valeris again. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Apparently, I just need to be an asshole to Destiny, and then boom, we just have a crazy financial day. So I parasocially love you guys. Yeah, chat went fucking hard today. You could say that again. You could say that again for sure. You guys went crazy. Melody says, later, my dudes. LB says, heart. I love you, LB. Sorry that you pissed me off, but I'm sure I pissed you off too, so thank you. Jonah Zill says, have a good one, guys. Yep, parasocial love. Christian Blair says, have a good day. Connor in chat, see you next time. Thank you. Grassroots says, chat went fucking hard today. You could say that again. Something exciting to tell his wife today. Yeah, seriously. All right. Parasocial love. Have a great one. Blowing you a kiss. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to. I'm going to see you guys later. I'll see you on Monday. We'll have fire content. Bye for now.